These times are coming. We told you about them, but you motherfuckers was sleeping. Now you gotta wake up.
The time has come. Low key.
Yeah.
Immortal technique.
Harlem, motherfucker. We here.
Let's make history. From West End to the West Bank, I write righteous rhymes with my right and wrestle the devil with my left hand. Never worked for a Zion, it's never been a yes man. My art is like Rembrandt painting pictures of death camps. The average person is allergic to the words of wisdom. This is for everyone, the Saddam's Kurdish murder victims, and all the pure souls that never had the chance to speak. Truth pumps in my arteries and causes my heart to beat. For soldiers haunted and tortured by guilty memories, who realize too late to reveal their real enemy. It's all dead wrong. For every victim of racist persecution, from Auschwitz to Hebron, my words may sting cowards. For people that were atomized by the third mate in the Twin Towers, those living through the wars ask me what I do this for. Put the world in its place before it puts you in yours. You can try to avoid us, but it's pointless. You can never avoid the voices of the voiceless.
Take our freedom, take our pride. Come what may, we will provide.
You can try to avoid us, but it's pointless. You can never avoid the voices of the voiceless.
Keep my third eye hidden under my New York fitted. A crazy unmarried man that deserves to be committed. The future is encrypted in my troubled lyrics. Dream that I've been somewhere for weeks and wake up in a couple minutes. Sweat dripping with visions of population control. Thoughts overflowing my world like the melting of the North Pole. My people are targeted by military crack committees, so I'm bucking at the feds like natives in Rapid City. Reality savage, my words are like a riot in Paris. The voice of the voiceless, that voice is social and balanced. So stand strong or sit harder in your mental palace. Blinded inside the kingdom, united to its old habits. Middle passage coming, war chant, African drumming, Gatling gun humming, rapid fire mechanism, reckless living that checks the rhythm of perfectionism. Slave condition while you singing God save the system.
You can try to avoid us, but it's pointless. You can never avoid the voices of the voiceless.
Take our freedom, take our pride. Come what may, we will provide.
You can try to avoid us, but it's pointless. You can never avoid the voices of the voiceless. Detain my body, but you can't imprison my mind. If it's my time, I'll probably die with my fist in the sky. These are the thoughts of a man who can't escape from his coma. Cries of a young virgin girl who got raped by them soldiers.
Birthing a screaming bastard post-colonial nation, subject to childhood diseases, famine, war, and inflation. Education molded you into your master's image, and you forgot who the fuck you were before the war was
You're
finished.
hearing the ghosts of Nagasaki, you're hearing Hiroshima. Beautiful babies being born with the weirdest features. You might never see me in the chart, but inshallah my seed can see peace in Iraq.
But peace and freedom can never be given, that's historically forbidden. Cause only collision is the recipe, changing the course of destiny. So I'm strapping weaponry, cause the government don't give a fuck about protecting me.
You can try to avoid us, but it's pointless. You can never avoid the voices of the voiceless.
Take our freedom, take our pride. Come what may, we will provide.
You can try to avoid us, but it's pointless. You can never avoid the voices of the voiceless.
Welcome. Let me change. Okay. Huzzah! We always meeting on bad fucking tidings, because there's no such thing as fucking good news in this world. My God. Um, this is I wanted to do a stream on the Supreme Court hearing, but this came like like just woke up and was like put this video on halfway through it. I was like, yo, I've been wanting to talk about this whole techno-fascism problem for a while. I have talked about it before, but like now it's way more mainstream and I think a little more in people's faces and understood to be a force in politics now. And so I think now that we have seen a takeover of the United States government by these techno-fascist forces in cooperation with the religious fascist types, um, that we have a really important like angle of discussion to be had on this whole sort of framework as to like what is happening in capitalism right now, because we're so used to neoliberal laissez-faire monotony of atrocious crimes against humanity and stuff, but the wheels just keep turning and people get to live their privileged imperial core lives without any whiff of the colonial experience by the shit that we raid from them. I know America is a little different because of it having both the colony being the home country, so it's complicated, but there is still some of this rule applies to certain parts of the United States, is that it just doesn't, you go into like the northeast or like spherical north, like with like New York and all that. Like, yeah, I mean, you still got elements of it. The whole of America is a settler colony, but you don't feel the intensity of it, let's say, compared to like border towns and stuff like that. In the UK, we don't have a settler colonial thing going on in England, but you can go to Ireland and you can see this historical practice in like older and more primitive forms. But in like England, Scotland, and Wales, this isn't like there isn't like a plantation of Mexicans like keeping running the farm that's just like 10 miles away from me, 5 miles away from me, um or the one that's just back there. You know, like in America, most of the farms down south are led by, ran by colonized, well, not ran by, but worked by colonized people, or run by white people. You know how you know how the business goes. But what's it? The within EU and in the United States, we're seeing that barrier that white people most commonly have between them and colonialism dissipate. Similarly to what we saw in the late 20s into the 30s, as weirdly enough, fascism was on the rise. I'm sure that will have nothing to do with the topic or aims of the content I produce here today. Sure, the lines won't cross, but what we're gonna see is to reference an old turn of phrase. We gonna see them chickens come home to roost. That's the big thing of it all. The colonial reality of the United States empire is in jeopardy. And it's defaulting on traditionalist approaches towards colonialism as a means to do a massive global power and to try and disrupt the entire global order. Donald Trump has been like straight up trying to crash the global economy as a means to slow down China because China's China's economy is tied in the United States, and so it does affect them. China's economy is stronger than the U.S. thinks, and people when they point that out are correct. But China's economy has, I mean, it also has a lot of reliance on Europe, but it has a lot of reliance on the United States. That's why they went to Europe to try and strengthen the bond of Europe so that the fallout that comes in the US could possibly be mitigated by stronger economic ties with the European Union, who is also being disillusioned by the United States. So it's the very complex protocol of things. But because these two very large imperial powers battling it out, as you might say, for domination over the rest of the countries, whether they be the other empires, whether they be their fucking colonies, like, oh, yeah, you gotta have your colonies. I always tell Vladimir, you gotta have your colonies. But it's it's very important that we take a very fascism conscious approach towards the fucking world right now. And anyone who isn't doing that, or anyone who calls you alarmist for going for that approach, is like a fucking dillweed. Like an actual fucking dillweed. Like that kind of shit is what will limit our capacity to operate as radicals, as people who want to help the health of society, of people, as people who want to progress towards a revolutionary transition of society to something better. You want that, and then you're gonna like turn around and try and tell people not to be conscious of fascism right now, and like call people alarmists for it. You're a prick. Like, no, the two ways about it. Like, there's being careful, and then there is, like, actually just being a cunt to people that have their eyes a little bit more fucking, like, opened up because we're the minorities that are being fucking targeted. First they came for the communists, then they came for the Jews. The longer version of it is first they came for the communists, and I did nothing. Then they came for the Jews, and I still did nothing. And then they came for me. Are y'all gonna behave like that, Is that the kind of world we wanna build? Where the way we learn from the last time we dealt with fascism is to do the same fucking thing. I feel like people are a little more like aware to a certain degree, but at the same time, we were armed 180 years ago, however long ago you want to frame it. We'll go for the 20s. 100 years ago, we were fucking armed, organized, and functional representatives of the proletarian movement. What are we right now? Like, really? Like, what the fuck are we right now? Ain't much to fucking look at, I'll tell you that. Ain't much to fucking look at, and it's terrifying. The UK Supreme Court just made my womanhood illegal. The precedent for genocide that has been set by the United Kingdom's Supreme Court is unprecedented, but not unexpected. Understand, we have been calling out the rise of fascism for years. People have been doing it longer than I have been a Marxist. The 2000s, the rise of Peter Thiel in 2006, 7, 8, 9. There were Marxists who had their heads fucking screwed on. They were like, yo, this is a fucking problem. And again, you're all alarmists, you're all alarmists. Yeah, sure. People are alarmists until they're not. Hitler was a crazy kook until he wasn't. Bourgeoisie, for sure. They sideline fascist intellectuals because they think they're crazy for a while. because they like their laissez-faire shit, and fascists are suggesting stuff that are not very laissez-faire, not very, I can do whatever I want with my capital. That's not what they promote. They want a fiefdom, feudalism kind of thing, where within your limited sort of role as a lord, then you can do whatever you want. You know, you have a territory, you have a space, you have an operative place of being. You know, and that means you serve a purpose and you serve a function, and if there is a fiefdom, there must be a king because they're not gonna stop at small localized power bases. The fucking bourgeoisie don't believe in libertarianism like that. No, they want to build a networking form of capitalism. This is trying to take fascism into an ungodly state of being, in how it macinates itself as the ultimate form of corporatism. This is what they're talking about. In the video I'm going to play, we're going to see a lot of revolutionary language being thrown around at certain points in time, because they are trying to do the National Socialism and the corporatist fascist stuff all in one go, and they've managed to unite the idea of corporations with the idea of corporatism, so it eliminates the need for proletarian syndicate representation, which was a part of Mussolini's corporatism. I mean, when you say it like that, it sounds like they actually had like functional representation, but they did not. But they had something that represented that. Teal ain't about that. Neither is Yavin. They think people are too stupid to have that. Um, you know, they want something where it's corporatism for bourgeois and petty bourgeois interests, and everyone else can, you know, do as they're told. Be a bit more Borg-like, you know, as Teal would say. This is networking in the fascist sense of it. This is the bourgeoisie applying engineering knowledge to political knowledge in a very obscene and obtuse way. Let's get right into this fucking bullshit. Oligarchy. My audio's not been coming through. Ah, shit. Oh,
chapter. He is
it
interested
was
in
set to
disrupting
my
the current
default,
idea
so
of
it should have been
nationhood through the
fucking
creation
working.
of a network of sovereign, tech-run territories protected by military-grade security. Balaji wasn't the first person to come up with this idea, not even in the tech scene, but he was the first person to present it in a more palatable way. The idea actually comes from someone named Curtis Yarvin. In Patchwork, Yarvin wrote, "The basic idea of patchwork is that as the crappy governments we inherited from history are smashed, they should be replaced by a global spiderweb of tens, even hundreds of thousands of sovereign and independent mini-countries, each governed by its own joint stock corporation, without regard to the residents' opinions." Patchwork is a reboot of the current system in order to install a new operating system. Yes, Yarvin is a software developer with a company named Urbit, invested in by Peter Thiel. He refers to these small territories as patches, but he's flexible about how they might run, maybe like a corporate urban space or a city-state like Athens. These corporate dictatorships would use all-seeing surveillance to protect their citizens and enforce their laws. There would be biometric IDs. If you're poor, you will have to move to another patch. Or the poor could be ground up and used as biodiesel, or locked into a virtual reality prison. Now, Yarvin said he was joking about the biodiesel thing, but not about the prison thing. So I'm not sure if he was joking about the biodiesel, which gives us an understanding of why Balaji had to come up with a more appealing way to present this idea. Balaji has less about dictatorship and mass incarceration, and more about freedom and opportunity. A lot of people in the industry acknowledge that Balaji's ideas are a little out there.
This is Balaji.
Yeah, this is Balaji.
And I would dismiss them too if those same people weren't actively funding them. Millions of dollars are being funneled into these projects as we speak. This is the website for Praxis, a network state funded by Peter Thiel, Marc-André.
yeah, I should go back to the start because it wasn't playing the
So I
audio.
felt like a boot off
I'm
the
sorry.
throat. Like every morning I wake up
7
after
minutes
the day
wasted.
before because all of these forms of repression that I just had gotten used to.
Hallelujah.
Disappeared so far up their own woke asses. If those people stay in control, I think that the Republicans could have an electoral majority as far as the eye can see.
It's really the dawn of a new crypto era.
The future is gonna be amazing!
More than any other sector, the tech industry invested in this election. Crypto accounts for more than half the corporate spend, with no other industry coming close. It's not unusual for industry to use their money to buy influence, and at a superficial glance, that's all the tech VC world wants. They want lower taxes and friendly regulation. They want the head of the Federal Trade Commission out. They want the tech industry to be responsive to the Future Commodities Trading Commission, not the Securities Exchange Commission. Except that's not all they want. Behind the money and influence flowing into the Trump campaign are a set of bizarre beliefs and a dark agenda.
I'm not just MAGA, I'm dark, Gothic MAGA.
You see, the tech bros of Silicon Valley believe that the American empire is on the verge of collapse. Silicon Valley wants to speed this up, but use the coming administration to create safe landing zones for them and their cash, where they can also run their own governments. And what is so annoying about this is it makes me sound crazy. It makes me sound like a conspiracy theorist. But I'm talking about crazy people. I am talking about the guy who wants to colonize Mars. I am talking about the guy who said he gave up on democracy in 2009. These tech bros justify their point of view because they believe that that's their natural place in society. The courageous geniuses on the new frontier. I'm not speculating. These men say it. They say it on podcasts and at conferences and in interviews and in blog posts. Some are quiet, some are very, very loud, but they all are on board.
And I think that if we want to increase freedom, we want to increase the number of countries.
If you want to replace the elite that you have today, what you need to do is you need to have a better elite. And there's a way to do this. It's been done before.
We get kind of money and property right, and that it's a strong foundation for building, kind of a world that we all want to live in. We're seeing, some, breakdown of those in the real world, in the United States lately.
I'm definitely very interested in ways that you can sort of tokenize real estate and actual physical land to create better forms of society and governance. I do think America is in slow decline right now. I would like us to all in crypto think about how we actually go create physical places in the world to preserve freedom over the long term. I think that's ultimately crypto's destiny.
I think it's really interesting to note that a lot of people are going to notice with this and thinking like, where I'm going with this is that like America's decline. A lot of people harken back to some golden age of fucking America, and the only reason there was a golden age of America between 19 fucking 45 and like 1976, 74. I can't remember when the oil crisis was. I think it was 74. It's sometime in the 70s. That's kind of when like people started to drop off a bit, but really it was the 90s, let's say. Like the getting rid of Glass-Steagall and the rise of monopolies, the bad kind as well, not the fucking phone company kind, the we gonna rob you for everything you got kind. Um Glass-Steagall gone. Social Security under threat and poorly supported. The cap hasn't been extended since fucking like Reagan. Um, and the what's it? Someone who earns $167,000 a year pays the same amount of Social Security as someone who earns $7 billion a year. Earns is a big word. Profits 7 million a year. So like the rich are not paying their dues, and so a lot of shit is falling apart. These guys are the guys who ain't been paying their fucking dues, and then they're like, "Well, look, everything's falling apart. We need to do fascism." This is the same shit that happened 100 years ago. The capitalists, through liberalism, plundered the world until there was no space left to move. Economics became stagnant and crises began to rise. We even had a massive plague with the Blue Death, the Spanish flu, whatever you want to call it. I don't really like calling it the Spanish flu. There's some awful connotations to that terminalization, but people know that one more than the Blue Death. But the Blue Death was a big like the extent of the problem was partially because of the practices back then not being so great, but we'd already learned enough about germs and diseases to know that quarantine would have been a good idea at that point in time, like sectioning things off. It was something we did during the Black Death. So it's not a new concept. I remember learning about the formalization of quarantine in Italy during the plague, and then the development on top of that of quarantine during the Blue Death. So we already had a procedure that we could build on for that. But the global trade apparatus and the need for industrial production was something that allowed for the Blue Death to spread, as well as the war. The war. Everyone thinks World War II when you say the war. World War One. The Great War, the greatest war. But that war allowed for it to spread even more virulently. When we're looking at the confines of liberalism and what it did to the world, is it left the world in ruins, because every time there was an economic crisis, they ransacked. They ransacked. That was their approach. They they bribed, they raided, they stole, they deceived, they terrorized. And that is what we have been dealing with neoliberalism since the rise of Carter and Reagan. Neoliberalism is a fucking awful system. And liberalism is also an awful system. And as Marx talks about, and I'm actually just bring the quote up, about the petty bourgeois socialists, which is where fascism traditionally gets its ideological roots from. It's a type of reactionary socialism, as Marx defines it. Unfortunately, people don't talk about this part of the Communist Manifesto, even though everyone says it's the first thing they read. It's not the first thing I read, and I seem to fucking remember this part. And it's all about the facet that these motherfuckers, oh, for sure, they can point out that society is problematic, bankrupt even, will rob you blind. And a lot of these people actually do say that. Even Trump, I mean, especially in the 2016 election, spoke to a lot of that stuff. And to as far as the truth serves his needs, spoke to those things because fascism imitates a lot of the critiques of capitalism that we have, and it does come from. I mean, these guys are billionaires; they're bourgeois, but they are embracing a mentality that actually originates in the petty bourgeoisie. And it is this like frustration with capitalism. I'm going to get the quote because it just poetically speaks to what I'm trying to iterate to y'all. It's chapter 3 of the Communist Manifesto for which I am referring to. Um, it's bomb ass chapter. Like, don't fuck with Marx, you know? Um, if I just pull this in front, will it? No. Okay, I gotta on F11 because fucking Edge is. I imagine there's a setting to change it back to behave normal because I think what Edge is trying to do is make it not be annoying when you put your mouse up here, but you have to. It's like drag it, I think is what it says. I- It it works, but it is fucking weird. Like for what like 2.5 decades, it's always just kind of automatically appeared, and it sometimes does if you hit the top hard enough. It feels like I'm doing the charms menu on like Windows 8.1. That's the uh petty bourgeois socialism. The feudal aristocracy was not the only class that was ruined by the bourgeoisie, not the only class whose conditions of existence pined and perished in the atmosphere of modern bourgeois society. The medieval burgesses and the small peasant proprietors were the precursors of the modern bourgeoisie. In those countries which are built little developed industrially and commercially, these two classes still vegetate side by side with the rising bourgeoisie. This has been outdated because we have the modern petty bourgeoisie now. So, like, some of what he's saying in that first bit is not as applicable, but it is in certain parts of the world. We have the neo petty bourgeoisie, which is or which is based on if we look at like Gramsci and other comrades' analyses of the urban petty bourgeoisie. Mao's got a good analysis of this as well. That's like the modern petty bourgeoisie, but the petty bourgeoisie was originally like rural merchants, you know, some of them lived in the city for sure, but like, because a burgess does mean a townsman, but like, a lot of those townsmen were in the parishes of the country, you know, they weren't in the villages, but they were in the parishes. Parish is a very Christian word for like a small town or a townlet. In countries where modern civilization has become fully developed, a new class of petty bourgeois has been formed, as I was referring to, fluctuating between proletariat and bourgeoisie and ever renewed itself as a supplementary part of bourgeois society. The individual members of this class, however, are constantly held down into the proletariat by the action of competition, and as modern industry develops, they see the moment approaching where they will completely disappear as an independent section of modern society to be replaced in manufactures, agriculture, and commerce by overlookers, bailiffs, and shopmen. I think that we have a thing where the petty bourgeoisie, rather than being eliminated, are being more implemented into the wage system. I think capitalism has learned and grown around this problem a bit. You know, we look at like the way that traditional intellectual industry and stuff like that operates, for example. Um, and the cross section and overlap between the labor aristocracy and the petty bourgeoisie in the modern day is so much more intense than it ever used to be. And so there is a lot of precedent for looking at how the urban petty bourgeois and the upper stratum of the labor aristocracy have become hard to distinguish. In countries like France, where the peasants constitute more than half of the population, it was natural that writers who sided with the proletariat against the bourgeoisie should use in their criticism in the bourgeois uh, regime, the standard of the peasant and petit bourgeois, and from the standpoint of those intermediate classes, intermediate class is the correct term for like what the bourgeoisie term the middle classes. The middle class is a very bourgeois sociological term for describing the petty bourgeois and the labor aristocracy and the peasant classes, which pertain to the class of intermediacy, should take up the cudgels for the working class. Thus arose petty bourgeois socialism. Sismondi was the head of this school, not only in France, but also in England. This school of socialism dissected with great acuteness the contradictions in modern production, it in the conditions of modern production. It laid bare the hypocritical apologies of economists. It proved incontrovertibly the disastrous effects of machinery and division of labor, the concentration of capital and land in a few hands, overproduction and crises. It pointed out the inevitable ruin of the petty bourgeois and the peasants, the misery of the proletariat, the anarchy in production, the crying of inequalities in the distribution of wealth, the industrial war of extermination between nations, the dissolution of old moral bonds, of the old family relations, of the old nationalities. Although in the case of this bourgeois rise, we're actually also seeing the nationalities one, they're actually breaking up themselves. But still, a lot of this applies when we look towards how it escalates into Nazism. This definition combines both social fascism and fascism's origins, because this is very protonic. We're talking the 1800s here. Um, uh, but in its positive aims, however, this form of socialism aspires either to restoring the old means of production and of exchange, and with them the old property relations and the old society, or to cramping the modern means of production and of exchange within the framework of the old property relations that have been and were bound to be exploded by those means. In either case, it is both reactionary and utopian. Its last words are corporate guilds for manufacture, patriarchal relations in agriculture. Ultimately, when stubborn historical facts had had dispersed all intoxicating effects of self-deception, this form uh, um, of socialism ended in a miserable fit of the blues. Now, this is where Nazism directly comes from. This is a type of petty bourgeois socialism. Um, we could go into this, but it is a lot of like the specifics that make this form of petty bourgeois socialism more reactionary. Like, see, you see this, they're merging the traditionalist, like philosophical perception with the new ideas being implemented, which just as was said in the previous definition. Um, There's a wasp on my fucking. Just did something buzzing on the fucking window. I think there's a wasp on my bug net. There's one reason why I can't delete like Twitch chat. Like, why can't I moderate my own chat? I don't know what to talk about. There we go. Moderation completed. I've leveled up. Hopefully I stop pissing off that wasp. The introduction, these philosophical phrases, at the back of the French historical criticisms they dubbed philosophy of action, true socialism, German science of socialism, philosophical foundation of socialism, and so on. The French socialist and communist literature was thus completely emasculated, and since it ceased in the hands of the German to express the struggle of one class with the other, he felt conscious of having overcome quote unquote French one sidedness and of representing not true requirements, but the requirements of truth, not the interests of the proletariat, but the interests of human nature, of man in general, who belongs to no class, has no reality, who exists only in the misty realm of philosophical fantasy.
This German
Oh my god, no. Stop. Windows.
F representing not
No,
true.
Windows. Fuck. How do I? Hi. Um, uh, this German socialism, which took its schoolboy tasks so seriously and solemnly, and extolled its poor stock and trade in such a mountebank fashion. Is that what does mountebank mean? What the fuck? Like, search the web for mountebank. This better not be some like sexual thing. A person who deceives others, especially in order to trick them out of their money. I'm going to mountebank you. I'm going to mount your bank and take all its money. Meanwhile, gradually lost its pedantic innocence. The is it gonna is it gonna full screen properly? Is it gonna behave? Sway on edge. This is why you don't edge. Socially unacceptable. The fight of the Germans, and especially of the Prussian bourgeoisie, against feudal aristocracy and absolute monarchy, in other words, the liberal movement, became more earnest. By this, the long wished for opportunity was offered. Oh my God, can it just go to the right size of the paragraph? Marxist.org, ad website. Why does the top thing have to appear when I do that? Um, wait, where was I? Oh my God, this fucking website. Okay, for the long-wished opportunity, the fight was offered to quote unquote true socialism of confronting the political movement with the socialist demands of hurling the traditional anathemas against liberalism, against representative government, against bourgeois competition, bourgeois freedom of the press, bourgeois legislation, bourgeois liberty and equality, and of preaching to the masses that they had nothing to gain and everything to lose by this bourgeois movement. German socialism forgot in the nick of time that the French criticism, whose silly echo it was, presupposed the existence of modern bourgeois society with its corresponding economic conditions of existence and the political constitution adapted thereto. The very things those attainment was the object of the pending struggle in Germany. To absolute governments with their following of parsons, professors, country squires, and officials, it served as a welcome scarecrow against the threatening bourgeoisie. It was a sweet finish after the bitter pills of flogging and bullets, with which these same governments just at that time, dosed the German working class risings. While this quote unquote true socialism thus served the government as a weapon for fighting the German bourgeoisie, it at the same time directly represented a reactionary interest, the interest of German Philistines. In Germany, the petty bourgeois class, a relic of the 16th century, and since then consistently cropping up again under the various forms is the real social basis of the existing state of things. To preserve this class is to preserve the existing state of things in Germany. The industrial and political supremacy of the bourgeoisie threatens it with certain destruction. On the one hand, from the concentration of capital, on the other hand, from the rise of the revolutionary proletariat. Quote unquote true socialism appeared to kill these two birds with one stone. It spreads like an epidemic. The robe of speculative cobwebs, embroidered with flowers of rhetoric, steeped in the dew of sickly sentiment, this transcendental robe in which the German socialists wrapped their sorry, quote unquote, eternal truths, all skin and bone, served to wonderfully increase the sale of their goods amongst such a public. And on its part, German socialism recognized more and more its own calling as the bombastic representative of the petty bourgeois Philistine. Um, it proclaimed the German nation to be the model nation and the German petty Philistine to be the typical man. To every villainous meanness of this model man, it gave a hidden, higher, socialistic interpretation, the exact contrary of its real character. It went to the extreme length of directly opposing the quote brutally destructive end quote tendency of communism and of proclaiming its supreme and impartial contempt of all class struggles. With very few exceptions, all the so-called socialist and communist publications that now 1847 circulate in Germany belong to the domain of this foul and enervating literature. Now, anyone who knows the Nazi history, I don't need to tell you that Nazism has a historical relationship to German true socialism. Anyone who knows that Hitler's favorite musician was Richard Wagner will know that Richard Wagner was a German true socialist. And one of Hitler's mentors and the people who founded the Deutsche Arbeiter Party, which eventually became the Nationalistisch Sozialistische Deutsche Arbeiter Party, or the Nazi Party, as you may know them. And so which didn't change into that until Hitler joined he joined in 1920 and challenged the current leader of the party, who actually considered Hitler to be at first a petty bourgeois wrecker. There's a quote from Goebbels. Goebbels, who joined the Nazi party, he left the Nazbol party for the Nazi party, where he was like, remove the petty bourgeois Hitler from the party or something like that. He ended up becoming Hitler's little pet eventually. But Hitler in 21 challenged the leadership and then pushed for the party's name change. And from 1921, they went as the NSDAP instead of the DAP. There was another organization that merged with them, but I think it was the National German Party. Um, but I might be that might have been a bit later. But I know that there was a party merger that went on. Yeah, you gotta build connections. But the point I'm getting at with the two definitions here, petty bourgeois socialism and German true socialism, represent moderate and militant fascism, generally speaking. I think some of it's said in the feudal socialist definition, which I implore people to read this chapter of the Communist Manifesto. If we stick on it, we stick on it the whole time. We're never gonna get through the video. But the point I wanted to lay out is how that there is a massive historical trend with the petty bourgeois mindset in the way a lot of these things form, but there's a lot of bourgeois cranks that get onto this. And with what Marx said about history often repeating itself, what you find is that the bourgeoisie, those cranks, have been even quicker onto this shit than the petty bourgeoisie would normally be in like other situations. I mean, only if you look at it in the viewpoint of the 21st century. The petty bourgeoisie were actually talking about all this sort of shit back in the 20th century, post World War II. A lot of what we're dealing with now are the theories of Mosley, of Parker Yockey, of fucking the Italian fucker who came up with the Nazi fucking Maoist bullshit. People like that. People who were prominent members of what's known as the European Liberation Front, which was a post World War II uh, uh, um, pan-white, pan-European fascist movement. It's where the term pan-Europeanism gets its beginning.
People of Mars will be more enlightened and will not fight amongst each other too much.
It's basically tech libertarian futurism, an ideology around technology, and including technology enhancing human freedom.
I am trying to fix government in the U.S. The point was like, let's have a new government.
Where do we sort of go from the wisdom of crowds to the madness of crowds? We're far too far on the side that you can describe as collectivist, centralized, Borg-like, conformist, and also generally just simply incorrect.
I think that what Elon's doing is showing a path to fighting back. The left-wing elite's going to be kicking and screaming the whole way.
Mark Cuban, one of the more normal billionaires, had this to say about this particular group of men that I'm talking about.
What's happened in Silicon Valley is insane.
Right.
Right. It's not so much a support thing, it's more like a takeover thing, trying to put themselves in a position to have as much control as possible. They want Trump to be the CEO of the United States of America, and they want to be the board of directors that makes him listen to them.
Now, this hypothetical board includes a couple of power players that I think are worth keeping an eye on, namely Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, Brian Armstrong, Mark Andreessen, Ben Horowitz, and David Sachs. In this video, I'm going to try and lay out what I think these people are doing behind the scenes. If you do want to dive further into this topic, I recommend looking at the work of Gilderon. I have linked his blog below. This is his beat, and he's amazing at it. This man is named Balaji Srivastava. Like Beyonce, he tends to only go by his first name. Balaji is highly involved in the tech scene, and while not a billionaire himself, he is friends with a lot of them. He's a former partner of Andreessen Horowitz. He is the former CTO of Brian Armstrong's Coinbase. Thiel actually recommended Balaji to be the head of the FDA during the first Trump administration. Balaji wrote a book. It's called The Network State: How to Start Your Own Country. In that book, he talks about how to break nation states apart into smaller territories, which can then be run like corporations.
What I mean by Silicon Valley's ultimate exit. It basically means build an opt-in society, ultimately outside the US, run by technology. And this is actually where the Valley is going.
You see, like many in the industry, Balaji is a disruptor. He is interested in disrupting the current idea of nationhood through the creation of a network of sovereign, tech-run territories protected by military-grade security. Balaji wasn't the first person to come up with this idea, not even in the tech scene, but he was the first person to present it in a more palatable way. The idea actually comes from someone named Curtis Yarvin. In Patchwork, Yarvin wrote, "The basic idea of patchwork is that as the crappy governments we inherited from history are smashed, they should be replaced by a global spiderweb of tens, even hundreds of thousands of sovereign and independent mini-countries, each governed by its own joint stock corporation, without regard to the residents' opinions." Patchwork is a reboot of the current system in order to install a new operating system.
Well, this is what I've been talking about regarding why fascism has an inherently neo-feudal. You know what? I'm not reading. I'm gonna give my head a break. Oh my god, everything's so blurry. Um, so fascism relies heavily on neo-feudalism. What is neo-feudalism? Neo-feudalism is capitalism. I know it's a deceitful name, but it's capitalism done in a feudal structure. As I was talking about with what Marx said about both definitions, German true socialism and petty bourgeois socialism, is that they institute a combination of capitalism and feudalism, or capitalism and socialism, or other hybridizations that ultimately are just capitalism. If you're going to, like, you know, if you're gonna, like, fucking state eggs as eggs, not as, like, fucking, halfway chickens, if they're, like, been eggs for how many weeks they it takes to be half grown, etc., etc. If you're gonna boil it down to size, this is capitalism, brass tacks, but it's hybridized. It's old forms of social order with new forms of economics, or it's new forms of social order with old forms of economics. There's a lot of different ways that you can dress up the system in this way, and like, that is what we are seeing here. Well, because Yavin is talking about is trying to feudalize corporatist capitalism, and to create a much more dictatorial form of corporatist syndicalism. You know, the so, like, we're seeing a more explicit hybridization with feudalism this time. All the forms of fascism still are neo-feudal, but there is a much more explicit lords and serfs approach to what, like, Peter Thiel and Elon Musk present, that I've seen a lot of people who are, like, liberals notice this. Like, it is very much before our eyes. It's why it's really annoying that there's always that, like, fucking old obscene, like, fucking dullard Marxists that will be like, no, 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 this isn't fascism. It's a fucking distraction or something. I don't know how you can say something like that. Like, they ship people to a fucking concentration camp, but there are some people that are like, whoa, 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 whoa. Let's not go using big F words or big G words over here. And I am like, whoa, hold the phone. But it's much more explicit. And there's less of a socialistic aura about this fascist movement than we saw with, like, National Socialism and Italian National Syndicalism. This is like, uh, they're much more focused on the lords and serfs relationship. I think the idea of idiocracy has kind of been normalized in our society. Like, eugenics has been normalized to a point where, like, it's almost like, even though we've had a lot of fightbacks against, like, ableism and stuff like that, I've always been warning people about this because we don't really see these gains in the lumpen proletariat. And, like, the thing I keep warning people about this is that if down here, misogyny, ableism, racism, sexism, all of it doesn't wash away with the rights that the middle class have. It does improve slightly, but not much. Not much to a point where you would notice. Women are still property to men in, like, a lot of relationships down here, if not most of them. And, like, racism is still just, like, a normal means of how, like, the social order is structured. Like, none of these things have whisked away. And so, like, when we're looking at our society, it's normal to call someone an idiot or stupid, even if they've just done something wrong mistakenly. And you like, I mean, even if you did something wrong unmistakably, like you was just like shitty. That's being shitty, not being stupid. There's no such thing as stupidity. Like it's a concept that was invented by eugenics, but it's so normalized that even trying to tell people that a lot of the time gets them confrontational. Like it gets them like in a situation where they can't handle the information that you are just trying to like get across to them that like no, there isn't there isn't an idiocy in this world. Like there is ignorance. There is both intentional and unintentional, malicious and non-malicious, however you want to word the dichotomy of ignorance, but there is a wide berth of different kinds of ignorance, from people just not knowing things to people not wanting to know things to people knowing but choosing to know otherwise. Ignorance is very dynamic and very hard to pin down. But the fact that a lot of this stuff is normalized means that when someone comes along and says, no, society is too stupid, look at the governments we have, we shouldn't have elections, there are people who back that. Do you get people in this country all the time that go, yo, these elected officials, they just fuck everything up and it's like school children shit. We should have the monarchy in power. You actually get people who say that. So, like, when we're looking at the world, we're seeing a justification for the restoration of the power of monarchy, you know? Like that's kind of essentially what we are seeing with a lot of this shit is the kings and queens argument towards how we solve civil liberties and stuff like that. We should just take it away. You know, well, you don't have to deal with the quandary of civil liberties if you just don't have any, you know, and you rely on things like color of skin and size of wallet to justify one's privileges in life, and that there is a functionalist like way of existence. I really need to do a whole series on functionalism and its ties in with like fascism and like how those ideologies intersect regarding neo-Hegelianism and stuff like that. It's a very complicated discussion that will detract from this one, but it is all very relevantly related with this kind of like new to use the Orwellian language, new world order that these guys want. These guys have gone out of their way for decades upon decades upon decades, called the communists, the evil new world order that's gonna institute Orwellianism. And their response to what they call Orwellianism, which isn't really like I can't remember what the there was an American comrade who told me a really good fucking term for like what America has been over the last like 20 years and it's or 30 years. It's not really been Orwellian. Orwellianism has been developing. We've been seeing it growing, but it's been a different type of like more soft control, like less overbearing. You know, maybe like the 60s America was a little more of the Orwellian strain. You know, like, but we're getting to a type of Orwellianism that is much, much more extreme and vicious and violent than even the description of the British so-called socialists in the book, the INGSOC. Um, you know, they're showing INGSOC how it's done, you might want to say. I would argue INGSOC had a tight, like knit on organizing themselves. They didn't have HIGSOC getting pissed and drunk all the time and leaking, you know, and it's the only way I could assume his wife got in that chat, you know? He was fucking so drunk, he couldn't read the fucking names on his phone. Like, oh my God, like, again, like the Marx quote, fucking first this tragedy, then this farce. I can only explain the actual intent of what's going on here. You gotta try and look past the farce, because this is really dangerous stuff. And like, it's so easy to get trapped by the farce. People do it historically. It's like people look at the farcical nature of the Nazis and they want to assume that like Hitler, Himmler, all those are just bumbling fools. And it's like, no, they're crazy guys for sure. But like they mad smart at how wrong they are and mad dangerous about how they do it. And that's the kind of problem we got with these guys. They're fucking weirdos. The shit they do is fucking sometimes kind of fucking hilarious on a like irony like level of it all, but it is terrifyingly dangerous, and these people are not idiots. There's no such thing. I hate the idea of idiocy being used as a point of argument. These people are very fucking powerful. Like, no one who's powerful relies on their own mind to operate. So it's a mute fucking argument whether they're fucking geniuses or whether they're fucking dumbasses. Like anyone, it's never a single mind that does anything, and that mentality is a dangerous mentality to purvey, especially as a Marxist. But like, what we um what we're seeing is a rise of Orwellianism. You know, the mobile phones, fun devices. A lot of people have these now. You know, you go back 20 years ago, it was like 20 summit percent, 25, 26% of the world population probably had a smartphone. Not a smartphone, sorry, a mobile phone. So used to Mondays, everyone was calling it a smartphone. Mobile, communicative mobile phone device. In 2020, 2025, if we go back 25 years to 2000, about 20% of the population probably owned a mobile phone. But now it is a lot more. Even in like impoverished parts of the world, you'll find Samsung Galaxies starting to emerge and stuff like that because of the price in the market shifting down, and because we also have loads of thrown away tech because we're terrible for just disposing ungodly amounts of tech. So it does also eventually find its way into different parts of the world. Mobile phones. So like this thing has an operating system on it called Android OS. Well, it's actually One UI Android OS because it's Samsung's flavor of Android. I think it's like Android 14, I think. I'm gonna do the autism thing. I need to check now. About phone. Uh, it's not telling me. I don't think I should tell you my IMEI. But so Android OS, Google owned. If I go into the settings and put on the Hello Google and I say Hello Google, it'll light up, it'll beep, it'll start listening. What's to say it doesn't have a lower protocol where it does similar things when you ain't got it on, or something that uses less bandwidth of data, keylogging. I mean, like what? You use the Samsung keyboard, use the Google keyboard, use the Microsoft keyboard, doesn't matter which one you got, they're collecting your keyboard data. Even if you tick that box that says it don't, it's like barely a fucking like bit of data. It's easy to swipe. You know, I don't trust these companies, and I don't think anyone else fucking should. This sounds like prank shit, but to be quite honest, especially as Marxists, we need to be considering other fucking options than iOS or Android OS. And there are some Linux things that are in the works that are independent operating systems that I'm gonna end up dual booting on my phone. There's some Google services that having Google on your phone can be useful to have to access, but otherwise, I want to be getting away from Google having control over my device, as well as using Linux on my computer more once I get it to stop being a cunt about my fucking graphics card because Asus set up the BIOS in a stupid fucking way. Alright, I'm gonna fight Asus, don't worry about it. Um, I'll fucking start a war with Taiwan on the side of Deng Xiaoping. That's not even the leader anymore. Xi Jinping. I'm like stuck in like 1982. Leave me alone. But the we need to be very considerate of the fact that our data is being mined, and all the companies that are mining that data were at the inauguration. Stood where normally political like supporters, like like senators and congressmen and stuff like that, like House members would have been sat. The people who you're like either co-sponsored and supported by on a like a legislative basis, and other correspondence. And it was filled to the brim with the bourgeoisie who have yours and my data. everything we do with these devices, there is some measure of power that these companies have over it. This is a mining system, you know? Like it's quite a lords and peasants thing with the way that they handle our data. And so, like, we need to be very, very considerate about what we do to keep ourselves away from this kind of fucked up control over every ounce of air we breathe, everything we post, everything we do. I think communist organizations should either build, well, actually, they should do both, a local forum site for either their area, their county, their country, all of the above. But also, we need international forum sites that are ours, that we control. That's what we need, rather than every single space. And we should still be in the bourgeois spaces. So like that way you get the most core of people, but we also need to be preaching a need for or people's control over technology, over social media, over everything under the sun. And we can start by building measures that support the ability for people to get away from these places. People hate a lot of these places more than they ever have. And we're at a risk now where the streaming platforms I am talking to you on right now could wipe me off the internet because I'm too communist, because I'm too trans. You know, like that's the kind of world we're entering right now. And so we need to build processes to support the profligation and propagation of propaganda, of information, of what the people need to know and deserve to fucking know. You know, and the freedoms that are deserved of everyone, you know, that ain't a fucking bigoted little cunt. Um,
Yes, Yavin is a software developer with a company named Urbit, invested in by Peter Thiel. He
oh,
refers
that's like the
in order to
finishing of
guide to the
the
residents' opinions.
operating install joke.
Patchwork is a reboot of the current system in order to install a new operating system. Yes, Yavin is a software developer with a company named Urbit, invested in by Peter Thiel. He refers to these small territories as patches, but he's flexible about how they might run, maybe like a corporate urban space or a city-state like Athens. These corporate dictatorships would use all-seeing surveillance to protect their citizens and enforce their laws. There would be biometric IDs. If you're poor, you will have to move to another patch. Or the poor could be ground up and used as biodiesel or locked into a virtual reality prison. Now, Yavin said he was joking about the biodiesel thing, but not about the prison thing. So I'm not sure if he was joking about the biodiesel, which gives us an understanding of why Balaji had to come up with a more appealing way to present this idea. Balaji has less about dictatorship and mass incarceration and more about freedom and opportunity. A lot of people in the industry acknowledge that Balaji's ideas are a little out there.
This is Balaji.
Yeah, this is Balaji.
And I would dismiss them too if those same people weren't actively funding them. Millions of dollars are being funneled into these projects as we speak. This is the website for Praxis, a network state funded by Peter Thiel, Mark Andreessen, Balaji.
Again, this is what I was talking about with the way that they utilize Marxian language in a way to then also be like anti-collectivist, like even to a way that the Nazis called stupid. This is like Ernst Röhm's ideas, and like even the like rest of the Nazi party thought that was fucking insane. Like he was all about like the cutting things up into plots. A little less like the big billionaires get to hold the plots, but it was like on principle the same process and it would have turned out that way, you know, like we can talk about the theoretical way that Mussolini wanted like balanced syndicates, but that's not how they were envisioned, and it's not how I would think Rome's ideas would be envisioned either. You don't get good guys in the fucking Nazi party. But like the point I'm making is that like this fucking crooked shit is very Ernst Röhm build. Fucking hell, I always accidentally phlegm H's. You have to apologize to my poor German, but like Ernst Strom, he is kind of like it's like a combination of him and like Julia Savola. Like that's the vibe I get from like Wagwan with this shit, you know? Like it's got the kookiness of Evola, but like the weird neo-feudalism of what's it? Arnstrom.
And Sam Altman. Through their shared capital fund, Pronomus, which is dedicated to funding the creation of network cities. The website for Praxis says, as local communities dissolve and nation states stumble, network states will ascend. The next global superpower will be a network state. The next America will be on-chain. The stated goal of Praxis is to build a corporate government with a global footprint. It will have territories all over the world, crypto will be its currency. The modern global system, once the greatest power in the history of man, has become a brittle, jerry-rigged contraption incapable of carrying out the most basic functions.
This is again really fucking annoying because these vultures are like the problem. This is the Spider-Man meme. When the tax rate was 90% for every dollar you earned above, what was it, $476,000 a year, um, which would be about 3 million US dollars today. America had the golden age of like economic prosperity. When they repealed that for these guys, we now have a Great Depression for the first time on the level of 1928. I mean, 2008 was pretty fucking close. We missed it by an inch. By raw number, you could say it was worse. By raw number, you could say that 2008 was worse in economic decline, but in the way that it affected society, it was not as devastating. Like relatively speaking, what we're going through now is the Great Depression we missed and kicked down the road 4 times. 2008, 2012, 2016, 2019. Actually, I called October 2019, which is the start, really, of the Great Depression we have now. But we managed to, with Biden's industrial policies, and some of the what did eventually pass of the Build Back Better bill. If that bill wasn't gutted, it would have been so much fucking better of an improvement on the American society. But there was a hold back. It wasn't going to stop it forever. It started to come back before Biden was out of power. It's not Trump coming into power that's made it all of a sudden shift balance. Israel's seeing an opening to start a genocidal war is both tied with the recognition of Jerusalem as the capital of Israel by Trump, and but also it's the economic Great Depression that we're in now, the global pandemic, the way it has been able to weaponize anti-Arab racism on a level even like on an immense level even by Israel standards. Um, I mean, it was always Israel standards, but like I'm saying that like liberal Zionism shut the fuck up and followed along. You know, they all weed their heads in and only popped up when they needed to make sure that everyone understood that whilst they're not so fond of maybe the dead babies or whatever, those babies grow up to be Hamas. And like that's their mentality still. The liberal Zionism is just a pathway towards fascism. They'll be like, oh well, we don't like settler colonialism in West Bank, and they might mention Gaza. But they don't really care about like what Israel means. But the liberal Zionists step aside. You know, they allowed a lot of this to pass without criticism until it really started to affect them. But a lot of the crises in the Sudan and all that, a lot is very tied in with the decline of the whole international economic system. And so the rise of Trump is the capitalists going, well, the economic downturn is still here. Um, and being like, well, we don't want to bother fucking around with moderatism anymore. We're just going to go for brutal fascism. We're going to dismantle the society. And you know, one of it is because there wasn't a very strong social democracy, so there wasn't a populist power that backed like any like attempt to put restrictions on the capitalists. And secondly, is that the capitalists themselves were looking for a means to bunny hop their way out of the toxic situation that Trump had set up by 2020 and give a breather so that they could then relitigate support for him in 2024. Also, it's the anti-monopoly practices of the Biden administration. For the first time since the Cold War, we've had an FCC and other commissions that have been going on an anti-monopoly war path. The FCC was going for Apple, they were going for Google, they were going for all these fucking tech companies and trying to break them up. And so that's why also the some of the more like I wouldn't necessarily say liberal for Apple, but like I mean they have liberal work hiring practices, but like Steve Jobs and a lot of the other CEOs of the company have been funky, weird conservatives, but like the we're not so tied in with the Nazi shit of like Elon and Thiel, like techno billionaires are all behind that shit now because the anti-monopolists have come after them, and so the best way for them to protect their power is to get behind fascists that will protect their monopoly power in society.
As these governing institutions continue to degrade, people will come to realize that no one is truly on their side. As nation states falter, network states become inevitable. I should mention that Pronomus Capital is funding the creation of other network states, many of which are further along than Praxis. Some examples are Prospera in Honduras, Afropolitan, Etana, and small farm cities in Africa, Metropolis in Palau, and I think Young Drunk City is planned for South Asia. On Pronomus' website, they claim, decades of research on economic development has shown that the primary determinant of prosperity is the quality of a country's laws and the integrity of its courts, administrators, and other legal institutions. When institutions are outmoded, corrupted, or failing, the result is untold human suffering. Yet upgrading national institutions is notoriously difficult. Our solution? Build the cities of tomorrow. Right now, they are creating cloud communities, virtual nations. Once they have access to land, they will get their citizens to migrate to that city. Have a look at the pledge that you sign when you join Praxis, which you can join right now, by the way. Pronomus isn't actually Peter Thiel's first flirtation with exiting democracy either. In 2009, he funded the Seasteading Institute.
I want to say some things on why I think seasteading is not just possible or desirable, but why it is actually necessary.
The Seasteading Institute envisioned building these floating cities in the ocean outside of government's jurisdiction where billionaires could live and create as they saw fit. This idea kind of ran out of steam because nobody wants to live at sea, especially not billionaires, which means they need land. But how do we get from a nation state to a network state?
And this is actually related to a fundamental concept in political science, the concept of voice versus exit. If a company or a country is in decline, you can try voice or you can try exit. Voice is basically changing the system from within, whereas exit is leaving to create a new system, a new startup, or to join a competitor sometimes.
There's another way that Balaji also talks about how this could possibly happen. He calls it tech Zionism.
Right. You know, what I'm really calling for is something like tech Zionism, a movement supported by a global network to take back territory in the city, floor by floor, street by street, block by block, policeman by policeman. You have a foothold of private property, and you have a group membership of Grey Tribe membership and private property. You also issue t-shirts. The tribal lens is like a virtual reality filter. Every single thing can be tagged as gray or blue in the city. I mean, like literally. So gray is the future, red is the past, blue is the present. So blue stands against both the past and the future. They're against both the self-driving cars, and they don't want to go back to the 50s. They prefer OnlyFans, Me Too, BLM, Ukraine. The hard part is to take control of the streets. How can you fence off a street and make clear that it's under great control? Take total control of your neighborhood, push out all blues, tell them they're as unwelcome as just as blues ethnically cleanse me out of San Francisco. Like, push out all blues. Who has lost some territory in the cloud? They still control the land. Once Gray starts taking back control of the land, that they're really going to howl. As they start losing, they're going to whistle for backup from California and eventually DC. Okay, they're going to try to get executive orders or things like that, which means you're going to need to have sympathizers at the level of California and DC who will side with you enough to block those actions, number one. And or number two, you actually get to the level of a sanctuary city and you say, I dare you.
Keep in mind, actions.
You see how he like tries to represent political competition as ethnic? It's part of the naturalistic fallacies of the right wing, but also a part of white supremacy. Although, like, maybe a lot of Americans would be confused about why the Indian man is so into white supremacy, but that means they don't know who the Brahmin are and what those guys up to, but they do quite like their white supremacy. Also, can we discuss about his very horrible setup? Like,
group membership.
Like, this guy has the worst fucking setup. Like, what the fuck is that fucking keyboard? Like, that fucking, like, I'm not bothered about the trackball. Trackball's okay, but he's got one of those horrible natural keyboards that have the split fucking thing. His mic, like, stood, like, right in front of him on a tiny little stand, and then he's on, like, the worst round, like, fucking, like, school table he could, like, fucking drag aside. Like, does man not have, like, a regular ass table or desk to sit at? Like, this is not a great place to use a computer. Like, rounded fucking ass desk. Like, this guy is a billionaire. Like I wouldn't be like this if you were like fucking like my level of fucking poverty, or if you were even like I could even understand it if you're middle class. This guy is a fucking billionaire. Man damn can't afford like a good fucking desk to do his little like fucking shit from, or like whatever the fuck his interview. They not got like it might not even be him, it might be the fucking people interviewing them, but they're like one of those like pieces that do loads of shit on billionaires. They probably make loads of money off of this sort of shit. So like either way, get a better fucking setup. This is bad. Like you got like I can't read. I'm like I need my glasses. Is that a Samsung? Oh, it is just actually blurry because it's not. I haven't been playing it in HD for you. It's a strap, actually, I think. So, like, you got an expensive ass fucking microphone. The desk stand looks pretty pricey, too. You'd think you'd be able to, I don't fucking know, get a fucking better setup for said microphone. So they got this fucking shitty book in the background. But anyway, let's get to...
Keep in mind, actions like this are already being attempted in places like Solano County, where they're trying to build California forever, or the actions that Gary Tan is taking in San Francisco. But the people in these areas are putting up a fight, and it's costly, and it's slowing everything down. Fortunately, Trump is talking about something called freedom cities, the creation of new cities on federal land.
Almost 1/3 of the land mass of the United States is owned by the federal government, with just a very, very small portion of that land, just a fraction, 1/2 of 1%. Would you believe that? We should hold a contest to charter up to 10 new cities and award them to the best proposals for development. These freedom cities will reopen the frontier, reignite American imagination.
I wonder where he got that idea. This is where J.D. Vance comes in.
He's also harkening back to like Jackson and the frontier expansionist era, the manifest destiny of the United States. He is inciting the historic of Lebensraum American edition.
J.D.
Lebensraum the
Vance is
first.
seen as a mild-mannered, well-spoken success story. A populist who was born into tough circumstances in Appalachia, but managed to pull himself up by his bootstraps, graduate from Yale Law, become a best-selling author, become a tech venture capitalist, only to give all of that up for public service. When he was officially tapped on the shoulder for the vice presidential nomination, many of his former colleagues celebrated. Elon Musk, David Sachs, Mark Andreessen, and Balaji all tweeted their congratulations. After all, it was a strange choice for Donald Trump, especially compared to Mike Pence. But when it comes to J.D. Vance, a lot of people make strange choices. Peter Thiel invested $15 million in his campaign to become senator, the largest single donation to a Senate campaign in history. J.D. Vance is an extension of Peter Thiel. That doesn't mean that he is beholden to him, but it does mean that Peter Thiel has had such a huge influence on J.D. Vance's life that you cannot understand him without first understanding who Peter Thiel is.
I'm Peter Thiel. I build companies and I support people who are building new things.
I would say Peter Thiel is the most honest representation of what Silicon Valley is today. Worth up to $9 billion, extremely well connected. He started off as a member of the PayPal mafia, the guys who invented PayPal, and they originally intended for that to be a libertarian alternative to the US dollar. But when it wasn't that and they sold out, he used the money that he made from PayPal to invest in other companies, including being the first outside investor in Facebook. And today he has invested in a huge portion of the tech industry, including companies like Sam Altman's OpenAI. He's also a big deal in the tech defense sector. He owns Palantir, which is a surveillance software that is basically omnipresent in the US
Used by
government.
the
It's used
IDF.
by the CIA, FBI, ICE, Homeland Security, various police forces. Palantir is also used by private companies such as Cambridge Analytica. In 2009, Thiel wrote a manifesto called The Education of a Libertarian. In this manifesto, he disavows electoral politics and democracy because he doesn't trust the people with big decisions, and he's come to believe that democracy and freedom are inherently incompatible. Over time, he has talked extensively about finding areas where great men can make choices as they see fit, unbridled by the law. Thiel gave the Trump campaign $1.25 million.
What Trump represents isn't crazy, and it's not going away. He points toward a new Republican Party. He points even beyond the remaking of one party to a new American politics.
And in return, he got an office in the Trump Tower where he had the president's ear and suggested candidates for his administration. Some of his selections didn't make the cut, like Balaji, but some did. Michael Kratsios was put in as the Chief Technology Officer of the United States of America, a position I did not know existed, and Michael Anton was put on the National Security Council. Michael Anton wrote a very concerning essay called The Flight 93 Election, which I have linked below, and it is very enlightening about who Peter Thiel thinks belongs on the National Security Council. And remember Curtis Yarvin, who we were talking about before? He is often referred to as Thiel's in-house philosopher. Thiel has not only invested in a number of Yarvin's businesses, but he keeps Yarvin in his inner circle. Yarvin watched the 2016 election from Peter Thiel's house, where they celebrated with champagne at Thiel's successful investment in the Trump campaign. And while Peter Thiel may not be as explicit in his beliefs as someone like Balaji or Elon, or even Mark Andreessen, Yarvin assured Milo Yiannopoulos over email that Peter Thiel was fully enlightened, just plays it very carefully. People in the New Right, Peter Thiel was fully enlightened, just plays it very carefully. People in the New Right circles refer to Yarvin as Lord Yarvin, or the Prophet. This isn't someone on the fringe of the movement, this is someone who is respected. Just like Peter Thiel, J.D. Vance is an avid reader and friend of Curtis Yarvin.
There's this guy, Curtis Yarvin, who's written about some of these things.
Vance not only name checks Curtis Yarvin, but he often uses his languages and repeats his ideas.
You actually popularized the term red pill in the political context, is that right?
Yeah, that's actually true.
Is this concept of red pilling.
Yarvin writes a lot of strange things, but one thing I'm particularly interested in is the blueprint he wrote for Donald Trump. It's called The Butterfly Revolution. It's quite radical and another thing that would be easy to dismiss, but here's a clip of Yarvin talking about why he thinks it would be successful today.
Americans of 2024 are incredibly frivolous, incredibly ironic. It is the most ironic society in history. I imagine people trying to cope with a film like The Matrix or Inception in like 1960. Total frame breaking of this kind in some ways is actually easier than the sort of incremental political logic that people have employed in the past. They can sort of more easily imagine, oh man, it's all the Truman Show. In fact, they mostly already believe that it's all the Truman Show. They just don't understand the implications of that.
Something I find concerning is the many ways that the Butterfly Revolution perfectly aligns with Project 2025. Not a huge amount of the tech
with as well, a lot of what he's talking about is getting into the kind of stagnation that liberalism has caused and the fact that society is very buck wrong, but also capitalist realism and the ironic and distorted way people look at the world. And so the Butterfly Revolution is trying to exploit the double-think mentality that pervades in society as a means to drum up support for Donald Trump as a revolutionary force to change American society.
bros in Silicon Valley are religious, but that doesn't really stop these kinds of groups working together. Definitionally, both of these movements are fascistic. Fascism has never been a fully coherent ideology. That's one of the things that gives fascism its strength, its ability to bring together groups from different movements, all of whom see fascism as a viable mechanism to achieving their own program. And that's why some people say that fascism is always hyphenated. So it's always going to be tech fascism and Christian fascism, but these people can work together, and they do.
One of the things that evangelicals and libertarians should agree on is that the political order is not divinely ordained.
Amen.
Project 2025 has similar stated goals to the tech industry. In particular, the dismantling of the administrative state and the return of self-governance to the people. Project 2025 is made up of 4 pillars, and Pillar 4 is the playbook. It is a transition plan for the president's eyes only. It will be rolled out upon the president's utterance of "So help me God." We don't know what's in this playbook, but given the alignment of talking points, key figures being involved in both, it wouldn't surprise me if it was similar to the Butterfly Revolution. And I think that's worth investigating. The Butterfly Revolution. Step 1. Campaign on autocracy.
He says, "You're not going to be a dictator, are you?" I said, no, other than day one.
Yarvin says that Donald Trump should run on his autocratic ambition, but he should frame it as destroying an inefficient and unworkable system.
We are in a late Republican period. If we're going to push back against it, we have to get pretty wild and pretty far out there and go in directions that a lot of conservatives right now are uncomfortable with.
We are in the process of the Second American Revolution, which will remain bloodless if the left allows it to be.
Step 2. Purge the bureaucracy. Curtis Yarvin refers to this.
Stephen Miller is a white supremacist and a Nazi and is like one of the leading ideologues on the political front regarding Donald Trump's administration right now. He's a key person to look into. Might have to do a stream on him at some point. Get a couple of comrades I got that are fucking like fascism, fucking like deep diver nerds, and get into Stephen Miller because he's a motherfucker.
As rage.
Rage stands.
Purge the bureaucracy. Curtis Yarvin refers to this as rage.
Rage stands for retire all government employees.
And he has clearly influenced some very important people.
I think that what Trump should do, like if I was giving him one piece of advice, fire every single mid-level bureaucrat, every civil servant in the administrative state.
And we know that Donald Trump would be open to rage because it sounds a lot like Schedule F, an executive order issued by Donald Trump in October of 2020. Schedule F would have essentially stripped protections from civil servants who didn't show enough loyalty to the president of the day, which is why Joe Biden rescinded this order the second he came into office in January of 2021, but Trump has said he plans to reinstate it.
First, I will immediately reissue my 2020 executive order restoring the president's authority to remove rogue bureaucrats, and I will wield that power very aggressively.
But how could you accomplish that so quickly? I mean, you need civil servants. Don't worry, Project 2025 is already on it. Pillar 2 of Project 2025 could be considered MAGA LinkedIn. This platform is designed to pre-stream candidates for their loyalty and streamline the appointments process.
We talk about conservative warriors, but we want people who've been canceled, who've kind of, figuratively given blood for the movement.
You can join it right now. Then pair that with Pillar 3, which is an online education platform known as the Presidential Administration Academy, and you have preemptively educated all future employees on what is expected of them from the Conservative administration. Step 3. Ignore the courts. According to Yavin, the president should simply state that he believes Madison v. Marbury was decided incorrectly, declare a state of emergency, and that way Supreme Court rulings would be merely advisory.
When the courts stop you, stand before the country like Andrew Jackson did and say the Chief Justice has made his ruling, now let him enforce it.
But thanks to recent...
I mean, whilst Andrew Jackson did in some technicality defy the courts, the quote is taken somewhat out of context. Oh, Andrew Jackson did some terrible fucking things, but like these guys are defiling the courts even worse than Jackson. And like, yeah, no, exactly the the whole idea of the balance of the three power structures and give what's known as what is it fuck what is that fucking policy that was coming for Cheney, or is it like central executive theory, or like sole executive theory? But like the idea that the executive branch should have more power over the rest of the government, kind of like a monarch, you might say. Soul crosses over into Project 2025, and Yavin both preaching for the president to do as he has done for the last 5 months, nearly 5 months, 4 months, in defiling the court systems and running on autocracy as a means to deal with bureaucracy, which is talking about at the start how there are actually a lot of people who get behind that shit. And, the whole fashion of dismantlement of the state apparatus being like central themes of these approaches, and what I've been calling out for quite some time with the MAGA movement, as well as like so many other comrades. Fortunately, a lot of people, Americans, have the mentality that they need shit to fuck them up before they go on. I'm being called.
Supreme Court decision.
1 second.
decisions, he may not even need to do that.
The High Court has just issued one of its most consequential rulings in recent decades, a decision that not only affects the 2024 race for president following last week's contentious debate, but also the future of the presidency itself.
Trump v. United States has laid the groundwork to ensure that Donald Trump can ignore the court. Now, the president has absolute immunity for core official acts and presumptive immunity for all other official acts, a distinction that has not been clarified by the court, with only a few examples being provided and absolutely no guardrails to stop the misuse of this decision being put in place.
Today's decision almost certainly means that there are virtually no limits on what a president can do, because the power of the office will no longer be constrained by the law, even including the Supreme Court of the United States. The only limits will be self-imposed by the president alone.
Step 4. Co-opt Congress. Yavin suggests that Trump handpick candidates for every single seat, with the sole criterion being personal loyalty to him. Because you can't have a parliamentary dictatorship if you don't have Congress. And while it seems like a big task, Yavin assures us you only need a couple of $1 billion. I know some people with a few $1 billion. While Peter Thiel may have decided to sit this election cycle out, Elon Musk, Mark Andreessen, Brian Armstrong have not.
We got to get the congressmen elected and we got to get the senators elected, because we can take the Senate pretty easily. And I think with our little secret, we're going to do really well with the House, right? Our little secret is having a big impact. He and I have a secret. We'll tell you what it is when the race is over.
Step 5. Centralized police and government powers. In this declared state of emergency, Yavin suggests that Trump take direct control over all law enforcement agencies, federalize the National Guard, and effectively create a national police force that absorbs local bodies.
I think that actually the support of the Democratic public is a cipher. I think that actually all you need is command of the police.
This is so that a centralized police state can be created to back the power grab, and I'd say there's no way this could happen if Donald Trump hadn't tried to do it before. We know that he sent the National Guard during the George Floyd protests.
And then I was insistent on having the National Guard go in and do their work. It was like a miracle. It just, everything stopped.
And we know that he wanted to invoke the Insurrection Act.
If your state refuses to take the actions that are necessary to defend the life and property of their residents, then I will deploy the United States military and quickly solve the problem for them.
Now, there are, of course, protections within the law, posse comitatus, to stop a president from doing this, but Donald Trump has found a loophole before. I'm sure he'll find one again, especially in a state of emergency where he has absolute immunity for core official acts. Step 6. Shut down elite media and academic institutions. Yavin has explicitly said that you cannot have a New York Times or a Harvard past April. He has a popular theory that true power in America is held by something he calls the cathedral, a term that should alert you, whenever you hear it, to this kind of thing. The cathedral is made up of elite media and academic institutions that, according to Yavin, set the bounds of acceptable political discourse and distort reality to conform with their ideological beliefs.
So the cathedral is essentially performing the functions that a ministry of truth would perform in a classic Orwellian, environment, and it's performing the functions that a religion would in a classic theocracy.
Therefore, existing media and academic institutions need to be dismantled. Vance has been quite vocal about his disdain for academic institutions, despite graduating from Yale, and often repeats Yavin's ideas in his own words.
So much of what we want to do in this movement in this country, I think, are fundamentally dependent on going through a set of very hostile institutions, specifically the universities, which control the knowledge in our society, which control what we call truth and what we call falsity, that provides research that gives credibility to some of the most ridiculous ideas that exist in our country.
The cathedral, they're doing like what a lot of the Protestant, like feudal to semi-feudal, semi-capital growing like societies were like proselytizing as the protest, you may say Protestants, opposition to Catholicism, in the sense of, especially more so, the Anglican approach towards Protestantism, where they just have their own new pope, their own new cathedral, their own new, like, budget Catholicism. It's sort of like Anglicanism is. I mean, there's some elements of it that's quite different. I'm not gonna just be so blind not to see some of those like developments, but it all intensively is just the same function, same process, same operandum. Just the different means of organizing it, of cohorting it, of approaching and exploiting it, etc., etc. But it's all the same fucking game. You know, like how fascism and liberalism are both still capitalism. The Cathedral of Rome and the Church of England were both feudal enterprises. So this cathedral argument that they are presenting it from a very Anglican WASP perspective, where they are, they just want to build their own cathedral.
And so I think if any of us want to do the things that we want to do for our country and for the people who live in it, we have to honestly and aggressively attack the universities in this country.
Trump has said that if elected, he will reclaim the universities from the Marxist maniacs and lunatics who currently control them. How will he do this?
When I return to the White House, I will fire the radical left accreditors that have allowed our colleges to become dominated by Marxist maniacs and lunatics. We will then accept applications for new accreditors who will impose real standards on colleges.
In his Agenda 47, Trump has proposed a law to monitor universities for civil rights violations.
I will advance a measure to have them fined up to the entire amount of their endowment.
That means he could essentially put an institution like Harvard out of business overnight. Elon Musk spends a
This is all a part of their program to target the people supporting Palestine. We are seeing this happen right before our eyes. Mahmoud Khalil being like a very good example of this situation arising. A Palestinian American, Palestinian green card holder living in America, however you want to word it. Like, an American is a abstract, obscene concept, so I don't really care for it being a term associated with naturalization. He was a green card holder. Like a legal non-citizen, I think, is what a green card holder is considered. But it's essentially like being a citizen. You just can't vote, which is like why you're not considered a citizen, essentially. Well, it's a very self-justifying form of logic. So, like, this is one, but it's he was someone who was had a legal protected status. He's recognized as someone who is legally bound in a relationship. He's married to someone in the country. And they managed to rip him up like in the night, like drag him out of bed in the night and take him to prison. And check him all over the country, from New York all the way to fucking like Texas and shit like that. We need to cover his letter when I need to do a stream on Palestine as well. I've been really behind the news and everything. Having a lot of anxiety problems lately and stress issues, but like I need to get my game up because I need to talk about the fucking the rising the rising tide of genocide in Palestine, and how it's getting like absolutely diabolical. Like they are really challenging the Holocaust for the worst genocide in history. The And we need to talk about Khalil's letter when we do talk about that, because Khalil really, really speaks true to like wagwan with this shit, you know?
He could essentially put an institution like Harvard out of business overnight. Elon Musk spends a significant portion of his time trying to undermine existing media in favor of his own platform X. Trump has absolutely no problem getting rid of legacy media. He has repeatedly talked about the government's licensing of broadcast airwaves and about 15 times threatened to revoke licenses of existing stations.
And it's frankly disgusting the way the press is able to write whatever they want to write. And people should look into it.
Step 7. Turn out your people. Get your people out on the street to show their support for you anytime a government agency tries to obstruct you. Yavin says this should be like the post-Soviet revolutions. It should be masses of people. It should be joyful. And we know that Donald Trump has no problem in asking people to physically show their support for him.
We're going to walk down to the Capitol because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength.
Once this butterfly revolution has taken place and the presidency looks more like a CEO or a king, the court of tech geniuses will have a much more realistic shot at getting what they want. One thing I can tell you about these Silicon Valley tech bros is that they are long-term thinkers. They are planning for years and years and years into the future. In case you needed more evidence that Silicon Valley and Project 2025 are in bed together, there is this strange tech conference called Reboot. And in September, at the last Reboot conference, which is all about creating a new reality, there was a special secret guest speaker. That secret guest speaker ended up being Kevin Roberts, who gave a speech titled Tech and the American Republic. The point of trying to put Vance in the VP position wasn't just to have him one heartbeat away from an old and ailing president. It was to introduce him to the world as the new blueprint of the Republican Party, to provide a strong option for a post-MAGA Republican Party, a party that will co-opt the government to destroy the country in order to allow self-described great men to install themselves as mini kings.
So that's from Blonde Politics, an Aussie tuber. She's fucking pretty skits. I only fucking found her recently. Oh, you can't really use that as a term for cool anymore. It's really fucking ableist. Sorry. She's a cool gal. Like I fucking subscribed to the sister only recently. I had to stream this video when I watched it. I was like, yo, this I've been wanting to talk about this for a while. It's something that people are not like focusing enough on, but a lot of people are starting to see it more now. Elon has kind of been a big alarm bell for like a lot of people, especially a lot of people that aren't stuck up like fucking dickheads about their politics who think they know more than everyone else. A lot of regular people are starting to like go, as Stalin said, you know, like the viciousness of capitalism, people will start to like arise out of their Philistine aura, and it's communists that need to be there to organize people. People have been doing this for the last fucking 4 years, especially the last 2 years with the Palestine situation. We have seen the Palestinian Intifada has been the largest rise in class consciousness since 2020, like by a long shot. And I think it was a greater rise in class consciousness than what 2020 provided. A lot more organization, connected understanding of international revolutionary politics and how it ties in with the colonized world. Like Palestine was a great class conscious building measure. And unfortunately, we still have a lack of communist organizations that are willing to put in the metal required to like actively organize that class consciousness into something that could compete with what fascism is paving the fucking ways with. We are getting absolutely pummeled by the rise of fascism right now. And again, back when it rose before, we were organized and even armed. We're not even fucking organized. Like we ain't even got like functional political parties that are worth shit. Like, it's certainly not in the UK. Like, we got some local shit that's like great, and everyone should start local. Don't go like, oh, look for a national party that suits me. No, you really need to find people in your local area that are also Marxists and get shit going. And then you find if there is a justified party that's worth fucking joining, you go to the table with some already going shit and being like, yo, we are doing shit. If you want us in your party, you need to supply and help with this shit because we can't keep doing this on our own if we're going to expand. And we ain't in for an organization that only wants to do meetings and book clubs. That's not fucking Marxism. You need to read. For sure, but you need to be doing praxis. It's praxis theory praxis, not theory, maybe praxis, and but more theory. So we need to really be. We should go to the close-up cam. We really need to be we really need to be um building a better future, and that's like what we've been failing to do. Rather than like actually building shit, it's all about proselytizing all the time and just telling people you're gonna do shit. You sound like a suit. Like that's the base of it. To get the lumpen proletarian perspective, you come to me like trying to sell you shit, and like I'm probably gonna agree, but I'm also gonna think, the fuck's this guy got like up his sleeve? I've heard the Labour Party, I've heard the Lib Dems, I've heard this and that third party talk this spiel. I've heard teachers at school, I've heard fucking snake oil salesmen talk a spiel. Actions speak louder than words. You know, you gotta feel that yellow streak up your back. It's action. And so, like, as the Black Panther said, observation and engagement is the ground basis for which human knowledge is ascertained. How it develops, how it grows, how it spreads. And so, like, if you're going to teach people that you're struggling for their needs, you need to do it. It's the only way. And then people will join. People will find it, you know? That's why, like, you need free comrades and a can-do attitude. God, I sound like a boomer going on about handing out CVs. You gotta have paper sleeves and a can-do attitude. But you gotta, like, and do, like, start local. Don't think about starting national. That's bougie shit. We don't do no top-down stuff here. We start from the bottom up. Read State and the Revolution and how like national militias and party functionaries and how they like grow and begin. It starts local, it gets county, it gets national, it gets regional. We're talking Russia or America in Russia in this case, but you know, I'm talking to Americans, I think, more than anything with my audience, even though I'm in the UK. The uh fucking can never get away from them. But the with America and Russia, they're both countries where they're so big that they are not just like they're beyond the state level, you know, they're regional. Like America should be called like the United States is a subcontinent. It's not a fucking nation. I mean, there's no such thing as the American nation anyway. It's settler colonial bullshit. It's like trying to call Britain a fucking nation. No, it's England, Scotland, Wales, Cymru, Cornwall, um, you know, Ireland, Manx. So like, you know, the United States, I mean, it's even more messy because like the Western states are like massive like parties of land. You can look at that when you look at the native nations and like how their like territories, you get like multiple in like most states, even in the east, but you go out to the west and you can find like 10, seven, like anywhere between like 3 to 10 like fucking nations worth of like land, sometimes even way fucking more. Australia is a great example of this. You can find like hundreds in like small to large parlays of land. Like you'll find hundreds of nations. So like it's the like Australia's like this as well. Like the fucking country of Australia is the majority of the Australasian or sorry, oceanic continent. Like that's You know, this is the settler colonial thing. Russia had the same problem, and so state and the revolution talks from a Russian perspective, so it should be very relatable to the Yanks. The Yankees and the Dixies. But and look at starting with local organizing. Providing for the people in your local area is where you build up from and you get moved from there. If a lot of people had started this sooner, we might have been somewhere further later, but everyone just goes, well, I'm going to go join the national party that says it's going to do something. And then anytime you try and push them to feed poor people or provide clothing aid or build educational institutions, especially for like elders that had poor educations and then like dropped out of school and stuff like that. Providing things that fill the gaps that society is not providing for on like an accessible and functional level. And like actually tie that into revolutionary education, and they'll call it charity. Like they'll dismiss it as, no, you're pushing for charity, and it's like, no, we're pushing for survival programs. People die on the streets all the fucking time, every season of the fucking year. Whether it's cold, whether it's hot, whether it's fucking mild, whether it's fucking perturbed, whether it's fucking pissing it down, whether it's fucking hurricane winds. Like any weather, any time, people are dying on the streets. And so when we're looking at like a communist approach towards anything, it can't be all fucking the revolution mindset, like of like it's just gonna happen. We're gonna gung ho burn it to the ground. You got to be a revolutionary about it. You got to be like looking to like, okay, well, the people got fucking needs, and it's not just the better society, because that's very black and white thinking. That's not like everyone's gonna laugh at you. You're gonna seem like a right fucking moron if you come out with this like obtuse mentality of pushing for a society that most people are gonna go, yeah, that sounds pretty sick, and then turning around and being like, well, we're not gonna help you out though in the time between them because we think that's charity, and so you can go fuck yourself. And it's like, yeah, you ain't gonna get very far with people with that one. Like, no matter how explicit or how implicit it is, people gonna think you're a cunt, and they ain't gonna deal with your shit. And you might even put people off the kind of ideas you're pushing because people will think it's charlatan shit. It's reactionary behavior, like you're not actually looking to the needs of the people. And because of that failure, more people have been swept up into this Donald Trump, Peter Thiel, techno-fascism that's taken over the United States of America and is influencing the rise of fascism and Europe as we speak. The rise of fascism in Europe has been going on for quite some time. And as I talked at the start of the stream, the ideas of the Teals and all that as progeny to the European Liberation Front, which was a fascist movement started in the late 40s in Europe by survivors of the several fascist parties who had presided themselves as intellectual leaders and forefathers for a pan-Europeanism um, based on American whiteness. What the world is in store for is the renewal of dictatorship. That's what the world is in renewal for. Autocracy is the name of the game at the moment. And if we don't organize soon, gonna be too late. It already feels like it is, It's really fucking scary. The US is eroding the living shit out of trans rights, and so is the UK. Like I said, the Supreme Court in the UK just fucking, was it like 3 days ago, ruled that I'm illegally a woman, basically. They defined womanhood on incorrect biological phraseology. Doesn't even match up. It's not even how being a female works. But they, using fascist language, basically instituted trans-exterminatory racist fascist shit. TARFs into the mainstream. J.K. Rowling was absolutely jumping with joy. My throat hurts, so I don't know whether I'll do it now, because, like, I've been meaning to cover video called J.K. Rowling's Control of the NHS. You gotta love it when something doesn't show up when you search for it, though. Definitely not suspicious. Oh, that's why. It's J.K. Rowling's War on the NHS, sorry, not Control. It's 30 minutes. I think I can cover it.
I want to ask you about J.K. Rowling. One of our writers once wrote that J.K. Rowling's taken the TERF movement too far and has become quite malicious.
I want us to turn to the case of Sandy Peggy, a nurse, and Beth Upton, a trans doctor. So, for those who may not have been following the case, Miss Peggy objected to having to share the changing room at Victoria Hospital, which is part of NHS Fife, with Dr. Upton, a trans woman. Sandy Peggy was then suspended. She claims her treatment amounted to unlawful harassment under the Equality Act, and so Sandy Peggy took NHS Fife and indeed Dr. Upton to tribunal. Really very easy, is it not, to draw the line between your support for Nicola Sturgeon's gender recognition reform bill and this exact situation.
This whole bill is a disaster for employers and needs to be scrapped.
And because the Equality and Human Rights Commission is saying that if the way this bill could be interpreted, if you start giving your view on the transgender issue, for instance, someone could say, that's out of order.
Yeah.
Conversation over.
Your words offend me
Exactly.
in my workplace, and therefore...
And the publican then may be required to end the conversation,
Oh, I hate
them out,
it.
or throw them out the pub.
I mean, it really is 1984. We are living it now, isn't it? It's newspeak.
Sandy Peggy,
Fuck
an
off.
NHS nurse for
Tough
30
bitch.
years, spoke up for her sex-based rights in her workplace because she did not want to share a changing facility with a biological male. But in doing so, she's being treated as the perpetrator, not the victim.
What would you do if you had £1 billion? Solve world hunger, perhaps? Provide accommodation, maybe, for everyone without a home across the entire planet? Pay for solar panels for half the world to tackle climate change borderline overnight? There are, I'm sure, for each of us, about 100 things we could think to do with such a ridiculous amount of money. So why is it that actual billionaires seem to only want to use their vast fortunes to attack minorities, buy governments, go to space with William Shatner, and basically do anything but actually help a single person with all of that money they got from
The William Shatner thing is fucking hilarious because, like, William Shatner had actually, like, a really, like heart-wrenching experience about how he was seeing how we were mistreating the Earth. And then, like, fucking, what's his name? Lex Luthor from fucking Amazon was, like, more bothered about, like, getting the alcohol and, like, screaming with the fucking other people than listening to this man's, like, heartful fucking tale about how we need to look after our world better. And even though that was the copium, smokium, whatever the fucking bullshit you want to call it, that he was selling the thing on. This is billion. I don't give a shit. But this is a funny anachronism, you know?
Exploiting the lower classes and all their employees. Take, for example, Patient Zero of the fungal zombie virus that will surely doom us all to live in the Last of Us universe, which, given Neil Druckmann's politics, might as well be a fate worse than death. Professional mold sniffer, legendary racist name generator, and patron saint of blue checkmarks, Jangling Keys Rowling, who has, over the past few years, demonstrated for all the people that looked up to her and her work growing up that there is no such thing as a good billionaire, by slowly transforming into a mirror universe Dolores Umbridge, complete with the obsession with violent.
Now, didn't you know, Bridget? She calls herself middle class, liberal or whatever, even though she has billions of dollars. Like shit.
Looked up to her and her work growing up that there is no such thing as a good billionaire, by slowly transforming into a mirror universe Dolores Umbridge, complete with the obsession with violently punishing children for the crime of being true to themselves, and using her vast fortune that she made from putting smiles on kids' faces to wage a hate campaign against queer Brits, endorsing, funding, and platforming fascists, and in the latest development in her long road to reputational ruin, calling for the sacking of an entire NHS health board. Never mind the fact that she could give a small part of her fortune to fund the NHS itself, at least for a while, which would be a much better use of her money and her time, but no. There can be no salvation for the people of Britain at the hands of Miss Jimmy Kimmel Rowling. Only hardship and punishment for the crime
she's slapping Jimmy
of allowing trans people to live and work like regular human beings. An unforgivable offence, if we're being honest.
It really is 1984. We are living it now, isn't it? It's newspeak.
At this point, she might as well fund her own trans-only prison. It's the natural endpoint of this whole process, and at least that'd keep her busy enough to pull her off Twitter. At least that is until the new HBO Harry Potter series comes out, which is certainly a choice for everyone involved. And that's not even mentioning the implications of casting a black man as Snape, which turns the story about Harry's dad being a bully and a prick into him being a fantasy Klansman. But I'm sure that this won't cause any pushback at all.
That is her writing style, though, is it not? Like, that sounds like a Rowling story. You know, one of the characters in Harry Potter who was black had the surname Shackleboot or Shacklefoot. I think it was Shackleboot, and it's like, yo, that's racist. Like that's very fucking racist. And he's like ethnically described as African American, like New African folkum. So like, you know, it's unambiguous. It's like even more unambiguous than the whole like anti-Semitic shit with the bankers and the goblins and all that fucking shit. Where like God, she went all the way. She's firing on all cylinders of that shit.
Him being a fantasy Klansman. But I'm sure that this won't cause any pushback at all. After all, it's not like this is a series by a fascist whose fascism has only come to the fore and grown more and more bold in recent years, right?
Right?
Right. Well, now that we're sure that nothing bad will ever come out of that, let me talk to you about this whole Rowling demanding a purge of healthcare workers thing. Because I spent a good 2 months posting almost exclusively about American fascism.
I'm gonna come.
And it's about posting almost exclusively about American fascism.
I'm gonna come.
And it's about time we got back to the good old boys across the pond. Britain, where the far right is rising in the form of Nigel Farage and Reform UK, wherever...
Meet Nigel Farage. Total prick. My God, he dresses like such a fucking granddad. Like, oh my God. Like, hello, granddad. Like, fucking, you can tell he's like the son of a banker trying to pretend to be like a normal person. He's like, hello, I enjoy cigarettes and beers.
Every major party is trying to stave this
One
off
of the
by doing
Farage
I
smoke and I
where
drink.
every major party is trying to stave
What
this
is it
off
that
by
poor
doing
people do?
everything these people want, and thus paving the way for their now apparently inevitable victory. No one can afford anything, we can only ever do austerity forever and ever with no breaks, And also, the people you should blame for this, according to the politicians and the media, are Muslims, trans people, and statistically, probably also Owen Jones.
What if it's Muslim trans people? Like, is that where we complete the matrix? You know, like the Palestinian Queer Alliance to take down Western society succeeds, or whatever the fuck the conspiracy theory turns into. Like, like last time it was the Jews that created trans people. Is it gonna be the Arabs this time? Like the anti-Semitism has shifted a bit. We're like, well, we gotta shit the Arabs in an asshole, like anti-Semitism can't just stop at Jewish people. We gotta like it's all about the Levant, So it's the Palestinian Queer Alliance to destroy the West, to declare it the West. Like, this is Nazi shit. See, this straight Nazi shit. It's like first they came for the communists, then they came for the Jews. It's like this time they're like, first they came for the immigrants, then they came for the fags, and then like eventually maybe Swiss people will go, oh fuck, no. It's like we haven't learned. It's like everyone just forgot about World War II, other than like the tanks and the battles, and like not the whole message about how we ignored the rise of fascism almost. Like, I mean, some people didn't. They tried fighting against it, but a lot of like what fascism was saying it was going to do to people, because that poem comes from it's first they came for the communists, we did nothing. Then they came for the Jews, we also did nothing. Then they came for us. Like, and it's all about the facet of like, you might ignore all of these things and put your head in the fucking sand, but you ain't gonna keep you safe. It's just that, like, every other person who's more vulnerable than you is gonna fucking die first. And I can't believe it has to get to the point where you have to appeal to someone and be like, oh, they'll get you too, for them to fucking be like, oh, well, maybe it's not right for, like, loads of people to get shipped off to a concentration camp in El Salvador. Maybe it's not fucking right for the illegalization essentially of people's gender identity and their rights to like understand what their gender and their sex means. It's their identity. It's not fucking there's no biological law of order that determines how these things are litigated. You know what sex is short for? I really hate to like disrupt the fucking like insanity of conservatives and people who don't want to open their minds. It's short for sexual gender. You know, it's a component of a wider angle of what gender represents, because for humans, we're not just like sexed like an animal it typically is. And for all we know, there's a lot of animals. You look at like a lot of the apes, they have like sexual gender and gender culture. If you look at like a lot of the gray apes. But like, and there's a lot of other animals that probably have some forms of it that we don't recognize or understand because we're too fucking ignorant to like perceive it. I imagine dolphins do. I imagine like certain like felines, or maybe even like fucking certain birds like parrots or the corvids. Like, so like, there's a wide angle on this sort of thing. But what I'm trying to say is that like, in human culture, we are not limited by what did you ever wheelie, or did you ever vagina? Like, we're not limited by that stupidity, and we never have been. Like, you go throughout history and you find trans people tens of thousands of fucking years ago. We have a thing from it's like 8,000 years ago in like fucking Canaan or Mesopotamia. I can't remember which one. And it's like gender, like third gender shit. Like the idea of non-binary, the idea of transgenderism, and all that fucking scary evil shit that makes right wingers go. But fucking it's got a major historical precedent, because turns out gender comes from a cultural aspiration, and we didn't know about any like biological aspect of it until we started to understand the biological aspects of things. And when you look at like fucking sex and gender, you'll learn about the biology of it all. Is there's no one thing, there's like loads of things. Like some people try and reduce it to chromosomes, and it's like the amount of like XY or XXY chromosomed cisgendered women that exist out there. That have the same chromosomes I do. And their womanhood is not always put into question, but it often is because they get targeted by transphobia too. There was that boxer from Algeria who was a cisgendered woman, but she was born, I think it was XXY, and she had quite high testosterone because of it. Testosterone is an active estrogen blocker. So, like, it's, changed certain aspects of how she's developed that allows her to be painted as, like, a trans woman when she's just a cis woman. And like any fucking person, she's beautiful. But people targeted her as a means to target trans people and get any capacity for trans women to be in the correct side of the boxing institutes, like just like completely disbarred and like fuck with the whole institution of boxing in a way that never existed. You go throughout the boxing laws for the last like fucking like 30 years and there ain't been no shit like this. But then like all of a sudden there's laws put in place now that's restricting the accessibility of certain women to the women's boxing. And it's all about that targeting trans people in sports. That's a part of a move. They're starting with something easy for people to swallow so they can target other aspects of social life. There's been steps forth further and further on the pathway towards genocide that have been going on. And the Supreme Court ruling that happened 3 days ago that turns around and states that the only cis women are considered legally women sets the precedent for the attack on the rights of trans people, especially trans femmes and trans women. That's the big like situation that we're in right now. As the right wing develops, as we see Nigel Farage and other Mosleyites in the UK picking up heat, it sets a precedent for them to do much worse. We already got Wes Streeting stripping away the rights of trans youth to get the care that they need. And now this Supreme Court ruling gives the NHS under Wes Streeting to strip away the rights of trans people, our medical rights, which, that's going straight for the jugular.
I missed this particularly Anglo sense of impending doom. Doom hits different on the continent, whereas British doom, it has a certain eldritch post-industrial musk to it. Makes you proud to be British.
All I want's proper bloody milk, not left-wing options.
The thing that always gets me about the Conservative urge to bash the NHS is that the NHS is one of the few things that most Brits, one, agree on, and two, are actually passionate about. As a government institution, it's about on par with going for a cheeky pint with the lads, or the concept of banter. So why would an already incredibly successful white woman, with the power and influence of a medium-sized country, choose to attack an institution that British people love almost as much as they love drinking tea and colonialism? Well, obviously, the answer to that is because she hates trans people, but you all knew that already. The real question is, how did her hatred for trans people lead her to back such a ridiculous measure? Well, that's what I, Bridget Empire, science and culture correspondent for only the Daily Bloody Telegraph, am here to talk about today. And as a representative and proud employee of the only newspaper in Britain entirely staffed with people one bad gust of wind away from rigor mortis, it is my duty, nay, my privilege, to say to the NHS 5 Health Board that the Daily Telegraph has your back. And all it'll cost you to receive our aid is the immortal soul of each of your firstborn children. Which, to be honest, is a better deal than the one the wizard lady is pushing for.
It's newspeak.
So, what happened here? Well, some of this depends on where you read about this story, by which I mean many news articles omitted key details that made it clear why the NHS in Fife stood where it did, and why, even if they hated trans people, they would have been out of their minds to side with the rabid transphobe in this case, who Rowling, the British press, and after some cajoling, pretty much every politician in Scotland besides the Scottish Greens are obviously going to bat for. Hit it, Cilla Black. So let's start this off with the way many of us will have initially heard about it, because it was framed around Jaffa Cake Rowling. Not because she's directly involved in this case, but because she's one of the most influential people in the country, and she very loudly picked a side, even to extreme ends. And I mean extreme ends even for her, because let's be honest, she's been off the deep end at least since the pandemic. So the Scottish Daily Express, a very cool and normal newspaper, wrote this lovely little article titled J.K. Rowling backs call for entire NHS Fife board to be sacked over trans doctor scandal. And, well, yes, she has. Now, that might sound extreme, because it is. But the British press, especially the British press south of Hadrian's Wall, is extremely insistent that she's in the right for this. And not just because it means an excuse to attack the NHS, without obviously giving away that they're more conservative than Margaret Thatcher at a Trump rally.
Me, a moderate and a liberal.
But because for this story to be believable, you need to maintain a level of outrage at the trans person in dispute with her cis colleague in the Fife NHS to not question any of the facts or look into it any further. For example, might it have been a case that the transphobe getting the British press hero treatment endangered her patients? Yes, it might. Might her transphobia have put patients at risk? Yes. Yes, it might. But you wouldn't know that by listening to J.K. Rowling's tirade on social media, or from the output of, say, the Daily Telegraph, no relation to my esteemed employers, of course, who have written multiple articles about this saga that are not exactly forthcoming about these genuinely very pressing details. Or even worse, the people we're about to quote from, the Scottish Daily Express. J.K. Rowling has backed calls for the entire NHS Fife Health Board to be sacked after it vilified a nurse who objected to a male doctor being allowed to use a changing room with her. Sandy Peggy took NHS Fife and Dr. Beth Upton to an employment tribunal after being suspended following an incident on Christmas Eve 2023 in the female changing rooms. She lodged a complaint of sexual harassment or harassment related to a protected belief under Section 26 of the Equality Act 2010 regarding 3 incidents when they shared a changing room. Indirect harassment, victimization, and whistleblowing.
What do you mean a protected belief? Being a fucking transphobe is not a protected fucking belief. Like, shut the fuck up. It's a fucking changing room. What the fuck are you, I don't see the fucking issue. Just get fucking changed. I ain't in there to fucking, get all awkward and gawky. Anxious and nervous person like anyone else. But, the reason that there's a certain ailment of separation in changing rooms, often the main most important facet of it is because we live in a society that is dominated by a rape culture. This is the same problem with the bathroom situation. The bathroom situation is more intense than this. Because you're in an environment where you can be easily trapped and easily violated and taken advantage of in the male bathroom as a woman, especially as a trans woman. So it's the whole aspect of all this argumentation ignores the major facet of it, which gets into the whole it's like missing the fucking hedge for the fucking trees, going on about women's spaces, and it's yeah, why the fuck do you think we're in them? It's like they think they have a unique experience of being terrified of fucking men. And that's not true. It's a shared experience of all women. This is the kind of shit that happened with racism as well. You go look at the suffragettes and the shit that they'd say about black women. And it all mirrors, it all gets into that where it's they masculinize when they want to dissociate and kick aside women that are in more oppressed situations, uh targets for genocidal practices. I mean, a lot of countries of the world force people to castrate themselves if they're trans, force bottom surgery on people if they're trans. You shouldn't have to have surgery if you're trans. You should be able to do whatever the fuck you want with your body. Fucking, I implore people to do whatever the fuck they want with their body. It's good to be healthy about things, but otherwise, Bob's your fucking uncle. Do as you fucking need, it's your body, not anyone else's. And like, but there's a lot of countries around the world where they force castration, they force sexual reassignment surgery, by law. You cannot be trans and transition without going through those processes and use the facilities that belong to you. That's the kind of world we live in. That's like most of the world, if you really want to quantify that. Like every year in November, we go through a mourning of tons of trans lives that are lost all over the world every year. And the Imperial Core has had a fluctuation of pro-trans movement, but it has been pushed back against quite viciously by men's rights activism, by Christian fascism, and by this techno-fascism that was the main topic of the stream that I started. And they're pushing for what they see in other parts of the world. They want Russia's crackdown on trans people. They want the outlawing that you see in like a lot of the countries in like the Islamic world and stuff like that, you know? But they want worse. They want worse than all of these places. You know, they want to take it to the genocidal level that these things can go to, you know? With that woke like mind virus that they go on about. Like it's an like anti-Semitic style conspiracy. Like the trans ideology is literally a fucking dog whistle to Jewish ideology or Judeo-Bolshevism. Like it is Nazi shit. And like when your Nazi shit is being said about a group of people, what does that imply? Like these people don't say this for no bloody reason. Like it's not like they're faux paring their Nazism. This is the same shit with the Nazis. They stood up about Jewish ideology, about Judeo-Bolshevism, cultural Bolshevism, the the control over like all of society being the woke mind virus. And so with this being targeted towards um predominantly trans femmes and trans women, but the trans community as a whole, trans men are not as focused on, but are still targeted by TERFs. Anti-trans masculinity is a big problem, but like the main like evil is like the influence of trans women. A lot of these TERFs will imply that like we control like trans men and like convert them. So stupid. It's like with like some evil like fucking like to follow the anti-Semitic fucking lie they're throwing around. Like they think we're some sort of like cabal. Like that's genuinely the shit of it. Like it's that fucking racist shit that targets a lot of the shit they're going against Islam with because they're bringing the old school anti-Semitism, before Zionism co-opted it to only mean anti-Jewishness, but it actually is about the Levant. It comes from eugenics, but like the anti-Semitism against Islam, but it will also target Jewish people. We see it all over the place. There's so much anti-Jewish shit. They just like Zionists, It's kind of like the Nazis. The Nazis really didn't like Jewish people, but they did quite like Zionists. Um, but like they're directing the scapegoat, uh, black nationalism with the Black Lives Matter stuff and um transgenderism as being the big woke ideologies that are controlling the minds of society. It's the anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. And so what's the Nazi solution? What's the final solution that they got for that? It's extermination. That's what we really need to be considering with the facet of what we're seeing in the world right now.
That came after she was suspended in January 2024 following Dr. Upton making an allegation of bullying and harassment. Miss Peggy described how she became distressed after Dr. Upton undressed in front of her, despite him being a biological man. He has repeatedly insisted he's in fact a woman, and was accused of lying about other incidents in order to get the veteran nurse sacked from the job. The Harry Potter author, Bat Calls reposted a...
And you see, they don't say, you know, what are these instances? This is like where you can tell it's biased reporting, because it's like, I was accused of lying about other incidents. What are those incidents? Why is it, like, it's just a link, you know? Like, why aren't you establishing? And I guarantee it's a link to a thing that's just going on about her saying that she was accused. So, like, this is not like you're doing actual, like, a thorough report on a situation. What the fuck are the incidents that she was accused of?
order to get the veteran nurse
If
sacked
they're
from the job.
lies, then they can be
The Harry
defended,
Potter
can they
author,
not?
Bat Calls reposted a post on X. This is horribly written. Reposting a post on X by writer Ewan McCollum, who called for the Scottish government to sack the board, writing, "If Scotland had a halfway competent health secretary, he'd get rid of every last one of these people." He reshared a post by another journalist, Gethin Chamberlain, detailing who was on the health board. His post said, "This is the board of NHS 5, which has vilified a nurse who objected to a male doctor being allowed to use a changing room with her. Sandy Peggy was condemned on the say-so of Dr. Beth Upton before she even had the opportunity to respond. The board failed to prevent this." Later, Rowling retweeted another comment from McCollum where he said, "The best outcome from John Swinney is the complete humiliation of NHS 5. This will give him the cover he needs, because he is a coward, to finally say enough's enough and start stripping this nonsense from every public body in Scotland." You might notice that this paints Dr. Upton, or as the Scottish Daily Express calls her in a different article, transgender Dr. Beth Upton, in a pretty bad light. It doesn't mention the ill treatment she faced at the hands of her colleague, Miss Peggy, who filed the employment tribunal, or the reasons why Miss Peggy was fired. Instead, this is framed from the perspective of trying to make this trans doctor look malicious, like she was causing trouble in the workplace and Miss Peggy was a victim. Now, if she's a victim of getting changed in a changing room with Dr. Upton, personally I think that's kind of silly. I mean, I myself prefer to change in cubicles. I don't want people perceiving me, lest they turn to stone, and I'm finally exposed as a Gorgon in a human skin suit, but that's just me. If Miss Peggy was truly horrified about getting changed in the same area as a trans woman, that's going to make it hard for them to work together, but it's not something that people usually get fired for being against. Even if I do suspect that if you're so loud about it you file an employment tribunal, you're probably an asshole. But lots of bigots work with normal people all the time without it getting this far. So you might be asking, what have they left out of this story? Well, according to The Telegraph, Sandy Peggy was let go after misgendering Dr. Upton. Now, that's probably not the whole story, but it's obviously intentionally shitty behaviour intended to upset someone, and again, will make you a pain in the arse to work with. Now, the Scottish Daily Express obviously couldn't give less of a shit about misgendering, because it misgenders Dr. Upton in pretty much every article it's written about her. In fact, the article in which Upton is referred to as transgender Dr. Beth Upton by the Scottish Daily Express misgenders her throughout the article. So it's not exactly hard to see where this newspaper's bias lies. Even the Torygraph, as cruel and awful as it is, has a little more tact than that. If only because that tact gives them cover to be awful and bigoted in more nefarious and underhanded means. Which is basically the entire MO of the English press. So this probably isn't an entirely fair and or balanced recollection of the situation. So let's go to one of the other British outlets famous for rabid and violent transphobia, which nevertheless on occasion manages to actually do the odd bit of decent journalism. The pride and joy of the British media, the BBC, who have a whole article about exactly why Sandy Peggy was fired, which is, of course, the whole reason the employment tribunal is happening to start with, and therefore, you know, something that you would think would have been incredibly important to mention in the articles by the Scottish Daily Express and the Telegraph, where they try to act like they're doing genuine coverage of this issue, despite refusing to make it clear what the problem was that caused this incident in the first place. Was it the transgender doctor getting changed in front of a colleague that got the cis colleague fired? Was it constant misgendering by the cis colleague that got the transgender doctor fired? Well, let's ask the person that did said firing by way of the article Manager Defends Suspension of Trans Row Nurse. A nurse manager has told an employment tribunal she felt it was the best decision at the time to suspend an emergency department nurse to ensure patient safety. Nurse Sandy Peggy took NHS Fife and Dr. Beth Upton to tribunal after she was suspended over an incident in the female changing room in Victoria Hospital, Kirkcaldy. Miss Peggy objected to having to share the changing room with Dr. Upton, a trans woman, and claims her treatment amounted to unlawful harassment under the Equality Act. Clinical nurse manager Esther Davidson told the tribunal the decision to suspend Miss Peggy was to protect both Sandy, Beth, and the patients. Miss Davidson initially led an investigation after Dr. Upton made a complaint of bullying and harassment against Miss Peggy, but was removed 2 months later after it was recognised she should be a witness in the tribunal. Miss Peggy's lawyer, Naomi Cunningham, quizzed the nurse manager on the reason for Miss Peggy's suspension. "I felt they were at risk of further interaction and perhaps some professional behaviour," she said. Miss Davidson said that Dr. Upton's allegation that Miss Peggy would leave the resuscitation area when the medic came in was a patient safety issue. The nurse manager said the decision was to suspend an emergency department nurse in what was a pressed department that was not an easy one. She said she had reiterated to colleagues that suspension is a last resort and not a first. Miss Peggy's lawyer suggested that a much less drastic and economical option would have been to change the medics' rotas to ensure they were not on shift together, and asked Dr. Upton to get changed in a single occupancy changing room.
Oh my god.
Miss Davidson said this was not an option due to the shifts being worked out 6 weeks in advance. She had also been advised by NHS Fife's Equality and Diversity Department she was not permitted to exclude transgender females from the changing rooms. Miss Davidson said the Christmas Eve changing room incident had been the reason for the complaint, and allegations of Miss Peggy ignoring Dr. Upton while discussing a patient were brought up during the investigation. The lawyer put it to Esther Davidson that if the allegations about patient safety concerns were true, then it was seriously remiss of Dr. Upton to not have reported them at the time. She replied she would expect the doctor to report to the clinical supervisor, but that Dr. Upton had stayed in the cubicle, and at that point there was no detriment to the patient. So this paints an entirely different picture. If you just learned this story from following J.K. Rowling or from the right-wing press, you would have heard that this was the story of a trans woman intruding on her colleague in the women's changing room and intimidating her, and after facing backlash, getting her fired. But even the BBC completely runs with a different narrative on this, because they are staffed by some actual journalists, even though I should remind all of you that if you are beginning to feel like the BBC might have a pro-trans bias, that this is the outlet which, in its oh-so-objective wisdom, used as a source for their awful journalism about lesbians feeling pressure to have sex with some trans women, as they said, and admitted who called for trans women and our allies to be lit, and a Twitter poll from a transphobic hate group. So, according to the manager who oversaw the firing of Sandy Peggy, her feud with Dr. Upton was so bad that she would literally walk out of the resuscitation area if she saw Dr. Upton there.
What's it? The BBC as well, they also promote the Cass review and went out of their way recently to defend Dr. Cass against the backlash that she's been receiving from like all over the world, inside the UK, from the trans community, wholeheartedly and full-forcedly. So like, that's the BBC, you know, fucking big bullshit corporation. But sometimes, you know, as she said, sometimes they hit something because they do actually have some, you know, they actually have some actual journalists who do their job.
This is a woman
It's
working
still
as an
state media,
emergency
though.
room nurse, and she would endanger her patients to avoid being in the same space as a trans colleague. This is a pretty good reason to fire someone. If someone is unreliable in an emergency department, if their petty grievances are becoming dangerous to patients, well then they're completely unfit for their job. Even if we ignore the patient safety issues and just focus on the issue of changing rooms, trans women are in more danger in male changing rooms than trans women are a danger to cis women in women's changing rooms.
Exactly.
Because trans women are just not a danger to cis women in women's changing rooms, outside of the fantasies of J.K. Rowling and apparently Miss Peggy. That's just a fact. Although for me, the idea of gendered changing rooms is kind of silly anyway. I'm sure most of us would be much happier with just cubicles. Then no one has to see anyone else, and we can get a little privacy and, you know, let the snakes in our hair come up for air every once in a while, instead of worrying about some asshole Greek holding a mirror and putting an end to my reign of terror upon the people of the Aegean. But if you're in a cubicle, then what's the issue? So we have allegations of bullying, constant misgendering, and walking out on emergency room patients. Yeah, that doesn't sound like the kind of behaviour that's fit for an emergency room. The part of our health system that most needs people on it. Most needs people to be able to put aside their differences and work together in a timely and efficient fashion. Because, you know, it's an emergency. People can die. I doubt many people would be sympathetic if they found out their loved one passed away because their nurse walked out on them rather than be within 3 feet of a transgender woman. And the fact that this is now being amplified by the most infamous writer in the country is an issue so terrible that the entire board of the 5 NHS should be removed? That's beyond bananas. In fact, in another BBC article, Dr. Upton outlines how, after being bullied and harassed by Sandy Peggy last time she used the changing room, she decided to stand up for herself and face this hostility head on. But upon entering the changing room, saw Miss Peggy and left. So clearly, Dr. Upton isn't exactly insisting upon sharing the changing room with her. Quite the opposite. And obviously, who wants to be screamed at when they're just trying to get changed? I mean, what do these people think changing rooms are for? The way transos talk about these places makes me think they've genuinely never seen a changing room in their life. They talk like every women's changing room.
Like, you look at like what she says here. Dr. Upton message line manager Dr. Kate Searle on Christmas Day saying, quote, "I don't feel safe using the changing rooms when she's there," end quote. Like, this is like the way that TERFs make us feel, like, as you know, like that it limits your capacity for safety. It's not trans women violating anyone's safety, and then puts us in a situation where, like, fuck, you better hope there's cubicles. You better hope you don't get forced into the male side of things, because, as Bridget correctly said, we are at a much greater risk of being victimized by men in the male changing rooms than trans women are ever going to victimize women in the women's changing rooms, because trans women do not seek to do that. It's not a recorded thing. You can't find a crime rate for it because it just doesn't fucking happen.
I think they've genuinely never seen a changing room in their life. They talk like every women's changing room is some mythical den of femininity, where everyone sniffs sweet perfumes and sits on soft cushions, is gushing with period blood at all times, and is simultaneously doing strange rituals of sisterhood, and that trans women coming into changing rooms would do what I assume they also assume men do, even though no one does this, trans women or otherwise, and run around the changing room swinging around their cock like it's a helicopter. People just want to get on with it. No one wants to go to a changing room. It's a miserable place, but it's a necessary one. Just like a bathroom. People go there to do what they have to do and get out of there. And most of the time there are cubicles, so even then that is not a concern. What are you afraid of? Do you have X-ray vision? How does someone being in a cubicle next to you concern you in any way? And quite contrary to the way Sandy Peggy tells the story of encountering Dr. Upton in the changing room, where she insists she was intimidated by her presence, Dr. Upton messaged her line manager afterwards saying, "I don't feel safe using the changing rooms when she's there," and then contacted the British Medical Association about the incident. So it must have been pretty fucking bad to get to that point. In fact, she had previously expressed fear to her lawyer about using the changing rooms again. So rather than Miss Peggy playing in any way the victim role in this scenario, she was apparently a bully who endangered her patients and actively scared a practicing doctor in an emergency department to the point where she just refused to use the changing room out of fear that she'd get screamed at. And this is an emergency department of which Miss Peggy cared so little that she would walk out on people in desperate need of medical attention. That is not the behaviour of someone who cares about their patients or even just doing their job. And doing their job is saving patients, so that does matter. That seems a pretty cut and dry case for firing someone in that situation. Honestly, it's embarrassing that the press has tried to cover it in any other way. Never mind the likes of Rowling acting like this is quarter of root and branch purge of a city's entire health board. Speaking of, the health secretary for the Scottish National Party was questioned about this incident
insane. It's the
after J.K.
mold,
Rowling
you
boosted
know,
claims
mold
that he should grow a
happening.
spine and sack the health board's leadership over its scandalous treatment of a nurse who, we have already covered, was endangering her patients and bullying her colleagues, and being the cowardly centrist almost everyone in the SNP and Scottish Labour are, well, the health secretary gave a standard non-answer.
Health Secretary J.K. Rowling's backed calls for you to, quote, grow a spine and sack the leadership of NHS 5. Will you grow a spine and do exactly that?
I think the process has got to be respected, and both in terms of any disciplinary process that there may be, and indeed the employment tribunal, and obviously we'll take considerations off the back of that, and I've got no further comment to make.
Do you have confidence in the leadership of NHS 5?
Of course I do.
And forgive me if I can't be happy about a British politician not for once just completely taking the side of Rowling here, given that one of the biggest transos in the country is currently second in command of the SNP, even after having one of the most disastrous leadership campaigns I've ever witnessed. And I saw Jess Phillips bid to become Labour leader, so you know it's bad.
Marriage being between a man and a woman. That is what I practice. But I will not roll back on any rights that already exist in Scotland.
If you were about at the time where you were able to legislate on this, that's been and gone now, but you would have voted against that then because of your beliefs.
I would have.
We need people to genuinely back the right side of these issues. Even people who are ambivalent on trans people can look at what actually happened and see very clearly who was in the wrong. And yet, even with this, the best we can get is non-committal murmurings about following the rules and letting the law play out. Even as major politicians and celebrities push the narrative that because a trans person was involved in this case, that they must have been a malevolent demon sent to corrupt the hearts of innocent women.
It's again getting into what I was talking about earlier with the big conspiracy theories that are rolling around about us with the whole rise of trans genocide in the cultural zeitgeist amongst the reactionary bourgeois and petty bourgeoisie, and it's also permeating in like the lower ends of society as well. So like this, it's all connected with that like fucking othering as a part of the process of trying to dismantle our rights and like our being, the essence of our existence, you might say.
Rather than a victim of bullying by someone who was genuinely so transphobic that she was endangering the lives of her patients. But the problem is actually getting them to read those facts, when the stories they are being bombarded with about this incident all the time are as batched as this one by arch-transphobe Suzanne Moore in the Daily Telegraph, titled, "Why would any woman work for the NHS after this nurse's experience?" And just in case you doubted Suzanne's stance, Sandy Peggy's failure to stop a trans doctor sharing a changing room with her proves the service is no longer a safe space for women. After which I assume the next step Roland will be pushing for is for the entire NHS to be abolished. And wouldn't that be convenient for someone who claims to not be a conservative?
Me, a moderate and a liberal.
Every story about trans people in the British press is more proof that we are living in a post-truth world when it comes to groups that are acceptable to denigrate. You can say any old shit you want about trans people or Muslims or travellers, and some asshole in a newspaper editor's office will happily publish it. But this is an objectively false framing of how this happened. Is it any wonder that mainstream newspapers aren't getting the readership they used to? And headline after headline of shit like this. Completely false smear campaigns whose only purpose is to use any and every opportunity to bash trans people is how you get to a place where people react to this story like J.K. Rowling did. As if the world is such an evil and awful place, thanks to these arch-villains we call trans people, that the only legitimate response to the threat of a trans person existing in public is to tear down every system that doesn't actively punish them for existing. If Rowling had her way, the moment you came out as trans at work, you'd be fired. As if that's not already a problem for us. And because we will never go away, her rampage and her indignity will never end. Unless someone finally changes her mind. The best we can hope for right now is that enough people realize she's far off the deep end that people stop listening to her. And that has happened to large swaths of the population. But as long as the British press keep treating every retweet of hers as an important interjection from one of the greatest minds in British literature, and something that should be put to every politician and treated as expert testimony no matter what it's about, well, that's going to continue to be a problem. At least this time, the NHS in 5 seems to be actually standing with the people who didn't endanger patients. And even seeing the British press twist this story in real time before my eyes, it does feel like it's losing a lot of its persuasive power. If not slowing down entirely. Those BBC articles genuinely surprised me. People's appetite for transphobia, I genuinely believe, is waning. The British press's appetite, well, that might take a little more time to die down, but it's been a decade of this at this point. And I think we're reaching the point where it's the boy who cried wolf.
I hope this is still true, but like with the current Supreme Court hearing and declaration, it may be a rebound. Rowling may have gotten her win. Again, I need to do a whole stream when my voice is not hurting like hell, my head's not hurting like hell on that. Because there's a lot of reading I gotta do with that one. I got some articles I gotta drill out. But what's it? Yeah, if I'm still feeling up to doing some more stuff, I'll see if there's a video that's been released. I mean, this video's from a month ago. Bridget's a regular uploader. She may have done a piece of content on this one, so we can stick on the Bridget train. But if Bridget ain't got a thing on this, we can find another thing. But that's if I'm willing to keep going. We have like past the sort of time frame that like a majority report thing will go on, and we're getting into the fucking the Hassan territory. Just not let shit go up to 8 hours.
For 10
God
years, we've been
damn,
hearing that the
it's not.
transgender menace is out of control, and yet nothing has happened except for us being badly treated. I think most people can see at this point that we're not a clear and present danger to people. I mean, more than they did so before, when it was also very obvious. On a related note, honestly, these days, J.K. Rowling's reputation is a shadow of what it once was. She is less and less seen as a reliable voice on these issues. Thank fucking God. I only hope that people are smart enough to not let an HBO adaptation of Harry Potter tickle their nostalgia bone enough that they forget all of this, and try and forgive her for her part in fueling one of the most persistent and maddening culture wars of recent years. I mean, honestly, do people even want another adaptation? The movies already exist, and even then, it's a miracle they even came out as much as they did. There were 8 of them, and even then, only The Prisoner of Azkaban was kind of a banger. The rest were, just okay. We've had like 2 Dune movies since then, and none of Rowling's works have the brass balls to have giant sandworms that shit the ability to travel faster than light and make you the space junk that does unlimited war crimes.
Character from that fucking
That's innovation. Until she does, I won't be watching that garbage. And you shouldn't either. Watch something else. Like this channel, when I come back. Thanks for watching.
Loud the winds howl, loud the waves roar, thunder claps.
Zagat's bad war takes debunked. Yeah, they haven't covered the... Is anyone who's actually got a sense of fucking decency? Oh, fuck off, fuck Angel. You see how, like, search algorithms are fucking geared to this sort of shit. It's like, you go and get plastered with, like, ambiguous perceptions or just the news outright. But, like, when it comes to long-form content, they're, like, slowing down, like, what you can get a hold of.
The dust is settling on the historic ruling from the UK Supreme Court on Wednesday about the legal definition of a woman. Organisations are starting to react to what it might mean in practice. We'll discuss some of those reactions on this latest episode of the BBC's daily news podcast, Newscast. Hello, it's Adam in the Newscast studio, and the first half of this episode of Newscast, we're going to look at the continuing fallout from the ruling by the UK Supreme Court on Wednesday about the meaning of a woman in the Equality Act 2010. And this was the result of a case that was brought against the Scottish Government because the Scottish Government passed some legislation through the Scottish Parliament about women on company boards, and they used the definition of woman to include a trans woman who had obtained a gender recognition certificate. That was challenged by a campaign group, and those campaigners were celebrating yesterday because the UK Supreme Court sided with them and said that when the UK's Equality Act 2010 talks about sex and talks about a woman, it is referring to biological sex. Now, the issue with this...
That is a lie. That is not what it was referring to. This is bullshit. Like, this is a reaffirmation of bigotry, and you shouldn't need a fucking a gender recognition certificate. Even that's fucking already Orwellian enough as it is. Like have you fucking Star of David, like fucking but like the element of promotion of genocide that this creates, because now you have even larger precedent to isolate and decimate trans rights from the workplace to civil and cultural and social society. Like, this is fascism striking out against the scapegoat, just like the Nazis did.
Story is that ruling from the Supreme Court is quite clear. What's less obvious, though, is how public bodies, employers, other institutions will actually implement that ruling in their policies. We got a bit of a clue, though, today about the way forward from the head of the Equality and Human Rights Commission, Baroness Faulkner, who did a quite important interview on the Today programme. So we will talk about all the things we've learnt in the last 24 hours, because returning to Newscast is the BBC's social affairs editor, Alison Holt. Hi, Alison.
Hello, nice to be back with you.
Thanks for coming back. And because there's an NHS angle, Hugh Pym, health editor, is here. Hello, Hugh.
Hi, Adam. Pleased to be here.
Right. I mean, we're still in this period. Let's make this clear now. Where, okay, the judgment landed on Wednesday. The judgment was very clear. Lots of people said this brings us clarity. But actually, Alison, as we were discussing on the last episode, this is the middle of a process, not the end of a process. There's still a lot of things to find out about how this judgment will impact the real world and real people.
Yes, there is. I mean, the judgment does give us that clarity in terms of basically the definition of a woman, what it means to be a woman. But what we haven't had is the detail of how that will work in practical terms, because that will be down to...
No, it hasn't given clarity. It is purposefully fucked with the clarity of what is or isn't a woman. Like, by turning around and doing just in the way the suffragettes wanted to limit what is a woman to being white women. They've done the same thing where they're like, well, we're going to limit it to cis women. And then it's like, well, what cis women do you allow into that framework? We saw the thing with the boxer this year. Cis woman, XXY chromosome, high testosterone. And she was lambasted by fucking even people weren't even social conservatives, like liberals, like social liberals, like lambasting her as a trans woman, and she's fucking not, and it was used to spearhead anti-trans and anti what's it um fuck, I forgot the fuck. It's bad with words. Intersexual people, intersex people from being in the boxing thing, and it's getting him the big thing as well that needs to be talked about a lot. Spearheading on that is the targeting of intersex and trans people. This isn't just a war against trans women; it's a war against women. And people go, wake the fuck up. You look like these turfs, major fucking conservatives. But also, I'm gonna take advantage of this pause to go fucking kiss. I won't be long. Put the technical difficulties up because it's fun, and we all love lesbian beer party. I really need to get some music for whenever I go off and fuck off. I what's it, like the red sun rising. Let's get right back into the news. Bum, 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 bum.
The guidance, which will be written by the Equality and Human Rights Commission. We do have a bit more detail or clarity on that than we had when we spoke this time yesterday. And that's come from the chair of the commission, who has basically said that she feels that the judgment is what it says, that it means that if a woman-only space exists, then it is for biological women.
This is the thing that I was fucking saying, like, what it's gonna, like, implicate. Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here. This is genocidal. Like, this is fucking messed up. Might just be because I need to change what USB port I plug my mic in. That might sound better. Okay. Huh? Okay, it sounds better. It's not great. I don't know what the issue is, but I can't do it when I'm here in the monitor. I don't know what the issue is. Like, I need to get the XLR set up for this and stop using it over USB or switch what dock I use for it. That's really fucking awkward to do. Give me the bloody cable. Oh, wait, yeah, you fucking bastard. Okay. I think I've solved the problem. I'm sorry for the complete railroad of the stream. I'm gonna have to reset my defaults. But now my mic should be way better in this plug. I don't know. Because, like, the USB hub I was using is kind of crap. I can't be asked to fucking go for all the hassle of chat. I guess I could just unmute the stream. Why can't I hear anything? What the fuck? Is my audio set to something else? Oh my god. I don't want the sound to go through my fucking microphone. Jesus Christ. That's the default device. Why do I need to change it to it? That's so stupid. Why do I need to change it to it? That's so stupid. Why do I need to change it to it? Okay. Okay. Oh, that's better. Alright then. Solved. Right then. I thought it was Discord that was causing the problem, you know, like, because it was, like, even worse when I was, like, streaming in a Discord call, but I guess it's that fucking... I need to replace the other, USB 3.0 hub I got. I've had it since, Devon sent me... Remember from Culture Zone? Devon sent me that fucking Alienware behemoth majiggy. It's a bit out of date now. I need to, like, get that thing a bit of a revival and, like, fucking either, like, find a useful, like, use for it or get it to a comrade that can get some use out of it. Like, fuck. Got so much cool shit I want to do with tech. Like, I need to have some, like, tech tuber shit that I fucking, like, pump out and get people in the communist movement more interested in seizing the power over technology. This is really fucking important and something that's not talked about enough. But let's get right back into this woman speaking fucking shitty stuff. This is the thing that I was talking about by the BBC. This is the BBC again, back to transphobia. Like, the moment the Supreme Court has turned around and, like, allowed it. Is the guy gonna, like, push back at all? I fucking doubt it. Cis people
It is not. That does not include trans women, and that, you know, she was very clear on that. She said that in terms of sport, that meant in women's categories, trans women could not compete, and continued along those lines. And I think the clarity of what she was saying was also quite unexpected, I suppose.
Yeah, and it's interesting because the person you're talking about there, Alison, is Baroness Faulkner, who is chair of the Equality and Human Rights Commission. She was appointed under the last government, and actually she, for quite some time, has been talking along the same lines as the Supreme Court found on Wednesday.
Yes, and she today described it as the judgment as a victory for common sense, and that she felt it gave that clarity, that they'd actually been involved in the Supreme Court case, and one of the things they had said was the way the law was working at the moment, with that inconsistency over what was meant by a woman, and that was causing real problems in when it came to regulating and enforcing things like single-sex spaces. So she's got that clarity now.
No, it fucking wasn't. No, it fucking was not. Ah, burning my hair. Idiot. But no, she's fucking not.
Enforcing things like single-sex spaces. So she's got that clarity now, and
It's not making
she
that
really
easier, no.
spelt it out in terms of saying we will be looking at policies, we will be looking at what different organisations are doing, and whether or not they are going to meet this very clear guidance.
And she said one thing that I can imagine trans activist groups being quite annoyed about. She said when it comes to toilets in a workplace, trans people could use their advocacy, in other words, lobbying their employer for a third set of bathrooms that would not be single sex, so alongside the male and the female toilets. Now, on one hand, I can see why trans people would be annoyed by that, but on the other hand, the Equality Act from 2010, which is the piece of legislation we're talking about here, already gave organizations, institutions, the power to, as you were explaining, have a single sex space that did not include trans people, as long as that was done for a legitimate aim and was a proportionate thing to do. And so in that sense, that's...
There isn't a legitimate aim. There's nothing legitimate against this. Like, Mandem's just turned around and gone, well, however, though, and then pushed some legalist argument that's a load of fucking copy wobble. Like, and I don't fucking care what some act says. It's about what is, like, actual rights. And it's not about being annoyed. It is about the fucking danger it brings to trans women. Like, it's not about simply being annoyed. It's dread and fear. Dread and fucking fear is what this fucking Supreme Court order has brought into the hearts of all of us.
That's actually sort of not changed. The law has stayed the same.
It doesn't matter if it hasn't.
Yeah, and that's
we
what
were
the
interpreting it different.
2022 says that when sex is talked about in terms of single sex spaces, it's talking about biological sex. So in a sense, the judgment reaffirmed what was the existing law, but as we know, there has been so much debate and discussion and different organisations interpreting things slightly differently, that what the judgment has done is it set that firm line in the ground and said this is what it means and this is what you need to adhere to.
And this is when we get to the NHS, and this is what Baroness Faulkner from the Equality and Human Rights Commission said about the NHS and how they will behave going forward. She was speaking to Nick Robinson on the Today programme on Thursday morning.
We've been speaking to the health service for actually an inordinately long time, and they keep telling us they're going to produce new guidance. I think we will now be asking them when they expect to produce that new guidance. They now have clarity. There is no confusion as of yesterday at 10:30 in the morning.
There is more confusion.
To implement the new legal reasoning and produce their exceptions forthwith.
But they have to change it, do they? Because they have a document, the NHS guidance, that says trans people should be accommodated according to the way they dress, their name, their pronouns. That is no longer the case. That has to change.
Yes, that's correct.
This is what I've been saying, this is the alarm bells. They are pushing to genocide us from every means of how we are represented as women, and it's going to affect trans men too, but you see it is mainly directed at trans women and trans femmes, and like them wanting to turn around and be like, yeah, we want to put us in explicit danger, suppress us from gender-specific spaces, which, you know what, like, I would rather we not have a world where those spaces exist, but as someone who has been the victim of male-perpetuated domestic violence, those spaces are sometimes pleasant to have. Other times, they're just as manky as any other space, like, fucking the bathrooms, for example, is a disgusting space no matter what side you're in. Men just are more disgusting than women, though. That is a bit of a truism, but I think society profligates a mentality that allows them to be more disgusting. But like an aspect of it is like safety. We live in a society where like there is a thing that we can literally just talk about right now that's a rape culture and no one can fucking deny it. Even the people that are into doing the awful shit that is a big profligation of rape culture in society won't deny it to you. It's they might laugh at the terms, but they know it's the reality of patriarchy. That's why they all preach that fucking line of chattel and how they look at their relationship to women. Like Steven Crowder when he got divorced, and he's like, no fault divorce. She could just divorce me because of the law, rather than it being because of him and his actions. It's like, no, because of the law. That's just like how it is. And it's like, what's the world he's suggesting? What's the counter to the guy who's like, That's just the law, and that's the reason why I lost. Oh, and I picked wrong. You know, what's the reality to that guy? Like, he wants a world where, like, no matter who he picks, they the mama, they the wife, and they go stay with him as long as he decides, until he feels it's right to throw him away, without an ounce of his wealth being lost. Like, it's the, you know, the bougie wet dream of being a man. You know, it's the...
Be accommodated according to the way they dress, their name, their pronouns. That is no longer the case. That has to change.
Yes, that's correct.
And you will pursue it if it doesn't change.
Yes, we will. We will be having conversations with them to update that guidance.
So Hugh, there's two things there. There's a process thing about the time frame, and then there's actually what the guidance says and potentially will say. Which one do you want to take first?
Well, I think picking up on Baroness Faulkner's comments there, she's saying basically it has to change now, because that's what the Supreme Court ruling is very clear about. But speaking to NHS England, their comment is very, very nuanced and a little bit cautious, maybe because they need more time to react. So NHS England have said there's a review of current guidance on same-sex accommodation, and as part of this process, there will be consideration of all relevant legislation and ruling. And just to remind you what the guidance is, it goes back to September 2019 and states that trans people should be accommodated according to their presentation, the way they dress and the name and pronouns they currently use. So that clearly is what Baroness Faulkner's referring to. And the question is, how long will it take to actually adjust that? She did go on to say that she'd been in regular dialogue, as we've been hearing, with the NHS. To be clear, there'll be no statements yet from the governments in Scotland and Wales on how the Supreme Court ruling might affect the NHS in those nations.
Muted. Hopefully Scotland it continues to have the strong pro-trans presence that has existed in so many facets of the Scottish civil society, as well as even in like the local Scottish governments, with a lot of the Scottish like radical left. Hopefully that keeps kicking on and be a disruptor in this bullshit assertion by the British like Supreme Court. But
the thing is, there's no clue there from the NHS about when there's going to be any action. But what Baroness Faulkner was suggesting there was that she's prepared to apply some pressure, and she's quite an advocate for these things. She's prepared to go on the airwaves and call people out as she sees it.
Exactly, and she said she'd pursue them. And Karen Smith, the Health and Care Minister covering England, had said that the NHS would have to comply along with other public sector bodies, though she did say some homework was needed to see how this would be applied in practice. Now, that doesn't seem to be suggesting that the Department of Health think it should be acted on immediately. And of course, the debates about single-sex wards, but talking to NHS sources, also changing rooms for staff. Clearly, nurses and other clinicians and doctors need to change into their scrubs and so on. So that whole issue of a third space has been raised, as mentioned earlier.
You don't need to do that. It's stupid. All because the TERFs have finally pushed their fucking movement forward into the absolute insanity that it's always going to turn into. Like, you know, everything was working perfectly fine until some fucking TERF started losing their shit about it and everyone started backing them, and then the Supreme Court was fucking like dragged into it as a means to create a legal assault on being trans. And like now it's like, well, now we need to make a third space. It's like, no, you could just let trans women use the women's space, as we have been perfectly fine without a single fucking crime going on. Like, grow the fuck up. Fuck me.
But hospitals are very crowded places.
Fucking transphobia is like childish as fuck.
And also, we should remember that different bits of the NHS are managed by different organisations. And okay, we've talked about NHS England being abolished and Wes Streeting taking on the functions. But the NHS is quite a devolved organisation across the country, isn't it? So you could have quite a patchwork of how different places deal with this.
Yeah, exactly.
This is what I was
the
warning
debate
about.
Today, following Baroness Faulkner's comments and this guidance, has been about
I said exactly this at the proceedings with all this, that with the NHS, it's not just like one org. It is a divulgence of many different organizations, and so you might have a lot of infighting over this because some parts of the NHS are more progressive than others, some are more eugenic than others, and so there's gonna be an issue going on here. But this is like fucking Nazi shit. Like, what the fuck? Like, the special little like third space for you to be in. Like, talk about making someone a third class fucking citizen.
Wards, same-sex accommodation, wards in hospitals, but clearly GP practices will have something to think about with consulting rooms and so on. You've got different NHS employers and different trusts in the community. It is being made clear, though, that with A&E, the priority was and will remain the sickest patients, whatever gender they are. So that has been made clear that A&E is not covered by all this debate.
There was also a bit of clarity from the British Transport Police. They put out a statement on Thursday afternoon saying that if a trans woman needs to be searched, that search will be done by a male British Transport.
Exactly the problems that are going down. It is a violation of my rights to be doing that with a man. Fuck off.
Police officer. So that's an organisation that's kind of doing something quite concrete, although they say that's an interim measure.
Straight
So
up,
might not
JP,
last forever.
straight up.
Alison, is there anything else you want to bring to us that's happened in the last 24 hours that will help us understand the world we're in now?
Well, I suppose it is about the Equality Commission's guidance. They're saying they're looking at the implications of the ruling at pace, because they know that organisations need to know what it means in practical terms. So they are putting together, they were already doing this, but they're going to update it in terms of the implications of the ruling. They're going to publish their code of conduct, their code of practice, which is statutory, so it has legal powers. They expect to do that by the summer. So some of those answers about how this works in practice should be provided by that. The other thing I think I should say is that it's that reminder that one of the things that the ruling said was that the Equality Act also provides protections for trans people.
It doesn't fucking matter if it says it provides fucking protections if you're gonna strip them away. Like, fucking, this is, like, this ain't fucking clarity at all. This is fucking, like, distortion. And then they're like, well, do you know, the Equality Act also says we're gonna protect you. But going to this special third section of how we dislocate society, you know? This is the third-class citizenhood, you know? Might be a foreign word to the Yankees because they always think of the second-class citizen, the middle class. You know, there's a section below those guys. It's called the third class. You know, and that's like the undercast of all sort of things. And it's the way that racism profligates itself. It is the way that classism profligates itself, and it is the way that transphobia profligates its fucking self. And so we need to like really fucking understand here the like what all this fucking does is puts trans people at fucking greater risk in society. It's not making us safer. Othering and isolating and creating disillusionment and crisis in the health service. It is an attack on our civil liberties, not a protection of them. I love how all of these assholes always bark laws against people without even including any of the affected people in the discussion, or just ignoring them because they already made up their minds. Straight up. Like, you know, segregation was legal in South Africa, in America, you know, black people being considered like second-hand, you know, third-class human beings, people who were essentially, you know, begotten slaves, you know? Like that was Jim Crow, you know? You're the factory slave now, and the way in which that goes about at things, it's an ingrained mentality of the why legalism is just a load of bollocks, you know, like the Alien Enemies Act that allows the U.S. to deport people and put them in fucking concentration camps, even on U.S. soil. Like detain or deport anyone without trial is what the Alien Enemy Acts basically entails. And it's a fucked up law. It's not a good fucking law. Like, you know, but it's the law, you know, it's legal. What he's doing is legal when you really think about it. I spoke to Vladimir. He told me U.S. law protects everything I want to do. But you know, it's the inanity of it all, you know, like just because it's legal, don't make it right. Like, it's a very might makes right argument to be like, well, it's the law. Fuck out of here. I don't care about whether it's the law or not. I care about whether it's ethical or not. I don't do bad things, not because the law tells me not to. I don't do a bad thing because I think it's an unethical thing to do. I evaluate it. I actually like use my own understanding of personal and interpersonal and community morals, as well as like the science of fucking ethics, because it's kind of really important to being a Marxist. And so like when you're really looking at how you consider the fucking world, you don't just go, well, it's the law. I use marijuana, you know, medical reasons as well as others, but like predominantly it helps me with my fibromyalgia. It also helps me with my mental health. UK law says that unless you have a medical card, you can't have this. It's illegal. So like that's pretty fucked. But it's not immoral to break that law. It's not immoral to turn around and say that this ruling by the Supreme Court is wrong. But this woman is on the edge of her seat to turn around and go, well, they've clarified it. It's been clarified. No more confusion. And it's like, you're an obvious fucking, like, turf. Like, that's the only way I can understand that fucking mentality. Like, what do you mean? Like they have spoken and they say that the fucking Chinese should be barred from the bathrooms that actually do pertain to their gender or sex. Like, no fucking framework of reasoning or understanding of what being a trans female actually fucking means, or being trans femme or fembies and all that sort of lot. You know, like, this is complete and utter, like, barbaric, like, approach towards minority rights. Like sitting down and just going, well, the laws have said it. It's like turning around and like hearing segregation laws in the US come in and go, well, you know, I was all about, like, you know, the positive progressive rights of black people, but, you know, the law says segregation now, so you know how it is. Like, that's the way that this fucking BBC shit's gone. Like, they're instituting a policy of segregation because they're like, well, you know, the laws also say that there's protections. So there'll be a third space for you to be completely segregated into. Like, it's hard to say what's fucking worse. Just getting shoved into the fucking male area where, like, you were higher victim of sexual assault and other fucking forms of violative crime. Or getting, like, fucking segregated completely from fucking society into one specific space where you are easily targeted as a group. Like, you know, you are easily restricted and constrained and targeted. Like, you know, we gotta really read the writing on the wall here. What's ECT? What is ECT, Jawed? Oh, yeah. Oh, electroconcussive therapy. Goddamn. Okay. That's wild, that is. I hope you're okay. But my grandpa was an innocent farm owner in South Africa. The evil black people kicked him out of his land. Evil. I mean, that right be the mentality that people be spending these, the dark shit, dark shit. But like, this is the genocidal, like, fucking inanity that we be seeing about this sort of stuff. Yeah, electric concussive therapy. Oh, convulsive therapy. Sorry, I read it as concussive. Concussive. I am fucking. Sorry, the dyslexia's going like mentality. Like, what's the convulsivity of it? Like, what do they do with that? Is it like a brains, like a head thing or something? I'm glad you feel better. That's good. The emojis on Restream are cursed. Like, that smiley face came through cursed on Restream. Like, Restream does its own emojis. It, like, took a while to load because of it. Oh, God, technology is so fun, is it not? uh... But I'm glad you feel better. It's good to have some good news, like, cause fuck me, are we like bad news all around. Probably they mess with you to the point of causing convulsions. See, that's the secret, it's the techno feudal or battle plan, face fuchsia, tongue out. You're a Discord user when like you see that occur like that's like I mean, I know the YouTube emojis work like that too, so it might actually be a perfect emoji, but it came through as text for me, and so I like even if it was actually a formed emoji, I'm gonna grill you as a Discord user anyway. Obvious Discord user detected. Like, you know, I'm gonna blame you for Restream's problems. Also, I feel like YouTube has like a way worse latency issue than fucking Twitch. Like, I don't want to be a promoter of Twitch. I'm only on Twitch because I think it's best to like stretch out like as much reach as you can get. I've been avoidant of Twitch for a while, but because I'm not gamer enough. I'm gamer with a Y, not gamer with a with just the AME. So like Twitch, Ooh, we got them. Basically, they induce a controlled seizure by electric shock to the brain. Oh, okay, that makes sense. What was you going through that was like causing the need for a ECT? Because that's kind of like two fires like putting each other out like approach. I would feel or like it's almost like like when you restart a heart. It's like kind of what it feels like to me. How you induce a heart attack with a defibrillator to like start the heart essentially. Like, I know I'm wording that poorly, and it might actually be no, it isn't arrested. It is an attack. Yeah, it like forces you to have like a fuck kind of situation. I imagine ECT might be a little more drawn out. I don't know, but for major depression, okay, feels like a interesting approach towards treating major depression. I've never heard of that being a way of going about it. I'll have to read into that. That sounds interesting. I'm glad it makes you feel better though. Like, whatever's working for you, like good stuff on that. Does kind of sound like a defibrillator to the brain though. Like, I'm not gonna lie, it's like fucking someone's like going. Dope things. We need some good news, like fucking 2025. Like everyone was like 2024 West year of the 2020s, and 2025 was like, oh no. Oh no, man! No, 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 no! Oh my burr.
Those protections need to be looked after in terms of, not discriminating, no harassment, etc., etc.
What do you think banning us from our fucking spaces is? That's discrimination and harassment. Like, do I have to fucking paint it out in capital goddamn fucking letters and lose my goddamn fucking mind? Ooh, like, we're gonna isolate you and segregate you, but like, don't worry, we're not gonna like affect your rights in any way. And it's like, what the fuck? You've conceded grounds to the fascists. J.K. Rowling is in bed with literal white supremacists. You have conceded ground to fucking Nazis. Great job. Maybe the British fucking press and the British political fucking crowd should look up a fucking institution, system, government, or whatever you want to call it, called Weimar, the Weimar Republic, and go look at what happened to Weimar. You may want to look into a man called Herr Hitler and his little crusade against the German Republic. You know, that is, you know, maybe a chief point of history that we've forgotten to learn from as we're fucking rolling down there on a crusade to bring back Nazism like it's a fucking good idea, but it's dressed up differently, you know, as George Carlin warned. The, you know, it's... We're in a crisis right now, you know? Like, right now, shit is immense. We just want to get re-educated in a gender correction facility. Good vibes. You'll be fine. The fact, I was talking about this on the last stream, the fact that I had to sign a petition, like, calling to, like, you know, stop, like, conversion therapy being brought in as a medical treatment. I mean, because like for trans youths at the moment, like the only like actual existing form of trans affirming care that they can legally acquire without like some snake of exceptions that you would have to go through crazy NHS bureaucracy to get is fucking conversion therapy. Like that's like all that exists is genocide. Genocide or like get fucked. That's your two options. Like, and never be able to like fully embrace like who you are because you are like constantly being limited by not getting the full care that you need and full support that you need, and constantly being held down by everyone, and every transphobic means to hold you down is accentuated. Like, what the fuck is this gonna, like, what the fuck does this whole like segregation thing gonna do to like schools? What, we have a fucking study of what happens with this kind of shit if we go to America in the 1960s, 50s, 1940s, 1930s. You want to see what, like, this shit does. Go ask, like, fucking, you know, or read the plethora of shit that fucking black folk have written about, like, what that does. There's so many studies, so many pieces of information. We should do a stream on this shit because, like, this is what it's doing. She's going on about, like, third facilities. Well, what does this do to, like, the youth? Like, what does this do to the institutions? What does this do to healthcare? And this shows that rights are not inalienable and that they can pull more. They've been going after immigrant rights. They're going after trans rights. They're going to go after other people's rights. Don't stop at us. First they came for the communists. I did nothing. Then they came for the Jews. I did nothing. Then they came for the gypsies. I did nothing. And then they came for me. That's the whole fucking plethora of that stuff. That is the mentality that we're seeing with this fucking shit. It's the absolute gall to turn around and just gallantly walk through Jim Crow ass fucking shit. And be like, well, no, it's the law. Fuck out of here. Fucking, you know, VVC was on the side of the NHS FIFA. Or FIFA, or however you fucking pronounce it. Like these stupid fucking, like, abbreviative words sometimes. They confuse the hell out of me. But, like, they were on the side of the firing on the other reporting. Like, that was the big thing of the video we watched. So, like, it's complete spinning things around to being like, nah, you know, fuck you. Thanks, BBC. You have represented me so thoroughly. The news broadcast of the people. We just want you to get re-educated. Oh, we read that one. Yeah, down here, some popular trans figures on TV started to get hate by transphobic people on TV. Thankfully, everyone is supporting trans women affected, so that's nice. Argentina has had a pretty, like, high support for trans things compared to, like, a lot of, like, what's going on in Europe and, like, you know, like, America and things like that. Like, I thought the election of Milei was that, like, something that would have absolutely decimated the rights of trans women, especially in Argentina. But because the Argentinian public in a lot of these urban areas are so like on the side of trans folk in that regards, like they haven't been able to fully like they've tried, they have had an assault on those things and rights have been repealed, but people have stood by trans people, and it's like so much for the Western values. What's it like? Fucking if von Spengler was around today, he'd be like fucking like meticulously theorizing about how you're you know like an Eastern mystic, the trans mystical like dominion of Mongolianism or whatever the fuck. Well, they would use the more racist mongoloidism, but like I fucking hate having to out that word. Basically, it comes from eugenics, where they say the world is split into like the different like groups. Complicated, but it's also used to mean Down syndrome people. Um, just because something is legal or a law doesn't mean it's right. Straight up, preaching facts. Um, let's get back into, I don't even want to call this like fucking news. Let's get back into the depression spiral.
So it's emphasising that point again, that there are protections there for trans people.
Yeah, we got an example of that actually in the Supreme Court ruling, or at least in the documents that came with the Supreme Court ruling yesterday, which was that if a trans woman feels she's being discriminated against in the workplace on, say, pay on a gendered basis, a trans woman is still allowed to use the Equality Act to protect herself.
Yeah, exactly that. That's why.
That's not the fucking like main issue of the conversation here. Like fuck me. Like oh my god, thanks. I get to protect myself in a wage dispute. So they've at least said that like we can protect ourselves in wage disputes. What does that have to do with like the segregation? Like but don't worry, you got rights. And there was an example of this about how you can still like contest wage theft or whatever the fuck he's referring to. Like, you know, like not getting paid like well enough, even though like most women get paid like anywhere between like 63% to like 80% of what men get paid. You know, sometimes it can be even low as half. Like this is tale as old as time. And men in the conservative side of things, even a lot of women in the conservative front, want to like reduce this you know, increase the disparity, you know, reduce the amount women get paid compared to men.
One of the examples that Baroness Faulkner also used, that in that situation, if someone's being discriminated against, no question, this is something which the Act is there to protect them from.
Alison, thank you.
What the fuck? You were confiscating safe spaces. How the fuck can you be like, well, the act says that we got to protect their rights, but we're just going to take these rights away. The act says, fuck out of here. The kind-worded hate speech is a good way to describe this. Yeah, this is what we call Britain's polite transphobia. I was describing it in the last stream. Basically in Britain, they you get a lot of outlets that are more blunt about it, but more often the time they you get this polite transphobia where it's kind of like Ethan Klein from H3H3's like liberal Zionism, where like he'll tell you he's like on the side of the Palestinians and then go on and on and on and on with genocidal shit about Palestinians. They're more like it's sane about how they push their insanity. So like they will push it with a smile on their face. I mean, she looked like she was teeming with joy at the restriction of rights that were going on. Like, I really don't like this woman. And like the fucking what's it? They'll go on about how like, well, you know, the act, you got to understand, the act actually does say to protect their rights, but pushes segregation, promotes segregation, supports segregation. You know, like that's the kind of person that this whole environment is promoting. But she's pushing it with a smile on her face and very nicely, making out as if like, no, this is just something that brings clarity. You know, it brings clarity to everything. You know, maybe you should sit on a certain side of the cafeteria. Maybe you should get changed in a very special space that's third citizened for you. You know, like it's basically like get the fuck under society. You're not wanted in the above ground. That's the mentality of segregation. It's the whole point of segregation. And if people can't fucking see that, they are smoking blind of what is the new front for genocide in the Imperial Core right now. It's been going on for a while, that we've been warning about for ages, and no one wants to fucking listen. And now it's a lot more blatant. People are at least starting to maybe open their eyes, but not enough. We need people to be more aware of this kind of shit and more actively organized against it. We don't have enough activist support of trans folk, just factually. There's so many people who call themselves allies, but not a lot of allies out there when you really scratch it up to size, unfortunately. We're being scientific. Fuck out of here.
Thank you very much. Oh, Hugh, you've actually just raised your hand. It's very polite for newscasts. You've got one final point to make.
Yeah, only to go back to this legal issue, the ongoing legal possibilities and challenges, that there is this ongoing case, NHS 5, where a nurse, Sandy Peggy, was suspended after complaining about sharing a changing room with a transgender medic. That medic alleged bullying and harassment. That is ongoing, and there's already been a bit of media comment about how that might develop, that action, in the light of this ruling.
And also that's a reminder of what we were saying previously, that a lot of this is developed through other avenues other than Parliament or the Supreme Court. It's things like employment tribunals or organisations coming up with their own policies.
It's Tufts doing Karen shit, sovereign citizen shit for my Yankee viewers. Like, that's what it's been. It's been an assault on civil liberties, and you smash the system about enough, and the conservatives that are about will rear their heads. I mean, what kind of people do you think become part of the Supreme Court of the United Kingdom, the High Court of the King?
So, Hugh, thanks to you too.
Thank
you very much, Adam.
Now, Donald Trump's all-purpose international envoy, Steve Witkoff, has been in Paris today, along with the US Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, for talks about Ukraine with the French president.
Resilience. That, I went into the presidential palace a couple of times to see,
Oh my god, my mic was muted. Dick cheese. The NHS, they better not fucking copyright strike me, little shits. They're little bastards like that. I mean, I do not like the way this woman is wording things, and, like, I don't know what, like, the limitations on physical transformation, like, because social transition is just as principled as and ethical as biological transition, and also, like, it can be, like, really concerning as well when people start to get, like, spotted and ousted, even if they haven't managed to social transition yet. But the fucking even this woman with her, like, obviously somewhat backwards understanding by saying something like biological woman, because there's no such thing as a biological woman. A woman is a social construct. she turns around and puts it straight as it is, because they might be subject to harassment or worse. Like this is the understanding of like the kind of violence that we're gonna face, especially for trans women. Like we face the same violence as any other woman, except we're more likely to be subject to that violence. Sexual assault is on a higher percentile. Domestic violence is on a higher percentile. Being trafficked sexually or otherwise is at a higher percentile. Homelessness is a higher percentile. The list goes on, you know, like this is something that you can see in America where the crime rate of violence committed against black trans women is higher on any like is a higher percentage than any other minority crime rate in the country. It's higher than any other one. So like when we're looking at this thing, it's just like, yo, let me get rid of the BBC. It's the most oppressed group of of a section of people are getting targeted. But they don't just target us and that's it. They're targeting us first. They don't come for everyone's rights. They're coming for women's rights. Like, what? These toughs are siding with, like, Christian fascists. I don't know if anyone's listened to a Christian fascist before in their life, but, like, those people are crazy people that think women shouldn't be allowed to divorce their husband and must be married as property to a husband. That, like, you know, like these people want to return to like the feudal like fucking chastity laws on women. They are starting with trans women because we are an easy target. They will move to colonized women. Then they will move to white women. They're going to target women's rights. And if you're going to target women's rights, you start with a chain that's the easiest one to break. It's fucked up. You target the most oppressed groups, the underclass of women. Let me documents. PDF. There it is. I've read this on stream before. We're gonna go through it again. Trans rights are human rights. Attack one human right and it opens the door to attack all of the rest. You're seeing it, for example, with how they want to take away child labor restrictions and such. Yeah, the United States is driving its way into like Victorian industrialism, but like neo network intelligence edition. Like, like they're doing some crazy shit. They're doing some crazy shit. Like I don't know. They're going on about robots and stuff. Like it's not very reliable what they're trying to do. But at the moment, what they're trying to do is destroy the global economic order because it might give them a chance to forge some like traditional colonies and create like a whole world war situation going on out there. They crazy, but girls you can hit. Why do fascists want to kill trans women? In a 9-day period between June 25th and June 3rd, 6 black trans women, Brayla Stone, Mercy Mack, Shaki Peters, Drea McCarthy, and Tatiana Hall were found murdered. The news barely made a ripple. Black trans women and trans women of color are murdered regularly, and no one is shocked because the gender class structure is operating as usual. Liberal individualist analysis claims that this is simply the result of amorphous personal quote-unquote prejudices that individual men, fearful of the unknown or afraid of change, attack trans women for personal reasons. This is both idealistic and ahistorical, a comforting fantasy that naturalizes and atomizes the oppression of trans women as a class and protects the underlying gender class structure of the empire. In fact, reactionaries make trans women a primary target. ICE imprisons trans women in special separate concentration camps under even worse conditions than cisgender men and women, and during protests, police subject captured trans women for especially brutal treatment. On July 25th, a group of pro-police protesters outside Pittsburgh switched their chant from, quote, all lives matter, end quote, to, quote, kill transgenders, end quote, and, quote, kill faggots, end quote. State power and reactionary elements target trans women specifically, but why? Because the oppression of trans women as a class is critical to the gender class structure of the empire. And by centering the oppression of trans women in our material feminist analysis, we can understand the class structure much more clearly. At least we have 5G. Fuck's sake. What is the gender class structure of the empire? Fundamentally, the gender class structure is built on the domination of white men over white men over women. White women constitute a subordinated but privileged class under the, quote, protection, end quote, of white men, and reactionary white manhood is ultimately defined in terms of control of women. What is the role of trans women and non-binary trans feminine people who are treated like trans women in this gender class structure? Trans women, non-binary trans feminine people, and feminine gay cisgender men are treated as a gender underclass. Structurally, they are, quote, girls you can hit, end quote. They are also subject to substantial sexual violence in the form of sexual assault and rape. Cisgender women from oppressed and colonized nations are treated more like girls you can hit if they are less acceptable as potential members of the protected class of potential wives and mothers. Thus, black and indigenous women are treated disposably as girls you can hit. Likewise, sex workers who are seen as disqualified from the quote unquote protected class of women are girls you can hit. The further they are from the protected class of women, the more disposable they are, and they are treated more and more like trans women. This develops intersectionally as well. Black trans women are often accused of sex work to justify violent treatment, and black trans women sex workers are murdered casually. Why do cisgender men oppress trans women? In other words, how do cisgender men benefit materially from oppressing trans women? This dynamic arises in childhood, where they are an acceptable target for violence and covert sex, quote, practice girls, end quote, by boys trying to enact their manhood. Men can gain status and an identity as controllers of women by hurting girls you can hit. They protect white cis women in the same way that the police protect communities by enacting violence on the underclass. They gain control over the respectable class of women. The threat to the women they control is supposed to be implicit, not enacted. Serve me faithfully and you'll never be hurt the way I hurt those sissies. But the opposite side of the coin is that any protected woman who refuses to comply in a serious and sustained way can be threatened with degradation to the underclass. Why do cisgender women oppress trans women? In other words, how do cisgender women benefit materially from oppressing trans women? They get to not be treated like trans women, sex workers, and other girls you can hit, to not be treated like the colonized other and stuff like that. It's the thing I've been talking about earlier with like how colonialism has been used to get white women to turn against the movement for like actual feminism because it would liberate black women. And this is the same problem we've got with this TERF movement, where it's like a profligation of conservatism as a response to the evil trans menace. But like, yeah. How does the oppression of trans men and non-binary trans masculine people who are treated like trans men fit into this gender class structure? The greatest threat to a trans woman's life is being treated like a trans woman. For trans men and non-binary trans masculine people, the greatest threat to their lives is being treated like a cis woman. We can see this play out in fascist fantasies of quote-unquote correcting trans men to become cis women, and in the way that trans misogynists like J.K. Rowling claim that, quote, trans activists, codes for trans women, TRAs is another way you may have seen it said, trans radical activists, are seducing your daughters into mutilating their healthy, fertile female bodies in an impossible attempt to become men, end quote. In fascist and reactionary rhetoric, trans men are framed as deluded, innocent cis women who have to be saved from a horrible era. You see, it's the insane belittlement mentality that is always the occurrence of how misogyny operates itself and how anti-trans masculinity mirrors elements of misogyny when it arises. Because as it says, the worst thing for a trans man is to be treated like a woman. The worst thing for a trans woman is to be treated like a trans woman. In the material world, this agenda often plays out in the form of corrective rape and other atrocities. Trans men from colonized communities are treated much more violently, as in the case of the murdered Tony McDade. There is no prospect of forcing them to be protected women, so they are treated disposably like trans women. Yes, that is a correct analysis, JP. It's getting into that, like, element of class structure and how you get, like, the ability to create aristocracies even in slavery, even in chattel. That's what these toughs are pushing for, you know? Like, they're pushing for an enslavement of women entirely. But some women will get certain privileges that other women don't. Like, the privilege to exist. Which is like, they're calling it a privilege, but like, what's the privilege? What, so you can be tied to a man by chattel and like have to raise his kids as his slave? Civil society, everybody. How does trans women's liberation threaten the foundations of empire? In other words, why do reactionaries want to wipe out trans women? The reactionaries are not mistaken to see the liberation of trans women and sex workers as linked to the liberation of cis women from colonized countries, nor is their targeting of trans women a mistake. The liberation of trans women and girls you can hit in general would invert the gendered class structure of the empire and strike a critical blow to the control of protected women that reactionary men depend on for both social reproduction, personal exercise of power, and identity formation. And it's the biggest thing that became a massive threat to the masculine patriarchal order of things, and why that they put the buck stop at the rise of the trans movement, because of the questions it opened about misogynoir and trans misogynoir. Because the people who led the trans movement from the fucking start at Stonewall were fucking black. Fucking... That shit gets wiped away. What are the implications for us? We must center the liberation of trans women, sex workers, and other girls you can hit. This will immediately help to liberate cis women from colonized nations, remove the hierarchical power of protected white cis women and over other women, degrade the power of white cisgender men over oppressed genders, and remove the basis for treating trans men and trans masculine people as deluded cis women. Boom, 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 boom. This document is dynamite. That's what we really need to understand of all this sort of stuff, you know? Oh, God. You know what, like, the first books burned by Nazis were books on transgender studies. Yeah, we need to do a whole, like, litigation sort of thing on that, do a whole major stream about the book burnings and the anti-trans shit during the Nazis. There's not enough comprehensive stuff out there, and there's quite a lot of stuff out there, but comparative to other stuff in the Holocaust against trans people at that time, like, was not so well recorded. I think. Let's, can the top bar go away? Is the full screen on fucking Edge is edgy. Oh my god. Okay, I was just gonna be like, okay, just as like I mean, it's still about politics, but like it's got a bit more comedy to it as a means to sort of like chill the fuck out. We'll watch some iDubbbz. But Ethan has responded, so we are going to watch both. We're gonna watch the content cop, and then we're gonna see Ethan's sloppy ass fucking response. Like, let's go. I am dragging you into the Ethan Klein drama. Beef. Oh shit. There we go. I removed my scenes section from the fucking like dock menu because I was trying to click on main programs, and I clicked on the thing that drags it out as its own window. Who was Ethan? No one even knows anymore. Like, the guy's lost. Who even knows? I mean, there was the thing where like he was being like a weird little fucking like pedophile about that fucking like bomb attack survivor. Or was she did she die, or was she the survivor? I think she was. Yeah, I think she was the survivor of the terrorist attack on the Boston Marathon. And he was like, and she's like underage, and he's fucking like sexualizing her, like knowingly, like he's gone about how she's underage while sexualizing her as a joke, like in a really fucking creepy, fucked up way that I will not show on the stream because like, boy, it's that bad it'll get me flagged, like that bad.
Consider the
It's rapist shit.
in our defense, like, actually, Hila's not a baby killer. Actually, accusing Ethan of
The
killing
Raider
his
of Ramallah.
too far because they have.
Look, Hila Klein, you know, she knows how to hold a rifle. I heard she be the Raider of Ramallah itself.
Mobilized such an insane harassment group that anybody who says any fucking thing, they will attempt to ruin their lives. And once again, I'm the crazy one. It's not bad enough that I have this group of people.
What we do here is go back.
What's up, everybody? I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hassan broadcast coming to you live from a cloudy day here in California, Los Angeles. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. I have a very important announcement. I've finally done it. I watched Ethan Klein's content nuke, and I'm not going to call it context puke as I normally do because the reality of the matter is it was brilliant. Nothing was out of context. Everything was correct. I am an Islamist, fundamentalist, radical terrorist. I am a vicious anti-Semite. It's true. Most importantly, Ethan is more attractive than me, both physically and also mentally. I've been lying about everything, including my glasses. They're fake. He was right about that. That's not even in the content nuke. And he was right about that too. How did he know everything? How? Wake up, Ethan. Wake up, Ethan.
Wake up, Ethan. Wake up, Ethan.
Wakey, wakey,
Wakey,
Ethan.
wakey, Ethan.
Wake up. Time to be awake, Ethan.
Wake up, Ethan.
This is no longer a dream. This is a nightmare. Wake up.
Ethan, the dumb bitch is telling you to wake
This
up.
fucking song is a tune.
Wake up.
Dum, 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 dum.
Ethan, wake up. Wake up. Since anyone? Just wake up.
Wake up.
Wake up.
Wake up. Wake up, Ethan.
I'm not going to do a react content yet, chat.
I'm the same. Nobody's told you to wake up, Ethan.
Yummy, I love Sabra hummus.
Wake up, Ethan. Wake up.
Ethan.
Wake up, Ethan.
Wake up.
Wake up, Ethan. Just wake up.
I need to play that full song to y'all, like, after this, because, like, that song is fucking sick. Do you think do you think Spotify will be, like, stopped from, like, allowing me to play it? Like, I might have to find it on YouTube. Grr.
All right. I didn't plan on making a content cop on H3. It sounds very stupid even saying that. H3 content cop, iDubbbz. Ethan Klein's out of control. And then you should do a content cop on Hassan Piker. Content cop on Sargon of Akkad. If I would imagine this in 2016, I would have been like, oh yeah, if I ever do that, it's gotta be because I lose the plot. Well, it turns out it's not me losing the plot, it's Ethan. He's the one who fucking attacked first.
My good fucking friends who I stood by after all these fucking years can't find a spine to speak up.
So go fuck yourself.
I agree.
All right, guys, I'm going to tell you a story about Ethan Klein. I know some of you have been following him, but there's a lot of people who might not be familiar with the background, with his podcast, with what's been going on over the past couple of years. So Ethan, as you know, is a content creator who has a podcast where he says all sorts of outrageous stuff. Sometimes it's fun, sometimes it's fucked up. He's had shows with all sorts of different controversial characters. He's had a show with Trisha Paytas. He's had a show with Hassan Piker. In doing so, he's gathered a ton of different audiences. Now, in his podcast with Hassan, Leftovers, they would mostly talk about surface level progressive shit and make fun of right-wingers.
And you're telling me he didn't flick their dick once at least?
Oh, that's 100 shavers, you trans women. I say, oh no!
And it was mostly that until they actually had to reckon with a very serious topic. I would say that Hassan was very well equipped to talk about that topic.
Palestinian people living in the West Bank are subject to these horrific conditions, horrific living conditions by the state of Israel, America's greatest ally and the only democracy in the Middle East, if you ask Republicans and even liberals.
Well, the dance he invented was so kick-ass.
Israeli settlers are trying to evict Palestinian families in occupied East Jerusalem. The United Nations says that that may be a war crime. It literally is.
Was just eating the toppings. And the pizza looked like a burn victim. It was all disgusting.
I don't know if you can make that joke in 2021.
Why?
It's insensitive to burn victims.
I think it's a good analogy. It's a powerful image.
Ethan was not prepared for this. Ethan, the whole time, is more of the goof guy. And that's fine, you know, we don't expect Ethan to be an expert on the topic. Ethan was obviously caught in this tricky situation where he is extremely sympathetic to the Israeli cause and what's happening to them. His wife's Israeli, she served in the IDF. He obviously likes the state of Israel. On the other hand, he's just got done capturing a massive progressive audience who are very politically savvy. They follow Hassan. Hassan is strictly a political streamer, so this is something they're very keyed into. So when they see Ethan say things that are just like not accurate and it's just propaganda, they're going to call it out.
From the river to the sea essentially means the state of Israel is going bye-bye.
The state of Israel has no right to exist. Like, this is a fucking, like, it's a stupid line that people draw in the sand. Like, the state of Israel is a made-up fucking state that invaded Palestine in 1948. And it was set up by Nazi Zionists that were sent there in the 30s, and the 20s, and the 40s, you know? Like, these weren't, like, Holocaust survivors. Like, it wasn't a place built by Holocaust survivors as some refuge. Zionists were, like, part of the Havara agreement, you know? It was Nazi shit. Yeah, it's what, like set up Israel. So, like, you know, from the river to the sea, which was a term that was invented by the Zionists, actually, in the 67 war. You know, it should be reversed on the Zionists, and it should mean the end of the Zionist state. Get fucked, Ethan. Wake up, Ethan.
So this massive progressive audience that Ethan has, adopted over the years, they're becoming increasingly critical of his position because now he's talking about it not on Leftovers, he's now talking about it on his podcast.
What I want to do is show you guys how I see Israel, because you don't see that. When you listen to Hassan and you hear all these fucking mega lefties talking about it like it's some super racist, crazy, like Jim Crow style of society. Like, I can't wait to show you guys.
The other day, Bibi fired a really good guy that a lot of people are pissed about.
So Ethan is having this back and forth with his liberal audience, leftist people online, progressive content creators, Hassan, all of these different people. He's finding new people every day, basically, to get in fights with.
Of all people, this guy, Matt Lieb. Frogan and Denims and all these dipshits. And everybody thinks this guy's awesome, apparently. Even though he looks like Millhouse, fucking dork. Denims, by the way, was the real villain of the video. Evil, hateful, fucking.
You know,
and I'll
a
say it, and I'll
fragile guy
double down
when
on
people
it.
behave like this.
No,
Man's fragile.
not go there.
And it's all culminated, at least for my story, in Ethan burning bridges with people until he burned the bridge with me. Since Ethan and Hassan's falling out, I've been keeping to myself mostly. I don't have many nice things to say. Maybe if Ethan's able to get some help, maybe if he stops harassing other creators, maybe if he does these things, eventually he'll find peace and we can rekindle our friendship. So that's been my approach. I've occasionally thrown a joke Ethan's way in the form of Hassan Piker versus Ethan Klein for boxing.
I like iDubbbz. He's a good guy, but I don't like this stupid. It's not a fucking petty beef. It's like, this guy is evil and he's doing anti-Semitism. And also he's way out of my weight class.
He didn't like that, but fucking sometimes you gotta just throw something out there. I used to work with this video editor named Froggy Tonic. I discovered him because he was in the circles online that I was in. And one of those circles is an H3 fan. He watched Ethan's content, he liked Ethan's content, until he didn't like Ethan's content. There would be an occasional Froggy tweet where I'd be like, I agree with that, you know? Like, I'm not gonna endorse it, I'm not gonna retweet it or like it, but fair enough.
I guess I just missed my old friend. Some wings are too bird feathered colored.
Now that brings us to February 28th of this year. Now, my former editor of a year and a half ago did say some truly mean shit. He called Hila the C word. He said they're trying to kill their dog with cheddar cheese and a bunch of other shit, I'm sure. Ethan, at some point, discovers that iDubbbz's former editor says this horrendous shit about him and Hila. But no one's asking
the thing is that Ethan not only asked for this, but also iDubbbz is being incredibly charitable. More than Ethan deserves. More than I would give him charity. This is Content Cop Kit Gloves edition. I mean, he's also just changed the efficacy of Content Cop in a really good way, and I actually really like the way he structured this one, but I do think he was too soft on Ethan, especially given it didn't work. But spoilers, I haven't seen actually Ethan's video specifically saying his response, but I have seen him crashing out about it on Hassan's stream, because I watched the highlights that people clip and upload. I haven't actually managed to sit through a Hassan stream. I'm not a true Hassan head or whatever the fuck Hassanabi head or whatever the fuck they call themselves.
Question, where does Ethan get this information from? You see, it would be very obviously a problem if Ethan was discovering this content by scrolling through Twitter looking for something to upset himself with. He has maybe set it up in such a way where his employees feel the need to send him this information, and that would be horrible. They shouldn't be doing that. They should be sending you things that are entertaining for your show that don't fucking trigger the hell out of you. Why is there so much work being put into discovering this guy on Twitter who's barely getting any interactions, linking him to me and posting on the Reddit, when there's no work being put into who the fuck is the person on the Reddit who's posting this in the first place? If you do a little bit of research, it seems like it's an account whose intention is to make Ethan crash out. One of the users on the Snark Reddit points this out. They're like, I've seen this account before. This account has scraped its history, and it's now trying to make Ethan burn bridges. This is within Ethan's own community. Like, this is the thing that he needs to be critical of. It's not me. So yes, I am willing to admit that my former editor was being very nasty, uncharitable, and fucked up towards Ethan and Hila on Twitter. But Ethan and Hila are doing the same shit on their podcast. So I don't want to fucking hear it.
Terrorist supporter.
The CEO of Twitch.
Pedophile.
Now I'm going to watch and respond to the two podcast streams where Ethan and Hila call us spineless cowards.
Anyway, this guy was saying shit like that Hila's a Nazi, that she kills kids, that she went on like, she's a IDF baby killer, all this types of shit. And that's showing up right up on
She is a Nazi.
and IDubbb's feed. My good fucking friends who I stood by after all these fucking years can't find a spine to speak up. You know why? Because they'll get murdered.
You don't know what's on my feed. What the fuck is happening? For all you know, I only use the For You tab. For all you know, I only use lists. For all you know, I'm seeing these things tweeted out by my editor of a year and a half ago and saying, God, that is nasty. I'm just not gonna throw someone away because they're having a parasocial weird moment. Just like I'm not gonna throw Ethan Klein away because he's having a parasocial weird crash out.
How many women I fucked? Hassan, by the way, thousands. Yeah, thousands. Let me ask Galia. These shoes do not go. I'm sorry. Oh my God. Hassan's the type of dude who watches himself in the mirror when he has sex.
Watching me on a 30-second delay on your stream.
Wait, that's what wait, how does he know I'm watching already?
Because you've been talking about it for the last 5 minutes.
It's not a fucking petty beef. It's like, this guy is evil and he's doing anti-Semitism. These shoes do not go. I'm sorry.
There are many people, I'm sure, who have unfollowed you for the things that you have said and done, and I'm sure there are even more people who have stayed following you because they don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. They don't want to throw someone away because they've had some hard moments. We're all fucking human.
My good fucking friends who I stood by after all these fucking years can't find a spine to speak up. You know why? Because they'll get murdered.
And what you're saying to me is that I'm a bad friend and I'm a piece of shit. I'm spineless, I'm cowardly, because I am following someone on Twitter.
Because they have mobilized such an insane harassment group. It's not bad enough that I have this group of people harassing me and everyone in my life. It's that people outside of this group, journalists, creators, are actively participating in this gaslighting to make it seem like I'm fucking crazy.
I mean, I don't know what he's getting at here. Like, yeah, people are gaslighting you. A lot of people gaslit me when I apologized. That was actually like the #1 type of harassment I got, was people gaslighting me and taking my newfound woke ideology to its extreme.
I probably done and stood by iDubbbz and Anissa more than anybody. I've stood by them when all the internet hated them.
I don't like that Ethan brought this up because it makes the relationship feel very transactional. Like, you know, we're just...
Yeah, it's like very itemizing, you know? Like, man's just like turning around and like, you know what? We stuck by them when they were going through a terrible time and they were being like awful people and they were trying to fix themselves. And it's like, yeah, okay. Good for you for supporting your friend. It doesn't mean that they need to put up with you supporting a colonial, genocidal, Nazi fucking settler state Lebensraum. Like, you know, like, ain't no justification for your fucking Nazi bullshit. Ethan.
Because it makes the relationship feel very transactional. Like, you know, we're just meant to support each other online despite our own personal morals or principles.
But I'll say this, I don't think they're fucking any friends of mine. And certainly I don't think they're any fucking friends of mine based on the text conversation I had with them too before I even talked about it. So I have nothing. Like, I don't need any fucking halfway friends, man.
I thought the text conversation that I had with him was very empathetic. I basically just said, like, I know you and Hila are experiencing a ton of harassment, and I essentially empathize with that, and I think there's something positive to get out of the conversation. But he refused to talk on the phone unless I was willing to publicly say something about my former editor and denims. As much as you don't want halfway friends, I also don't want that kind of halfway friend. I don't want someone who's going to give me like an ultimatum to have a conversation.
Could you not say something when this is like, imagine like one of you guys is like, Hassan actually wants to go to Gaza so he can strangle Israeli babies or some shit like that. I'd be like, you imagine me not saying something.
You're trying to make a one-to-one comparison where there isn't one. This guy that I follow on Twitter is not in the same relationship as you and one of your current employees who is streaming with you 3 days a week, 3 hours a day for the past 10 years. At one point during the stream, Ethan and Hila bring up Adam McIntyre. Now, Adam does basically the same thing as my former editor. He's critical of Ethan and Hila, and he is sometimes uncharitable and nasty towards them.
Adam McIntyre needs to just like disappear. That guy is a piece of shit, like of the lowest order. I never even stood by him when he talked bad about Trisha having a kid and called him like the spawn of Satan. He was supposedly on our side. I would never even co-sign that. I was disgusted by that statement too. I remember when he called her kid the spawn of Satan.
I never said anything
and
like
I was
that.
supposed to be like cheering on, but I wasn't going to cheer that on. That's disgusting.
Why do you forget that he called her children, which is something we would never do, the spawn of Satan?
It's disgusting. He's a piece of shit of a human.
It's just incredible who ends up being the good guys in this story. You know, it's really something.
Unfortunately, they never made a statement. They never said that they disagree with his statements about Trisha's baby until it's useful. Like, what is it, 3 years later? Like, I mean, you're talking about it like you were aware of it at the time and that there was some amount of pressure or enthusiasm for you to get down with that. And what it sounds like to me is that you did see it at the time and you were like, ooh, I don't like that. And you didn't endorse it and you didn't fuck with it. Huh. It's almost like that is a fucking identical situation to me.
It's just incredible who ends up being the good guys in this story. You know, it's really something.
So yeah, the reason I'm bringing this up is because they're trying to like paint themselves as the good guys. And they're saying like, yeah, we strongly disavow things that are said, even about our enemies. We are the most immoral people on the internet. Unlike Ian and Anissa, who are fucking keeping to themselves. Also, why the fuck does Olivia get the pass?
What a fucking asshole for putting you in that position, Olivia. You're friends with him. And you don't have to say anything, but like, what a fucking piece of shit. What a bad friend to put you in that position just for some fucking...
You're the one putting her in that position. You're the one literally dragging her into it, like, literally, like, on the fucking on the show and being like, yo, whoa, you don't have to say anything, but like, he's fucking, look at it, he dragged you into it, he's a bastard, you know, you don't have to say anything though. I'm gonna drag you into this on stream. Not like discuss their like comfort with them being discussed on the matter on this. Like, he's just kind of violated any sense of ability to be able to be a quiet like person in the background, you know? Like, try and create strife in the friendship. It's abusive wrecker behavior.
Yeah, get the pass.
What a fucking asshole for putting you in that position, Olivia. You're friends with him. And you don't have to say anything, but like, what a fucking piece of shit. What a bad friend to put you in that position just for some fucking clout. It gets people angry at you, like, oh, how can she be friends with him? Which is total bullshit, okay? Olivia did not do anything. And
I want the pass. Do I have to be an employee to get that treatment? Because then you'll just see me as an ally? Or is it because Ethan is afraid of wrongful termination accusations and lawsuits?
And also, I don't mind putting my friend Olivia, who's apparently my real friend, in a terribly weird, fucking uncomfortable situation where you end up getting hate for no reason.
Also, don't frame it as like other people making it hard on Olivia. You're making it hard on all of these people. Please acknowledge your role in this whole fucking thing. Like, it's crazy how warm Ethan is to Olivia and saying how Olivia is essentially just a victim in this whole thing.
It gets people angry at you, like, oh, how can she be friends with him? Which is total bullshit.
But me and Anissa are spineless. Ethan, your whole system is scrambled. My intention isn't to throw the employees under the bus. Like, you guys serve as the fucking foundation for calling out Ethan's hypocrisy on the whole subject. And I know that you guys have probably pushed back against Ethan over the years. How often are you supposed to do that? Do you have to do that every fucking week? It kind of seems like it. And that's exhausting. I don't want to confront my boss. It's not my fucking job to confront my boss and say, today's segment on rapists and pedophiles on Twitch was not my favorite segment to be a part of.
Yeah, friends like these.
Oh, yeah. And our other good friends.
Yeah.
Anissa and Ian. Thanks, Anissa, for standing up for your girl. I actually stood up for you so many times because, like, why would I not? It was crazy.
Yeah, why would you not? I mean, if that's truly what you believed and you weren't just going to use it later.
Of course I was going to stand by you. That's insane. It's absolutely insane and disgusting. But now you choose to hang out with people that would have a problem with you if you defended me.
I'm not going to assume that Hila knows, but I'll say it for anyone who doesn't know. Anissa is half Lebanese and half Irish. For anyone unfamiliar, the Irish have been on the receiving end of a lot of oppression and genocide. On the part of the Lebanese, they've received a lot of oppression and attacks from the IDF. So Anissa is very well familiar with the propaganda.
Also the genocide of the Palestinianness, you know, because Lebanon and Jordan are a part of historic Palestine, you know. Loads of weird, like, World War I shit going on there.
And the shit coming out of Israel. Choosing now out of all
But,
the
like,
times...
yeah, as well, 1 second, too, you know, like, you're fucking with the fieriness of someone who's, like, Irish and a Lebanese Palestinian, you know, like, fucking the radical motherfuckers of the world. Like, Arab and fucking Irish unity is the thing that scares every Anglo-Saxon to the core. What's it? It's, but jokes aside, you know, Anissa ain't gonna be on the side of no IDF shit. Nada. Hila and Ethan ain't gonna wanna hear what she gotta say.
Receiving end of a lot of oppression and genocide. On the part of the Lebanese, they've received a lot of oppression and attacks from the IDF. So Anissa is very well familiar with the propaganda and the shit coming out of Israel. Choosing now, out of all the times, to be like, please defend me. No, we're not gonna fucking defend you.
Rudy was saying that Palestinians are taught at 2 years old to kill Americans.
Do we have that
I
one?
mean,
Like,
just the other day, BB fired a really good guy that a lot of people are pissed about.
He looked mean. I thought he was mean just because he looked mean.
Gallant is not a good guy.
So
He's
yes,
far right.
You caught us. We're not gonna run to your defense when, I don't know, we follow people. We be following. That's one fucked up thing that you can say about Anissa and I is when we're on Twitter, we do be following.
Followed by an onion person.
Okay, if you want to hang out with those people and have no spine and not stand up for another girl that stood up for you, enjoy your new friends.
She's friends with people like Denims.
I know,
in her chat,
yeah,
which I'll
she's
show.
friends with
Denims
Denim.
is actually participating in this whole Child Protective Service lie.
Yeah,
which I'll
and if
show you
you're
guys
friends with them, then you're seeing what they're saying.
You'll notice that Ethan and Hila start talking about this Denims character. Originally, the complaint was about my former editor. He's been chatting shit about Ethan and Hila for the past year at least. They only care about it now because I guess it was spoon-fed to them via their Reddit that's clearly looking out for them. Now, I'm not going to sugarcoat it, we are friends with Denims, but I would say it's the same level of friendship that we had with Ethan and Hila. It's like kind of an internet friendship. We think that she's a good person like we think Ethan and Hila are good people. Kind of a tricky situation. How can you possibly think that they're both good people at their core? People can have crash out moments. People can say things that they don't mean.
Oh my god,
People can say
this
things
aged,
because they want...
This aged like fucking milk in the desert sun. My god.
Internet clout and attention. I don't know, I think they're both probably guilty of...
Ethan has gone to evil heights with this shit. I don't think he gonna recover from the crash out.
Saying things that they don't mean for internet clout and attention. Right now, one's a little bit more fucking nasty to me than the other.
I just don't see how you can be my friend and also be friends with someone like that.
Well, you can't. So I already forgot about you.
I actually have a lot of friendships that are kind of that way, where it's like, you know, one of the friends doesn't fuck with the other friend, but there is someone in the middle who kind of fucks with both of them, but separately. Yeah, there's a lot of friendships that are like that. I'm not gonna make you guys like meet up and kiss or anything. I get it. You guys are in fucking, you're either my best friend who's deep-throating me to the base of my cock, or you are Satan. You're the devil.
The last thing I said to Anissa, we were texting before I ever talked about it. She's like, I don't care about this guy. He's a nobody and, you know, blah, blah, blah. And I said, well, then you'll have no problem publicly denouncing it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then from there, the conversation ended.
She never replied.
Ethan, you can't even phrase it in a way that doesn't make you sound like you're being coercive and shitty. Well, then, you should have no problem publicly denouncing it, right? Does that sound like a friend? It kind of sounds like something a powerful villain would say.
But it was so funny how she immediately went to comment everywhere, like on our subreddit. She immediately had to comment like, oh, he doesn't work with us anymore.
Then
but that was it. That's all she said.
But then say that you don't
Okay, do you have
agree.
anything else to say for your friends, though?
One of the reasons Anissa was so quick to clarify things in your Reddit is because your Reddit was already talking about who this editor is, and they were spreading misinformation that it was our co-host on our podcast, Uncle Dane. So yeah, the last thing we wanted is this guy getting pulled into this mess, and you guys don't give a fuck. Would it have been nicer and more supportive to say, we don't agree with the things he's saying and we support Ethan and Hila? Sure. Like, yeah, that would have been a nicer thing to say. Our silence means something. It means that we would like to pause this relationship until you figure your shit out. And then maybe we can find a moment in time, I don't know how long it'll be, but a moment in time in the future where things are a little bit easier to broach. I don't think we need to do it right now, but you've insisted that this is an important thing to address. I would have been perfectly fine with you not blasting me on your Instagram story. I would have been perfectly fine with you not blasting me and my wife on your podcast twice. I would be fine with you not brigading my comment section on my podcast that gets 3,000 views a week because I prefer to not do harassment campaigns and instead talk about Vampire's Kiss.
At least say something like, he doesn't work for me, and I strongly disagree, and I support Ethan and Hila. The problem is
that she doesn't.
That's the problem.
That's the problem.
She actually
She thinks they have a point.
That's the problem.
Yeah, so go fuck yourself.
I agree.
Go fuck yourself. What about your girl? This is what I'm talking about. This aggression that you're putting out into the world. What the fuck do you think we're gonna do? You think I'm gonna fucking sit on my hands when you do this shit? Like, this is nasty. We had such a fair response to what you guys were going through. We don't support harassment. It's a bad thing, but it happens, and you're perpetuating it.
You fucking propagandist, lying scumbag, terrorist supporter. He probably sets up a mirror and jerks off watching himself. Dan KKK Clancy has a similar view of Hitler. Because Dan Clancy, the Nazi, fucking anti-Semite.
You can't expect other people to stop harassing you if you continue to harass people. Let's think about it on a micro level. Have you ever been in a comment section and found someone to argue with? It doesn't stop. It can literally go on forever if you don't want to touch grass.
It's the internet brain rot problem, you know? People not just taking a fucking step back and breathing some fucking fresh air. And Ethan's on like a manic drive into the fucking ground. Like, shit. Like, man's Tourette's has gained like new tics and everything. Like, his stress must be like fucking heaping over him because he's being a crazy, kooky, weird Zionist. This is what being a reactionary does to you. Fucking bad for your health, you know? Being evil's bad for your health.
Yeah, this was kind of like a line, what happened today, that should never be crossed, even by like the most cynical, toxic people. It's going to have ramifications in terms of how I conduct myself. In terms of these fair weather friends who are, you know, so happy to be friends as long as they're getting something out of it.
Ethan, that is a rich thing to say. Like you're the
Though it
H3
right does
podcast,
look like Mandem's
okay?
taking the
There's a
cocaine,
lot of
so
friends
it's
of the
like also
show. There's
hard
a
to say
lot.
that
There's
might
even
be a
more
part of it
fair
too.
weather friends of the show. Let's not get into this shit, okay? That is so bizarre and insulting to suggest that I was only ever being friends with you to get something out of it. No, I'm friendly with you, and I'd say I'm a light friend because it's been pleasant hanging out with you. I've enjoyed your content over the years, and as of late, it's gotten really fucking shitty.
Yeah, so go fuck yourself.
I agree.
Who else? Who else do we want to burn today?
Who else do we want to burn today? You're making it so fucking obvious that this is your emotional dumping ground. It's horrible. This is not what podcasts are. There was a way to approach this to say like, yeah, we feel hurt by you guys not saying something. You've decided to do the extra thing and attack. Now, in fairness, I am attacking back, but I feel very insulted and I feel defensive and I feel like I am speaking up for a lot of people who have problems with you and a lot of people who have been on the receiving end of your harassment.
It's so easy to be anti-racist. Everybody's anti-racist. Racism is the worst thing in the world, right? We fucking hate racists. Fuck racists.
Microaggressions.
The minute that they actually have to stick their neck out for somebody, the minute they have to actually risk something to put themselves in under scrutiny, to sacrifice something personally to stand up for racism, then all of a sudden it's like, hey, I don't want to get involved.
And that's drama.
How much do you care?
I don't do drama.
How much
Sorry.
do you actually care? Isn't that the whole point? Like,
I realize that Ethan and Hila are more scared now than they've probably ever been. I feel like anti-Semitism is a thought in their heads now more than ever. And it's not completely unjustified to be thinking about that sometimes. You guys are just hurt and you're kind of like dancing around and making very like loose, poorly thought out analogies for something that doesn't even apply to us. It's like me making this video is the standing up for something and it's saying, fuck you, you guys are being bad. You know, I don't think you're bad people, but you're being bad. You're behaving poorly. You're hurting people.
I mean, go back to the civil rights. You think that the people who are like the white kids who are protesting with the black students, you think that they were just like not risking anything? Those kids who are marching with the black students and...
So in
Ethan, the black student. Ethan Klein is Rosa Parks. You know, like Ethan Klein is the Rosa Parks of this great revolution. You know. Sorry, I was reading things. And DMs. Equality, HRC. Whatever group is such bullshit transphobes. Honestly, it's fucked. Sorry, just talking with someone about the current, like, legal assault on trans rights. Let's continue.
Ethan's analogy, he's the black student and I'm the white student, but I'm the white student that's not, you know, marching by his side. I'm not doing the difficult thing. You're gonna have to march on your own, black student.
Marching with the black students and...
I mean, why is it inspiring? Why is it inspiring?
Well, and it's the same thing, to bring it back to Hassan just because, but it kind of is the same thing. Like, I was thinking about going to Gaza until I found out it's dangerous. He's a total performative activist that doesn't give a single fuck about the cause.
It's been performed exquisitely. Harassing one person and seamlessly transitioning into harassing another one. If anyone's been watching for the past fucking year, I'm pretty sure they have a good idea of your feelings about Hassan.
Like, people like Anissa are the perfect example because she's friends with these people. She's friends with Denims. Denims is streaming this story about our kid
I'll show that, yeah.
getting Giarda from the dog, whatever.
I'm sorry, I'll accept this take, this position from anyone except you guys. You have laid the groundwork for this type of streaming, which is watching people's shit and giving your unfiltered reaction to it. Why would you expect Anissa, of all people, to say something to Denims? Okay, so by that logic, we should be saying shit to you guys all the time. But I have a feeling you guys wouldn't like if we said shit like that to you all the time. Yeah, we've been respecting you as independent content creators. You can do what you want. We'll treat you as adults. Maybe we shouldn't have been treating you as adults.
She could say so much, and it would make her a little bit uncomfortable, right? It's not comfortable. She'll get a little bit of shit.
Yeah, just for saying
But that would be commendable.
And by the way, it kind of speaks for itself that saying, hey, their house is clean, they're, you know, they're actually good people, like that's going to get you shit. That kind of says it all, doesn't it?
There isn't a single person that I respect who would give a fuck if I publicly said that Ethan and Hila are great with their kids, Ethan and Hila didn't kill their dog, and Ethan and Hila wipe their asses or don't have giardia or whatever the fucking the prompt is. No one would care. The only person who would care is me, because I'm like, why did I tweet this out? I'm not tweeting out because I'm not your fucking lapdog. That's why I'm not tweeting it out. I'm not saying it to my audience because I don't give a fuck. It's not my business.
That's, in my opinion, doing something that's difficult and standing by your principles. That's the whole point. That's what makes standing by your principles admirable, is that it's not always easy.
Why are you saying that I'm not standing up for my principles when you don't even know what they are? I get, like, we're a little bit past directly naming me, so we might have gone off on a tangent. If you maybe accepted the phone call and we talked about it, you could have asked me, hey, what are your principles? And I can tell you the way I've been behaving is exactly in line with my principles. Now we're going to talk about the BDS list. We're going to start off with Frogan because obviously this is like as bad as it gets. If you're following Frogan, that can only mean that you're anti-Ethan. Oh, this is not a good start. Love of the H3 podcast. You are following Frogan, so that means that you are anti-Ethan. Sam, Morg Pie, friend of the show. Olivia, Ian, Daily Dose of Internet is anti-Ethan. Jesus, this is fucked up. Pokimane, comment etiquette. Oh shit, Asmongold's in here? Asmongold follows Frogan? No, Asmon. That means you're anti-Ethan. That's fucked up. We're gonna wanna avoid these creators at the top of the list, but one tier below them are the creators who associate with them. They're essentially endorsing all of their statements. You got me, you got Anissa, I think Hassan's in there. You'd think that Hassan would be on the top of the BDS list, but that's not the case. Hassan provides additional value for people. Ethan can turn a blind eye to people collaborating with Hassan because that's what he did. You gotta be the lowest of the low to be associating with the Frogans and the Denims of the world. To associate with Hassan, that just makes sense because he's famous and he's got a massive fan base. Also, Ethan still follows Hassan on Instagram, so Hassan is in his feed.
And that's showing up right up on Anissa's and IDubbbz's feed.
It's important to remember that this is a living document and people can be removed or put onto it depending on how Ethan's feeling that day. You have this other tier of creators that exist.
Oh no, it's Sam Cedar.
Below Hassan, depending on how Ethan's feeling that day. You have this other tier of creators that exist below Hassan but are still anti-Ethan. But Ethan really doesn't want to bring your attention to these ones because it's kind of unpopular, you know? A lot of them are famous. It's no coincidence that Ethan stays silent when these powerful, popular men are supporting Hassan. It's because Ethan is a coward. He's a bitch-made coward. I think Ethan has an unreasonable amount of respect for these comedians because they have power, they're quick, and I think he knows that they don't fuck with his ideology. But he's gonna keep that to himself because the last thing that he wants to discover is that people that he respects and looks up to, they don't fuck with him.
Bill Burr came on. It was like the worst fucking show. It was just horrible. That was like my lowest moment on podcast history. We could talk about Bill Burr, ruined my life. Bill Burr made Ethan go on Lexapro. I was prescribed it and it was in my bedside. And then it was the Bill Burr episode that made me finally start.
When Stavros goes on Hassan's stream and he mocks your content nuke.
I actually saw a really interesting video about you, man, and I don't know that I'm even comfortable being here anymore. Oh, no. It really kind of shed light on you in a way. Yeah. You kind of like have leftist politics and stuff like that, and I actually feel betrayed. Yeah, and so I'm actually just here to let you know this is the last time I'm ever coming.
You don't fire back because you're coping. So you're just gonna tuck your tail between your legs and never mention on your podcast that mentions everything. You're bringing up some fucking connection I have on Twitter. Someone mocks you on a stream, you're not touching it. Fuck you, you're a coward. It's just his job. It's just what he does for his job. You know, he doesn't mean it. We're actually good friends. You know, he makes fun of everyone. It's not just me, right? Oh, also, I can't forget about Matt Lieb. Matt Lieb is in this like middle tier. His valuable association is Rhett and Link. So Rhett and Link, conveniently, are also in this category of popular and powerful men who Ethan does not want to burn bridges with. Although he's sniffing around.
This guy, Matt Lieb, he works for Good Mythical Morning. Of all people, this guy, Matt Lieb, who apparently is a producer for Good Mythical Morning. Well, this guy works for Good Mythical Morning, acting like he's wholesome, and he's bringing on somebody that wants to kill my wife, or in a video game. And I think he should be fired, frankly. And I hope he is fired. He's pathetic, and he interviewed basically a terrorist.
I think Ethan only respects power right now, which is one of the reasons I made this video in the first place, is because he thinks I'm weak. He thinks a lot of these other creators that he's gone out of his way to attack, he thinks that they're weak, and he thinks they're a target that he can bully, he can manipulate, he can send lawsuits to. And I want him to know that we're not going to be bullied. You're being a piece of shit, and we're going to call you out.
So here's the button. You've got a video, and you've got an audio. We're hitting both.
Oh yeah, he was gonna do any.
Yes. There's no point.
Let's leave.
Yeah, there's no need. Yeah. I don't want to do that. But shit. Like, how pathetic are you? Don't worry if you don't have it all now. I don't like pedophile. Like the Eye of Sauron. I see you. I see you out there, you fucking cockroach. You'll be living with your parents for a lot longer, buddy. Yes, please, I want to be a good Jew. I'm a good Jew, please, guys, please.
That was fine. Yeah, I don't think it was that
was fine.
big a deal.
Hey.
Of all the things that
Anywho.
it always surprises me what you think crosses the line.
Well, I looked at Olivia and she's like, yes, do it.
Now let's talk about the button. Ethan got this button, or kill switch, as a response to the controversy with Cutie Cinderella. He was not able to control himself in that moment, and instead of figuring out how he can change his behavior, he spent $20,000.
Dan and Ela were like, we would kill button that right now if we could. I can't change who I am.
I know. That's why the kill button is on its way.
That's it. See, exactly.
He uses the button for everything. If his jokes don't land, he's hitting the button.
It was being presented as if the Jordan crying thing.
I hit the button.
Why?
I don't think I needed to, but you guys were giving me crickets, so I panicked.
If he's insecure about getting something wrong, he's hitting the button.
But okay.
You
what? Button for that? What on this frame could Ethan have responded to? Perhaps the country flag that he got wrong? Maybe. I don't know.
If he goes on a problematic tirade, he's hitting the button.
Before, look how sad But yeah, it's not just that. Like their eyes are like big. I think you guys are wrong on this one. I think you guys are all wrong on this one.
I don't think he's unique in hitting the button. I think if all of us had buttons, we'd hit the button all the time. But if you don't have it, you operate differently. You think about what you're saying. You maybe plan for your show a little bit more. You maybe say, I'm not going to have my podcast be an emotional dumping ground for today. You instead say, ooh, it's important that we stay on topic. Also, the H3 community and Ethan himself use the phrase goblin mode all the time to excuse a lot of his shitty behavior or make it seem less bad.
So you already have the process of him being like, well, you know, if I do something wrong, because the kill switch, basically, they have a 10-second delay, I think, you know, like kind of like what they do on on TV. And then you whack the buttons, and it cuts out last 10 seconds. And so if Ethan says something ridiculous or fucking obscene or ignorant, rather than having to change his ideas, he can argue like a megalomaniac and shout at his crew members and be an angry little cunt, be an ignorant little shit, and then go back to doing his live stream with that whole portion cut out until he gets his hands off the button.
I've been diagnosed with goblin mode, actually.
By claiming that what happens is he...
Oh yeah, but this goblin mode shit is him being like, yeah, you know, like when I lose my shit, you know, it's just my goblin mode, you know, and like as a justification, like it reminds me of my fucking shit my dad would say, justify being abusive. He'd be like, yeah, there's a monster inside of me, and it's like, dude, that's not healthy. Go get mental health treatment. Stop going on about how you got a monster inside of you, and how that's okay and justifies you being a horrible little prick.
An emotional dumping ground for today. You instead say, ooh, it's important that we stay on topic. Also, the H3 community and Ethan himself use the phrase goblin mode all the time to excuse a lot of his shitty behavior or make it seem less bad.
I've been diagnosed with goblin mode, actually.
By claiming that what happens is he just gets into this like uncontrolled state he refers to as goblin mode.
I do not call myself goblin mode.
Yeah, oh, yeah, that's what you did.
Goblin mode? Is that what you're calling Tourette's now?
To all victims of goblin mode, I would like to issue an apology.
Well,
you
are goblin mode today. You're goblin mode. Look how many times you paused the
I'm trying, bro.
And I don't think there's no room for using the term goblin mode. I like the idea that you're defending yourself and the little guy by going goblin mode when a big corporation or a big entity is trying to attack you.
Like, if you fuck me over, if you steal money from me, if you patronize me, if you do any of this shit like you're trying to do to me, to treat me like a fucking idiot, I'm crazy, dude. I've gone fucking goblin mode over way less.
But you not thinking about what you're saying, not, you know, reflecting on your behavior, not changing your behavior, that's not goblin mode. That's being a child. Let's talk about the crew. I think the crew has been put in the worst working environment that you possibly can be for a fucking podcast. Every crew member has it bad. To be around Ethan, period, would be a nightmare right now.
I'm standing by every fucking syllable of that, okay? What she did was abhorrent. And by the way...
Just don't. Listen, your critique of her is correct. It's just, you know, people are sensitive about women being called that word. And so...
Like, how pathetic are you? You know what I mean?
Well,
I'm not assuming his pronouns. And fuck all these people. Okay. Go ahead. No, and I'm not yelling at you. I'm just... Kelly is a black woman, right?
Yes.
Maziel is a...
Korean.
Oh, Dan, come on. You're being such a buzzkill. Yeah, I didn't know Korean. I asked if Koreans are POC. God.
You know, Dan's in the bathroom. Let's just not do this right now.
I asked if Korean people are POCs.
The one time the button didn't work and we listened to how he spoke to AB without thinking that the internet was going to hear it, it was rude, it was nasty, and it didn't have this caveat of like, I'm not mad at you. It was anger, and it was uncalled for.
Use, they get access to cover most of it.
You're doing it.
What are you doing?
It's so awkward and terrible.
I'm sorry, I'm not...
Just like, this is what I'm talking about when it's always like...
We need to get home for our kids.
It's like, bro.
Oh, no, I didn't want to finish it right now. I'm about finishing Wednesday.
On Friday, maybe. Is it?
You guys, like...
All right, I'm taking my hand off the...
What?
Okay, well...
I heard all that.
Thanks, Button.
And he didn't want to take accountability for it. He immediately wanted to deflect, and he wanted to say that the button fucked him.
First of all, I appreciate the hard work.
I know
you've
you
done,
do.
and
I
I
know.
loved it, and I really enjoy it. But it's like every time we do it, it's like the show is what it is, and
I know.
it makes it.
I was being selfish.
No, dude, that button f***ed me, dude. Can you imagine that button f***ing me over like that?
The button fucked you? AB fucked you? Who fucked you? You fucked yourself by being an asshole. He makes it seem like he's not a tyrant of a boss.
The complete childish, like, lack of responsibility of Ethan Klein is, like, so fucking narcissistic. Like, you know.
Doing it.
What are you doing?
So awkward and terrible.
It's like, you know, it speaks to him like a cunt.
I appreciate the hard work.
I know
you've
you do.
done, and
I
I
know.
loved it, and I really enjoy it.
And then, like, what's it? It wouldn't have came off so, like, blatant. Well, I mean, it still would have come off blatantly, but the thing that made it, like, so blatantly, like, skits the way that men's approaching it was that, like, he fucking, he's like, I appreciate the work you're doing. Which, like, that one was already a bit fucking blatant. When you're like, oh, I love it, after you said that they were making it terrible. Like, you ain't saving that interaction, fam. Like, the button fucked, you know? You fucked yourself. You fucked yourself, bitch.
His producer is constantly clarifying things on the air and making it clear that what Ethan said was a joke, Ethan is being overly defensive, or he's saying things that are, like, not true and he's exaggerating.
People saw that. They thought that that was what you searched to
I did
pull
not
up that photo. So I'm just clarifying.
Thank you for clarifying. I appreciate you doing that. God forbid.
It's okay because I buttoned it.
Why?
Because
it's not that big of a deal, man.
Just
Like,
your
how
inability to.
No. Hold on, Dan. How does it change anything? People knowing that we did it.
It's fun when it's a surprise.
Okay, well,
Well, you just asked how it changed
Surprise
things.
them on your show.
Okay, all right.
You know, I understand that that's his role, and he's, you know, Ethan's made that his job, or Dan's made it his job. Ethan leans on it so heavily, in the same way that he leans on the button. Ethan is leaning on all of these people to be adults and look after his behavior and give all of this emotional and empathetic energy for Ethan, but Ethan refuses to give it back to them. Also, let's talk about AB and Lena, two Lebanese employees, and you just continue to talk about the conflict like they don't exist. It would be nicer, a lot nicer, for you to shut the fuck up about it. You're allowed to do that.
Hezbollah in Syria alone killed double that much. All right, I'm going to move on. I just want to play Hassan talking about Bad Empanada.
Ethan doesn't want to change, and he wants to bring the entire crew.
Him silencing his fucking, like, Lebanese fucking crew members, I guarantee you. Because they're going to turn around and say no. Because the death toll he keeps reading as Hezbollah is the death toll of the entire civil war in Syria. And he's like, oh, look, Hezbollah's death toll in Syria. Like, he's just pushing, like, fucking Hasbara.
Down with him. Because he's putting them in this position every day, right? But it's more important that he gets this shit off his chest. It's more important that he dumps. We're all familiar with Goblin Mode. Well, Ethan debuted a new mode recently.
And by the way, my ratio is pretty good. Like, I'm looking at like 20 Goblin modes to 1 too far. Demon mode, let's call it.
What makes Demon Mode different than Goblin Mode is goblins aren't really like an intimidating, powerful force. If the goblin is persistent, it can get what it wants.
When I'm done with the other one, the big one that's dropping probably next week, my full attention is going to you, George. Like the Eye of Sauron. I see you. I see you out there, you fucking cockroach.
Ethan, the reason the internet got behind you when you were being sued by Matt Haas or when you were being sued by Ryan Kavanaugh is because people saw you as the underdog. They saw you as the guy who's defending the common man.
I'm suing, and I cannot wait for you guys to read it. At the moment, we are writing 3 complaints for 3 people.
You are doing the classic rich asshole thing. You have a deficit of friends, you have a surplus of enemies. You feel really bad, you feel hurt. but you also have a surplus of money. So what can you do? You can use that money to bully and intimidate people. These public legal threats that you're making to fellow creators, these legal threats that you're making to people on Reddit, on Twitter, you're like, I'm hurt. These people are hurting me. What do I do to stop it? There's nothing I can do to stop it. I'm powerless. No, you have a ton of power. You have a ton of options. You have a ton of choice. That's exactly what you get for being filthy rich, is you can do all of these things.
I've never want to sue someone for defamation, but like at what point do you kind of fucking have to? I mean, this is like basically someone calling you a pedophile. Be like, yeah, you know, Ethan's a pedophile.
Dan Clancy or whatever, like the CEO of Twitch, and being
Pedophile. Dan KKK Clancy has a similar view of Hitler. Because Dan Clancy, the Nazi, fucking anti-Semite. There are certain things you can accuse people of that rise above to make it like actionable, which is like wrongfully accusing someone of being a pedophile, a sex criminal, a murderer, shit like that. Dan Clancy now, in other words, he is a pedophile.
You have so much less to go off of saying that than anybody has about Dream.
Based on his looks. Just on his based on his
Well, at least you're self-aware.
That's 100% a joke. I have no evidence to conclude that he is.
One of the more notable legal threats that Ethan has sent out recently is against Noah Samson.
I have nothing but vibes to gain, and potentially your money as well. Don't worry if you don't have it all now. I'll garnish your wages. You're going to be living with your parents for a lot longer, buddy. 26, you know what I mean? Try 46.
Noah made a video that was critical of Ethan and other content creators when they're talking about Israel and Palestine. I mean, the way he's talking about Noah on his podcast is so fucking creepy and weird.
Is this a new thing?
This is a new thing. This happened during the show. Upon initial examination, it seems to check out, and it's not great for young Noah.
Can I say that? Don't say it yet.
I'll say it.
So he's a rape. So of course his standard, I don't know what he's accused of, so I'm not actually going to say, but
Ethan brought on a former partner of Noah to basically just shit talk him and say that he's a bad partner. But that's all that Ethan was able to extract out of it.
You are not accusing him of committing any crimes or doing R-word or anything like that. The accusation is that he's a sleaze.
Absolutely. Noah Samson, as far as I know, is not a rapist.
Fuck you to Noah Samson, who's not just a liar and a scumbag, but also a creep, allegedly.
Like, what's it? They're just like fucking digging up every little nook and cranny they can about the guy to slander him, when his video on the genocide was fucking good shit, you know? It's good content. Oh god, fucking hell. Indigestion, too many Pringles.
Allegedly.
Now let's talk about the left-leaning Democrat.
He presents himself as someone like me, a left-leaning Democrat who supports basic things.
The thing that made me start to question Ethan's intentions is that when he was suggested to talk to Sam Seder, a fellow progressive, a guy that Ethan respects and looks up to.
He works with Sam Seder at the Majority Report. I respect him and what they do there.
He kept saying that it was racist or anti-Semitic to suggest that he talked to someone who's within the same ethnic group as him.
That's why I said yesterday, like, I urge Ethan to talk to Sam Seder. There are very thoughtful,
You think he could
very kind.
Oh, there he is! Oh no, Sam Seder! What a fucking nightmare! I had no idea this was going to happen.
The fucking music. I love this fucking thing.
Steven, do you know that the Spartans are like practice man love with children?
Oh, geez. Okay, so this is what's going to happen. What did I tell you? He was going to do anything he could to avoid. Oh, there he is! Oh no, Sam Seder! What a fucking nightmare! I had no idea this was going to happen.
Oh no, Sam Seder! What a fucking nightmare!
Today, like, I urge Ethan to talk to Sam Seder. There are very thoughtful, very kind anti-Zionist Jews out there that he could talk to. I don't think that I will be able to reach him.
What's the insinuation that I only listen to other Jewish people? You need to talk to my pre-approved list of Jews that like agree with me on everything. You know, it doesn't matter if they're Jewish, dude. It doesn't matter if they're fucking Jewish.
I think most Jews.
I don't think Jews at large view it
I don't think that is the. What? In what position are you to even say that?
It's not motivated by myself. It's motivated by Jews against anti-Zionist
No,
Jews.
seriously, how can you speak for my entire ethnic group? I find that really interesting.
Ethan, I don't know.
It's the weird dichotomy of like, you just think that I'm only going to listen to my own group, and then you try and speak to them based on your own understanding, based on your interactions with the group, as well as your own understanding of the whole situation. And they'll be like, no, how can you speak for my entire group? Even though they will then speak for the entire group. It's petty bourgeois chauvinism, through and through.
I don't know what to fucking tell you. This is like step one of having a leftist ideology, is recognizing our race, religion, nationality, all this shit, all shape our experiences as people.
That's the reason why it'd be better served to have this conversation not with myself, but with an anti-Zionist Jewish person.
Why does it matter if they're Jewish?
Because I'm not Jewish, and you've said in this conversation that, like, how can you tell me how to feel about the situation?
Yeah, but how is one person a representative of Jews at large? I'm just telling you how Jewish people around the world interpret that phrase.
So yes, Ethan, on occasion you might be suggested to talk to someone who has some crossover with you. It doesn't have to be your ethnicity. It could possibly be someone who shares progressive ideology with you. It could possibly be someone who is of your same gender. I think Ethan understands this concept very well. He listened to these women on his show when they told him that he shouldn't be calling women bitches.
This bitch is intolerable. You are such a nasty fucking bitch, Ken.
I don't know if you can call her a bitch, though.
She is a bitch. She's a fucking bitch.
Okay,
You're right.
I'm
I call her a see you next Tuesday.
Listen, you have.
I'm curious, what do Lena and Sam think about it?
I wouldn't be okay with that.
Yeah.
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 I feel like that it's for the girlies, Ethan. But I
So
agree.
you guys all seem to be in consensus that it's in poor form. I think to respect the women here in the room, I'm going to have to pass on saying that.
The infantilization of Ethan Klein is fucking nauseating. He's not a child. He is absolutely capable of looking into Hassan, learning about his politics, interviewing.
He went back on the bitches thing though, and was calling fucking unless that was him like finally backing off from it, because he was calling Denims a bitch constantly, calling her a dumb bitch and shit like that. Like, straight misogyny.
Loads of things to figure out where he stands.
He presents himself as someone like me, a left-leaning Democrat who supports basic things.
Literally doing the J.K. Rowling thing, a moderate and a liberal.
And for the first time, I noticed an inordinate amount of radical, hardcore leftists. I mean, I thought we were social democrats, not whatever this was. This comment from Hassan really started to sound some alarms in my head. I was already getting uncomfortable with our partnership. I started to wonder if I had any idea who this guy actually is.
You made how many episodes with Hassan? Like, this guy made a fucking program with the biggest mega leftist on the platform. Now he's acting like he was tricked and he was incapable of figuring out what this guy's beliefs were. Bro, I didn't make the fucking leftist program. You did. You made fucking, 60 some odd episodes of this shit for hours talking to this guy? You didn't have a problem with any of it until, Ethan talks about being aware of Hassan's 9/11 comments and then sort of leaves it at that. Like it was just a joke. Actually, I think Ethan describes them as edgy moments or jokes.
You might remember him from such classics as
America deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck it. I'm saying it.
Now, to be clear, I knew about all these edgy and controversial jokes at the time we made the show together, because who am I to judge?
No, Ethan, those aren't jokes, right? When someone makes a controversial statement like that, that's not them trying to be funny. I can understand why you would conflate the two. That is someone who is extremely frustrated and passionate about a particular topic. In this case, American imperialism and terrorism. You could have looked into that. You could have talked to Hassan a little bit more and found out what his international politics opinions are. But you wouldn't even need to do that. You can look at it online. You're not a victim. You weren't tricked. You made 60 some odd episodes.
It really gets into how like Ethan Klein takes this like TikTok or like YouTube shorts ass 5 second, 7 second video ass mentality towards like how he understands politics. Cause like it was very blatant that like a lot of the shit that Hassan says in that direction is about like expressing emotional distress at the way in which shit works, and like being like, yo, the calls for like genocide in the Muslim and Arab world, especially in Palestine and Sudan, is something that does make you reel back and go, fucking the US deserve what they fucking got with 9/11. And it's not because you mean literally that 9/11 was a good thing to happen. It's just a recursive reaction, it's passionate person in distress. But something that like Ethan can't seem to grasp.
International politics opinions are, but you wouldn't even need to do that. You can look at it online. You're not a victim. You weren't tricked. You made 60 some odd episodes. If you didn't want to go down this route, you shouldn't have done it. But that was your fucking choice. You did it. You are an adult. When Ethan and Hila are watching Matt Lieb saying that one state doesn't represent all Jews, they cannot wrap their heads around the idea.
No single person represents all Jews.
I'm just telling you how Jewish people around the world interpret that phrase.
No single person represents all Jews, as no single state represents all Jews.
Look at his face. Oh, you can't see it, y'all. I am. Let me show you. Like, look how scrunched up that motherfucker's face is. Look at it. He's so angry. Motherfucker's so angry. I gotta screen cap that. Oh my god. Oh my god, motherfucker is so angry. Oh, why does it keep showing the screen that's not a... Oh, it's because I can't screenshot it because I made OBS invisible to screen crapping. Is there a way for me to turn that off without restarting? Oh wait a minute, I can just screen grab the YouTube thing. It'll just be lower poly, which is funnier anyway. There we go. Well, there's our escapade into, like, and I could show you him progressively getting mad. Oh god, there's demon mode. Do you see demon mode activating? Like, yeah, I can grab at that as well. Doink. But there's, you can see the emergence of the dreaded demon mode. But Mandem looks like he's about to commit the Spanish Inquisition. Now it just looks like he's even out of shit. And now we know, is this the Giardia? Oh, man's having a Giardia response to Matt Lieb.
Represents all Jews, as no single state represents all Jews.
Oh man,
This is another weird thing.
Oh my God.
Israel. This is a lie that I see Hassan and people pander. They say that Israel's going to war on behalf of Judaism. They have never, I don't believe that that's ever been stated. And I don't think Israel ever explains that it's like, I think Israel says it's a place where Jews can go.
Israel's just a place Jews can go? With that slogan, we might actually have peace. You know, if that's all you're defining Israel as, is a place Jews can go. Like, sure, it sounds like America to me. Like, all right.
I don't think that Israel said they represent all Jews. I don't think that's a stance. We're like, hey, displacing Palestinians is all Jewish people.
Ethan is being so disingenuous here to suggest that he doesn't understand what Matt Lieb is saying. Like, he's making a semantic argument. Like, I don't think Israel has said that it represents every last Jew on the planet. I don't think Israel has claimed that. They're not going to say that their most genocidal behavior represents anything to do with them, okay? But what they are going to do is they're going to inexplicably link Israel and Jewishness together, so when they're being criticized, all of a sudden they have the perfect defense. Oh, another thing I need to mention. There was a tier list. It was called the Who Can Say Habibi tier list. It was presented at TwitchCon as like a panel that was just meant to be lighthearted and fun. And Ethan Klein saw that, and he decided that it was anti-Semitic.
Tier list them, and we're going to need your help to discuss and figure out who can say Habibi and who can't.
And also, we have tiers. We have Arab coded. They ask permission to say Habibi. You know, like you got like a white guy's like, can I say it? Is it a slur? And then Love Sabra, which is they're not Arab coded at all.
Now, when I first saw this tier list, I immediately knew what it was doing. I was like, oh, it's a play on the who has the N-word pass and who doesn't tier list. Granted, Habibi is very different than the N-word, but it is a cultural word amongst Arabic-speaking people and Muslim people. Like that is a word that's used. Habibi, it means my love. Oh no, don't do that, Habibi. Oh yes, Habibi. You're my Habibi, I'm your Habibi. So yes, it's meant to be a fun way that these Arab content creators can express their Arab culture and be proud of it and happy about it. Because it's not like they have massive representation on the platform.
Making a tier list based on race. And nobody has a fucking problem with that. Okay, you have a tier list based on race. Where's the Jewish panel? Where's the Jewish panel? Where at the top it says Jewish. It's a tier list based on Arab to Jew. He's Arab, which is good. That's the best thing you can be on this. That's the best. This is racist.
I will say that conveying information through a tier list is not the most effective thing, but Ethan should understand this principle. He did a white slurs tier list with Hassan.
Cracker.
I mean, you know what my take is.
We can't put this as an F. Cracker. I mean, that's got to be at least a D, right?
Pale face motherfucker.
Pale face. I mean, again, I think that's an F. Hog.
So hog is my favorite. I use it all the time.
Him and Hassan feel as though they are white guys, so they felt very comfortable talking about white slurs on their tier list.
I think I'm more white than you. What do you think?
I think I'm white. Like, I'm super white.
Can you understand why Arabs might feel comfortable talking about Arab shit on their tier list, Ethan? You're the white guy. You think you're more white than Hassan.
I think I'm more white than you.
So, yeah, the white guy can say all the things that he wants, like cracker, but the Arabs can't have their tier list.
I would put him also in Arab. I know Turkish people are different.
Notice how they dropped the premise almost immediately that it's about who can say Habibi. And then it's like, Hassan, okay, actually, he's Arab. We fucking love him. He's dope. He's Arab.
Habibi is an Arabic word. That is an Arabic word, Ethan.
Funny about this whole thing is that they say Habibi in Israel. Again, people underestimate just how like mixed Israeli culture is. Like,
we say Habibi in Israel. Yes, Ethan. Another piece of evidence as to why it isn't anti-Semitic.
This is racist.
If you're not Arab or understand Arab culture at all, which is a lot of Americans, and Ethan Klein presents you this tier list and calls it anti-Semitic, you're just gonna eat it up. It's not. Ethan is just proving his location on this tier list under Love Sabra because he doesn't understand Arab culture. There's a lot of Arabs who eat Sabra. There's a lot of people like me who eat Sabra. A lot of the times it's all that's in the store, and I'm gonna buy it and I'm gonna eat it, but it is not the good shit. Like the average Arab American, they're gonna go in the store and the only option they have is fucking Sabra. And that sucks that that's the only option, right? Arab communities and distribution facilities are not widespread across the US. So what are they left with? They're left with a common, relatable, shitty hummus, which is Sabra. And what's so fucking pathetic about this whole thing is after he was able to get these Arab creators banned off of Twitch for 30 days, he goes on to talk about how bad Sabra hummus is on his show.
I don't think anybody prefers Sabra over homemade like restaurant quality hummus. You know, it's what's there.
Like weirdly fluffy.
It is
Sabra.
fluffy.
Weird.
Yeah.
I would buy it sometimes and eat it. It's not the best.
The problem is with Sabra, in my opinion, it's only good for the first 2 days.
For some reason, like when you eat this Sabra shit, it just feels so much heavier. Imagine eating a whole fucking vat of Sabra. That's crazy.
Yeah. I've never liked hummus.
Oh, okay.
Well, you hate Jews then.
I don't.
And Arabs.
Yeah.
This is racist.
Yeah, it's almost like you can have a discussion about Sabra hummus being a bad hummus without it being at all related to a Jewish thing or an Israeli thing. He can have that discussion as much as he wants on his podcast because we all know his intentions aren't anti-Semitic.
This is what he did. He hit his heart hard.
The Zionism is leading to not accepting other cultures, embracing their own culture, and instead thinking that that is an attack on you. There's this incident on the podcast where they were reacting to Cutie Cinderella, and Ethan was laughing during it. So that ended up being a pretty important wake-up call for Ethan. He made an apology video directed at Cutie Cinderella, and it was graded by a professional psychologist, Dr. Kirk Honda of Psychology in Seattle, and Ethan got an A+ rating.
In terms of a public apology, this is A+.
Ethan won't stop talking about his A+ rating.
You know he rated my apology to Cutie Cinderella a perfect score? A perfect 10.
A perfect 10 out of 10?
Literally 10 out of 10. Go back. I can teach you how to make a good apology. I'm the best at
10 out of 10.
I know what a perfect apology is, lady. You fucking don't.
Man's just
Is my
showing
perfect
himself
apology
to
in
be
this
a
power?
narcissist. Like, look at this shit. Like, man's like, "Whoa, I made a perfect apology. I can show you how to do a perfect apology." That was the fucked one. It's like, what do you mean show you how to do a perfect apology? Makes it sound like performance, you know? Like, and narcissists are really good at that sort of performance shit, you know? Like, it's just, fuck, you gotta be really careful about, like, the way you throw around terms like narcissist and all that, but it fits the fucking foot with this guy. Like, sheesh. You know? Like, This is the fucking tragedy of the petty bourgeoisie. Don't let them
Dude,
get
I got
rich.
a perfect 10 out of 10. This one is actually best apology, so. Ethan Klein, you guys, oh my God.
I was trying really hard to think about an impactful moment during this video. Like, could I do something that would really wake Ethan up? And I don't know if this came from a good place or not, but I came up with the idea of getting Ethan's grade changed from an A to a B at least. So I went to visit Psychology in Seattle. I'm not confident that Kirk will change his grade, but it's worth trying, and you know, we might learn a thing or two.
Xander! Probably get pretty low marks. Unlike me, perfect score, 10. I said, hey, Lud, no wig drama. Why are you such a spineless coward of a person now that you've inserted yourself and your girlfriend into this conversation?
Okay, iDubbbz, I hear you. You're in the room with me right now. I hear you. I hear your request. I understand it. I can understand where it's coming from. And I guess have a policy that when there is a grade for an apology, I am just grading that discrete apology as I see it without taking any consideration of prior or future behavior. If you're wanting me to comment on the overall behavior or the recent behavior from the clips that you have shown me, I believe that Ethan is a good person and that eventually he will feel sorrow and will feel sorry and will apologize, and I will be there to evaluate that apology when it happens, which I know it will.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Unfortunately, Kirk did not change his grade, but that's okay, because this is the internet. Anyone can have their own official apology rating system, so I'm going to rate Ethan's apology a B-. That's just based on my own feelings and my own rubric. When Psychology in Seattle was watching these video clips of Ethan, he said that it looks like Ethan could just use a hug. Now, of course, it kind of pisses me off to hear that shit, because I'm like, what are we doing? What are we saying? He needs a hug? No, he doesn't need a hug. He needs a good fucking ass whooping is what he needs. I think something that's very important to me in bringing back Content Cop is to be fair. I think that was something that was not illustrated in previous Content Cops that I think should have been, and probably wouldn't have left me with so much regret. Ethan deserves all of the criticism that he's getting. I think it's very valid. But I also think, at the end of the day, we should acknowledge that he's human, because he is human. And he is in a situation that's making him extremely scared, paranoid, defensive, sensitive, and I'm sure other features and feelings. In the spirit of Kirk saying that it looks like Ethan could just use a hug, I have challenged some of his most powerful haters to put down the haterade and just say something nice and charitable about him, because I think he deserves it.
I just wanted to say that I respect that you are genuinely yourself on the internet. I think a lot of other people respect you for it as well. I think that's a big reason why people were drawn to your content in the first place. I think that's a lot of the reason why your employees chose to work with you over anyone else.
Ethan, I think it's... Oh, that t-shirt is beautiful. I want that top. Like...
Reason why your employees chose to work with you over anyone else.
Ethan, I think it's respectable that you even began this journey to leave behind the anti-SJW crowd and step into a more empathetic worldview. I know it's not easy.
Ethan Klein, I think that when you are being goofy, when you're being silly, when you are being lighthearted, and just having fun with your friends, I think that is when you're at your best. So I'd love to see more of that. That'd be sick.
I will be reading my letter off because I don't want to sound robotic. HJ used to be the force for good that I used to watch. I hope that one day gets back to what I remember. You were one of the inspirations for me to start creating content, so all this has stung. I hope you really hear this, and I wish you the best.
I think Ethan Klein rocks a buzz cut pretty good, and I think he's got a good choice of facial hair. I think it's really cool what he did 8 years ago, fighting that frivolous lawsuit. That was pretty fucked up, and fighting it, he changed YouTube for the better. And I thought that was cool because I thought it was like he was fighting for free speech.
I also see the dynamic of Ethan and Neil. I'm like, fuck, it's really hard to be a couple online and see people attacking your partner, and it's like, okay, if you come to their defense, that doesn't always help them, right? Sometimes that makes it worse for them.
And I have been kind of slipping into a very unhealthy place where it's gotten worse and worse, and I get criticized more and more, and I get more defensive and more hold up, a feeling of almost infallibility that I could take anything on. It led me to make a lot of mistakes, and then when I was criticized for those mistakes, then I would act extremely defensive and nasty and not really processing them in a healthy way.
You mean double down? That's what you mean? You mean you double down on them?
A few days ago, my good friend Ian, also known as iDubbbz, released a content cop about me. His video's over an hour long, and it's full of a lot of accusations. We watched the entire video, every frame of it, responded to every accusation on the podcast in a really long episode. We watched the whole thing. So,
Why is there a scroll bar? Oh. That is...
if you're interested in a more thorough response to everything, I would recommend watching this episode. The video that I'm making today, however, I don't need an hour for, because there's really just one central point that I want to make here. My good friend Ian, in his hour-long takedown, did not mention one time Child Protective Services. Not one time. In the entire video, he never says CPS. No mention, no explanation, no overview, nothing. Zero mentions of CPS. A few weeks ago, Child Protective Services showed up to our house at 6 a.m. to interrogate us about an anonymous tip they got that our kids were crawling around and eating dog shit at catching diseases. Ian spends the majority of his video characterizing me like a raving lunatic who's lashing out at everyone around me with zero provocation.
Maybe if Ethan's able to get some help, maybe if he stops harassing other creators, maybe if he does these things, eventually he'll find peace and we can rekindle our friendship. And I feel like I am speaking up for a lot of people who have problems with you, and a lot of people who have been on the receiving end of your harassment.
What he doesn't say is the majority of these clips he's using are taken from this episode. Now, does he ever show the title of this episode? No, he does not ever show the title of this episode. Snark called Child Protective Services...
It's not the point of his fucking thing. What even is this? This is deranged. This isn't even about the fucking video.
Not only does he not show the title, he doesn't explain why I'm upset, who I'm mad at, why I'm mad at them. Zero context. I am just an anonymous, screaming lunatic.
It's been pleasant hanging out with you. I've enjoyed your content over the years. And as of late, it's gotten really fucking shitty.
Yeah, so go fuck yourself.
I agree.
Who else? Who else do we want to burn today?
Who else do we want to burn today? You're making it so fucking obvious that this is your emotional dumping ground. It's horrible. This is not what podcasts are. There was a way to approach this to say yeah, we feel hurt by you guys not saying something. You've decided to do the extra thing and attack.
In this episode, the same day that CPS came to my home, I was understandably irate. This was a provocation that I had not experienced. It went into my real world, was affecting my children and my life in a way that I found extremely disturbing and an escalation that I found very unacceptable. Now, why am I mad at Ian for this? Well, let's start here. Denims is someone he's accusing me of in his video of harassing. Let's see what Denim said about my children 3 days before CPS was called.
He lets his dogs shit all over his mansion, and he just leaves the shit on the floor, something that is probably related to the fact that his former housekeeper is suing him for a number of different reasons. So I would assume he doesn't actually have a housekeeper anymore, or perhaps he lost his extra housekeeper. So now the house is just like covered in dog shit. And he has kids, and his kids like crawl into the dog shit, and God forbid, I don't know what they do.
Denims isn't saying anything. She's just watching Empanada. And this chat is edited, from what I've been told. That in like the actual Denims chat, which is the tiny one in the top right,
I don't know if they eat it or if it's just from like contact with it with their hands or something, but they contracted a parasite that I had previously never heard of in my life called Giardia from the dog shit that is all over his house.
Dude, how is it that like maybe once a week I look into what Ethan Klein's been up to, and every time I manage to find more and more terrible shit. This is where Ethan tells a story about his family getting Giardia.
We already have Mold Mondays. Now we have Shit Saturdays.
Also, this is not a joking matter, by the way. It can be very severe and deadly to small children. I mean, much like many other illnesses, it's very, very, very dangerous when infants get the same sicknesses that adults get. There are lots of things that you can get as an adult.
What is she saying that's wrong here? What is she saying that's wrong here? This guy is so unhinged.
You'll be A-okay. No problem. A child, a small infant that has no immune system, shouldn't be catching anything.
No wonder his house is covered in dog shit, and his neglected children raised by nannies have contracted parasites previously unknown to science from the feces. I wonder why he skipped over all of this, because everything that I said in this story, which by the way was apparently compiled by his crew,
No wonder this motherfucker is always sick. Yeah, it all makes sense now. It makes sense why he doesn't care about Palestinian children when he is neglecting his own. How is this happening? How is it happening? How is this happening? Yeah, I mean, I don't even make fun of people's weight. I've never made fun of people's weight. I do make fun of people's posture. If you're making an active decision that like you don't give a fuck about your health or your posture or your dog shitting all over the house to the point where your kids are getting Giardia, that's the image of someone who is not well. Wait, what? Wait, what, Dams? Wait, what? You guys didn't know about this? Yeah. Zempic diet.
The zoom in on the laughing, like evil women laughter and situation ongoing. Like Ethan. Elon Klein. I'm gonna stop fucking calling him Elon now. Ethan is like such a vindictive little shit. Like, oh my god. How, like, if someone else was going on about giving their kids Giardia, he'd have been fucking terrorizing them in a way more offensive way, in a way that was attacking the children as well, when she's shown like empathy and concern. This guy is fucking unhinged. Like, what the fuck, what?
Big diet.
The Olympic diet.
Zempic diet.
Oh, a Zempic.
Oh, God.
Fuck. Even after CPS was called, Denims attempted to
Elton
justify
Klein
it by claiming that
mush.
it's okay because
Yeah.
children can't be traumatized.
I want you to create any bad memory here for them. Like, they are 5 and 3. They don't understand this shit. So I told him,
create any bad memory for them. You're not forming memories at 3 years old, and it's very rare that you're forming memories at 5 years old.
Mandem's doing an IQ thing in front of a colonized woman. She's an Iraqi lassie. She comes from a part of the world that has been plundered by the United States in a genocidal war. and he's like doing IQ points. Now it's already sexist anyway with the whole IQ thing, but like there's the colonial component going in here. Like what the fuck, like. Klein meaning small in German also sums up his mindset. Yeah, man's got small man syndrome too, you know. So there's intersectional smallity going in here, you know.
Nah, yes, you are. No, you're not. When we're talking about being able to remember, being able to recall memories, it's like 4 is the cutoff. But even if you are forming any memories at 4, you're not going to be able to remember them past like 15.
Unless they're really traumatic.
You have maybe 1 or 2 memories.
If you're wondering who the guy is she's watching, his name is Bad Empanada. And as far as harassment campaigns go, you'd think that Ian, as someone who cares so deeply about it, would be talking about him and not me. Here's a small taste.
I'd like to pay tribute to Ethan Klein and the new Twitch TOS that declares Zionism. Zion is the slur. I'd like to pay tribute to him by playing the first Al-Aqsa video game where you kill Zionist soldiers as a Palestinian resistance fighter. Anyways,
is a necessary
are these
evil.
are these Israelis? They're just standing there? I mean,
They blurred it out. They blurred out the gameplay.
Ethan Kleins, like
this is criminal.
They're all on a fucking Ozempic binge. They don't understand what's going on around them. They haven't noticed me. Where do they keep the secretaries?
This is criminal.
In here? I'm hunting for secretaries right now. Secretary got...
Here's Bad Empanada once again, who posted a story saying, I'm the one who called CPS on Ethan Klein. I want CPS to take his kids away because they are seriously in danger.
His ass whooping.
Today was pretty bad, wasn't it? Really sucked for you. You were so disappointed. The betrayal of one of your closest long-term friends, huh? Tick-tock, though, Ethan. Tick-tock, because this was just a taste. This was just a small part of what we have organized for you. It's only gonna get worse. It's only gonna get worse, Mr. T. Tick-tock friends, huh? Tick-tock, though, Ethan. Tick-tock, because this was just a taste. This was just a small part of what we have organized for you. It's only gonna get worse. It's only gonna get worse, Mr. Klein. Every day, sit there just waiting in misery, in fear of what we have in store for you. Tick-tock goes the clock.
Maybe if he stops harassing other creators.
He lets his dogs shit all over his mansion, and he just leaves the shit on the floor.
Maybe if he does these things, eventually he'll find peace.
The house is just like covered in dog shit. And he has kids, and his kids like crawl into the dog shit.
And I feel like I am speaking up for a lot of people who have problems with you.
I don't know what they do with it. I don't know if they eat it, or if it's just from like contact with it with their hands or something.
I was particularly angry during this episode entitled Snark Called CPS on Us, because I hold Denims to be one of the primary reasons, in my opinion, why CPS was called. Another one of their friends, Froggy Tonic, had been spreading the same malicious rumor about me on Twitter for days before CPS was called as well.
I used to work with this video editor named Froggy Tonic. I discovered him because he was in the circles online that I was in. There would be an occasional Froggy tweet where I'd be like, I agree with that, you know? Like, I'm not gonna endorse it, I'm not gonna retweet it or like it, but fair enough. Now, my former editor of a year and a half ago did say some truly mean shit. He called Hila the C word. He said they're trying to kill their dog with cheddar cheese and a bunch of other shit, I'm sure.
Now let me show you the tweets that Ian conveniently omitted. Me when my 3 kids ask me why they haven't seen me in the past 4 months. I was in my basement. How can you shun a fallen fan when they worry about their 3 kids when they can't be bothered to protect their dogs? Ethan was neglectful with his dogs. He's already been neglectful with his kids, and he will continue to be. As a child of a neglectful, bipolar, narcissistic dad, that's precisely why I worry about Ethan's kids. I explained it on the podcast, but the truth of the matter is it's all a lie. It's all wrong. The man is talking about my children. He's painting me as a terrible parent, a neglectful parent, and saying that he's, whose claim to fame is being iDubbbz's friend and former editor, is spreading malicious, damaging rumors about me that led to the CPS being called. Which, by the way, Ian does not explain one time. He did not mention why I'm angry at Froggy Tonic. He did not mention why I'm angry at Denims. He did not mention the name of the episode. He did not mention what the episode was about. He actually has a perfect opportunity to explain the CPS call, but watch what he does here instead.
Now, my former editor of a year and a half ago did say some truly mean shit. He called Hila the C word. He said they're trying to kill their dog with cheddar cheese and a bunch of other shit.
What other shit, Ian? Other shit is doing a lot of heavy lifting, man. Now, why does this matter? Because Anissa was yucking it up with these guys during the period in which they were spreading this rumor, and when the CPS, during the period in which they were spreading this rumor, and when the CPS call was made. The CPS call is central to understanding this story. You cannot tell this story without that context. And to try to tell this story without including that detail, it would be the most bad faith, cruel, gaslighting hit piece of all time. Unfortunately, that's exactly what he did. He convinced his audience that the reason that I'm mad, that I'm lashing out, simply because I'm a raving lunatic. I am crashing out. I'm just crazy and harassing his friends for no reason. And by the way, to my good friend Ian of 8 years, I really appreciate you weaponizing my mental health against me.
To make Ethan crash out. He's having a parasocial weird crash out. People can have crash out moments. Maybe if Ethan's able to get some help.
Someone who I've confided in over the years with my struggles with it, who understands what I've been through, the lengths that I've gone to work on myself and improve my mental condition. For him to throw that in my face, to characterize anything I'm doing as crashing out, that I need help, that I need to get some kind of treatment, is cruel and pathetic on a level I didn't think would ever be possible of doing. One ridiculous point he keeps hammering on is that I'm hating on him, I'm harassing him, simply because he's following people on Twitter.
We're not going to run to your defense when, I don't know, we follow people. We be following. That's one fucked up thing that you can say about Anissa and I is when we're on Twitter, we do be following.
I'm not upset, Ian, because you follow people. That is absurd. I'm mad because you are actively engaging with these people on social media, in DMs, while this harassment is happening, seemingly indifferent to it,
That's a
silent
loyalty
on
pledge
it.
you don't
In a sense,
deserve.
I felt like you were more on their side than my side.
Our silence means something. It means that we would like to pause this relationship until you figure your shit out.
Our silence means something. That's exactly what we felt. Wow, it's almost like we were right about you. There's something
He means to stop being a weird fucking pro-genocide maniac.
that I've never talked about publicly, but around the same time, we received 2 human skulls in the mail at our home, which led us to having a very pleasant interview with the FBI. Things have progressed well past
Really
the
hard to
point
say
of
whether that's crazy
that's
people
just
being
what
really
the
shitty
internet
or whether
does.
that's
Ian
him
had a
sending
recent
skulls to
revelation.
himself.
He's
It's always hard to
transcended
tell
into a new person. He's achieved nirvana and discovered empathy at age 32.
I think only in these past couple of years have I gained the ability empathy. And I'm very ashamed to admit that. It sounds really pathetic to say at the age of 32 I've acquired empathy, but I have, and I've realized it because I just can't help myself but feel for other people's pain and suffering now.
This is a man growing out of toxic masculinity and becoming healthy in his masculinity. And Ethan is shitting all over that. That is a fucking extremely sincere and heartful apology, and a move for him to be like, yo, yeah, I'm admitting it, you know? I've grown up and lived in an environment that's encouraged me to not be empathetic, so I feel like I've actually developed a thing called empathy. That's what he's saying. And Ethan's shitting all over this.
Because
He said
I
nothing
just
of
like can't
substance
help
throughout this
myself
entire fucking
but
response video,
like
and I am
feel
not
for
watching
other
9 hours
people's
of him
pain
go
and
through it.
suffering now. I'm still not perfect. I think that is my empathy meter's only maybe like a quarter of the way filled up potentially, but it's at least there.
In the spirit of his newfound enlightenment, he had this to say.
I have made some cruel, hurtful content, and I need to acknowledge that, and I'm really sorry that it's taken me this long to acknowledge it. The content I'm talking about specifically are content cop videos and videos where I was just generally criticizing people for very lackluster reasons, and obviously didn't have any accountability online whatsoever on my end. I was morally grandstanding and acting as if I am any better than any of these people that I was making content cop videos on.
He's not saying content cop itself was a problem. He's saying how he was doing it is a problem. Ethan is trying to be like, look, he's doing the thing he said he would stop doing. And it's not. It's just not that.
A human. I'm a real human content cop videos on, and I'm not. I'm a human. I'm a real human who makes mistakes, and I make a different set of mistakes than the people I was making videos on, but it doesn't matter. I don't think anyone deserves that level of cruelty or hate. It's also indoctrinated a lot of people into thinking that this is an okay way to behave, and it's not.
What happened? Am I so uniquely evil that you're willing to abandon your newfound principles after, less than a year? What is it that I've done, Ian, that makes me more detestable than any of
This is a tactic we call poisoning the well.
the other people that you've content copped? And for what did you do this? To revitalize your dying career? This entire video reeks of desperation, of being thrown together, and poorly researched. I don't really even understand why they did this, and I can't imagine that it's going to be worth it.
He explained it in the
Thanks
video.
for the 8 years of friendship, buddy. Have fun with your new friends.
Everyone needs to cry for Ethan. Craig faces in the chat. Sob, and it should come up with the thing. Crying faces in the chat. We got a sob for Ethan. This guy Ian I recognize, but can't think who he is. You think like iDubbbz is the Ian guy? That's iDubbbz, and then H3H3 is the Ethan guy. He doesn't actually link the stream when they talk about it. It's so long, pal. Guy's so butthurt. There's already like misogyny and bullshit like that in the thing. He's not scarily unwell. He's just a lunatic. Like, I'm like Bad Empanada's scarily unwell. I'm like, no, Bad Empanada's he's just crazy like that. You're typing in like Discord things in there. Like, I told you to type in the one that would actually turn into an emoji. Like, I swear this is like fucking like malicious non-compliance, like or malicious compliance or whatever. Like, where are you going with this? He's gonna fucking. I'm not looking at the Discord. I'm doing other fucking things. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I already screen capped it. I got like multiple screen caps of it. The context puke. He like revived the dead channel to like start just going on a like fucking
A few days.
warpath.
Now, in fairness, I am attacking back, but I feel very insulted and...
It's just, it's like... So
Actually, I want to see how he reacts to this
also,
stuff,
having
like-
a kill switch... We watch. They're fighting. Like your appearances... Premise that's of this man's... With
doc of links, but the video itself isn't linked in there.
I can't find the link to the video. I know I timestamped it last night, but I just can't find the damn thing. So anyway, here it is. Yeah, pretty funny. Pretty funny business. So here we are.
Stay out of the drama as much as possible. You don't...
Anyway, go on, Ian. Let's
He
continue.
just like starts like most
To
of the way
me,
through it.
it's just
Like, does he not actually start from the
It
start?
live.
What can you do?
understand
Life's weird, man.
being made.
It sounds like it's your feed.
It is, yeah. Well, so the reason what I saw was him.
Confront my boss. It's not my fucking job.
It's not your job, and you don't know anything about their job. What are you doing right now?
To confront my boss and say, today's segment on rapists and pedophiles.
What are you What are you doing
on Twitch? Was not like not my favorite segment to be a part of.
Yeah, friends like the. What are you doing? What are you talking about? He's cosplaying as an employee who's uncomfortable, based on a clip of me defending Olivia. What is happening? It's
Oh yeah, and our other good friends.
Yeah.
Anissa and Ian. Thanks, Anissa, for standing up for your girl.
Wait, so yeah, this clip isn't connected to that statement.
No, he
I was really
moved on.
trying to unpack that. I don't know what his point was at all.
And that's part of my issue with this video too, is that like he's supposedly a good video maker and a good art point maker. This video is just so disjointed, totally like fragmented. The arguments are not well thought out. Like why that? At least make the why is that the example? Bro, you are so off bit. You are so weird. You're so weird, bro.
Actually stood up for you so many times, because like why would I not? It was crazy.
Yeah, why would you not? I mean, if that's truly what you believed and you weren't just going to use it later.
Of course I was going to.
Didn't plan to have to say that, by the way.
No.
It does become relevant though at a certain point when you're like, wow, these people are not really good friends of mine. Why is that happening?
This is the day, right? This is the day we
This
got
is
CPS
the
at our
day
house.
that CPS visited us.
When I was so fired up and I was like,
Yes.
"Fucking shit." Yes. No, I didn't plan one day in my life to have CPS called on me and you would be friends with people that like created that talking point, or at least like
He said, she said, he said, she said. Like, that's all I'm getting from this. Like, these people have nothing worthwhile saying.
made it popular. And you wouldn't say anything about them, and then I would call you out like, no, I never planned that day to come, and I never thought that I would have to be like, I stood up for you and you didn't. No.
It's all part of your sneaky Jew plan. He didn't say that. It's just a little joke. I'm inserting.
But how are you gonna show me in this state, one of our hardest days?
It's horrible.
And you're not gonna say why? What happened?
Totally justifiable anger. POV here, guys. I know Ethan's.
Yo, shout out to Ethan.
Greatest.
How are you
That's
responsible?
probably been the most use case of the button.
I'm not friends with Stavros. I'm not good friends with Stavros.
Oh, also, I can't forget about Matt Lieb. Matt
Good.
Lieb is in this like middle tier. His valuable association is Rhett and Link. So Rhett and Link, conveniently, are also in this.
So he's saying. I'm trying to get to Rhett Link. I don't even know what the fuck how he explains that.
Category of popular and powerful men who Ethan does not want to burn bridges with.
Why, dude? Rhett and Link didn't say anything about me. Why would I? Why would I burn Rhett and Link? That's stupid. That's even logical.
Though he's sniffing around.
Yeah. This guy Matt Lieb. He works for Good Mythical Morning. Of all people, this guy Matt Lieb. That's stupid. That's even logical.
Though he's sniffing around.
Anything about me? Why would I? Why would I
burn bridges with?
Why, dude? Rhett and Link didn't say anything about me. Why would I? Why would I burn Rhett and Link? That's stupid. That's even logical.
Though he's sniffing around.
Yeah. This guy Matt Lieb. He works for Good Mythical Morning. Of all people, this guy Matt Lieb, who apparently is a producer for Good Mythical Morning. Well, this guy works for Good Mythical Morning. You'll notice. No. Ian bravely does not explain my problem with Matt Lieb, although he does show it on screen. That he platforms someone like Bad Empanada.
The Red Spectre himself.
That's my problem.
Mm-hmm.
And he does not even explain that. In fact, he pretends like Bad Empanada, who's at the center of a lot of this, doesn't exist, which is very convenient because he's just an evil dude that everybody hates. Acting like he's wholesome, and he's bringing on somebody that wants to kill my wife, or in a video game. And I think he should be fired, frankly. And I hope he is fired. Yeah. He's pathetic, and he interviewed a fucking, basically a terrorist.
I think Ethan only respects power right now.
So do you think Bad Empanada is cool? I mean, I'd like to hear your thoughts on that.
Which is one of the reasons I made this video in the first place, is because he thinks I'm weak. He thinks a lot of these other creators that he's gone out of his way to attack, he thinks that they're weak, and he thinks they're a target that he can bully. He can
dumb fuck. Like, the cry bullying with them is just incredible. These people started this shit. They talk shit about me, and I respond.
Manipulate, he can send lawsuits to, and I want him to know that we're not going to be bullied. You're being a piece of shit, and we're going to call you out.
So here's the button. You've got a video. Oh, brother, he goes after the button.
He skipped some part of it. Because, like, there's the part where it shows, the fucking, the guy who's, like, one of the powerful friends of his that also shat on him on Hassan's stream, taking the piss out of the context spuke. And yeah, like, I man, them cut it out. Ego thin.
And what's going to only be described as
now you've gone too far.
It's just confusing. It's just a poorly conceived, aimless, bro. I think obviously his video, it's doing well view wise. It has like it has over 50% dislike. So clearly there's a lot of people that don't like it. But what
iDubbbz disproved that those dislike meters are really inaccurate based on the actual like to dislike ratio that he can see in his fucking analytics. Like, it's bullshit.
Trust me, I think what's indicative of just how nonsensical this entire hate movement is against me is that you cannot watch this video and think it's actually good. It doesn't even make sense.
No, and if it's for somebody that hasn't been following the story, this must be like the most incoherent mess.
It just seems like some personal got drama. It has that many likes. Oh, yeah. I think that thing's pretty accurate based on what I've checked in against my own videos.
No, it's not. It's real not.
Anywho, let's see what he says about the button. And you've got an audio. We're hitting both. Yeah, there's nothing. I'm so sorry, guys. I apologize. It went off the rails there.
It was just too tempting watching you do it. It's like, it's so tactile and fun to hit.
Reflexive.
You had to do it.
So this seems to be like the most effort he's put into this video is to source like every time I've clicked the button. It's taken forever. And the payoff for this is non-existent. It's just so stupid.
I like that. It looks like a weight loss video, like your weight loss journey.
That's true. Thank you, bro, for the progress vid.
You can literally see how we laugh a lot of times because it's also like a bit, you know, when we use it. Sometimes it goes both ways.
It's silly. We use it all the time to be funny.
Yeah.
It's like.
That is such cope. Such cope. I wonder if he cuts out the bit where
is the most common thing in the world in broadcast.
Talking with the
Everybody
button.
has it. Just because you are like, fuck, I'm trying not to like have a shoestring operation here. I want to have a professional operation, and so we have the ability, like I'd say all other major broadcasts, to have a kill switch.
Very few streamers though, and something that could really benefit. Look into it.
I think
the Ross air cleaner,
idea.
Everybody, highly recommend it.
It really is a good idea. I don't know how he can explain otherwise.
I mean, it's a responsible thing to do.
He's like, you know what, bro? You shouldn't self-censor. You should allow every offensive thing you say
you should correct
out on
yourself.
the internet so we can judge you for that.
You should correct yourself and show that you're actually growing.
Yes.
There's no point.
Let's leave.
Here we are
there's no
laughing.
need.
I don't want to.
Oh, shit.
Like, how
Yeah.
pathetic are you? Also, bro, this isn't Schindler's List. What's with the dramatic music? Like, I'm hitting a button, we're laughing and smiling most of the time. Like, bro actually thinks he's Schindler right now.
I could have saved more.
I could have saved more if there was only one less button. What a stupid fucking loser. Jesus criminy, dude. Don't worry if I don't have it all now. I'll garnish your wages. I don't like pedophile. Like the Eye of Sauron. I see you. I see you out there, you fucking cockroach. You'll be living with your parents for a lot longer, buddy. Yes, please. I want to be a good. I'm in my Esteban era.
Yeah. Fair point.
It's kind of a fun walk down memory
I mean,
lane.
he's the one really saying the fucking, you know, he's the one who needs to do the growth, but like Mandem just can't grow. If he grows, then like Ethan's gonna, his head will pop, you know, if he ever has any moment of realization of weakness. Man's super defensive over his intelligence.
You know
Insane
what?
like that.
We should
still.
repost this because I think it's a fun video. We just got to change the music.
I like how intense and dramatic it is.
You like it? Okay.
Yeah, it's hype.
Yeah,
say,
yeah,
Esteban is really
straight up.
looking good.
Preaching
I fuck with
facts,
Esteban.
comrade.
Even to this day. I need to shave a little bit to clean it up, but I think it works for me. Thank you so much. Did the watch return? Can I see it?
Oh, God. Come on.
Listen.
Oh.
This man.
Oh, Waddles says that he found all those buttons.
What?
I hate that I made this editor's life so much easier. Waddle's the guy who runs h3lore.com.
Oh, you have all.
Because he has a page with every button.
Okay, so I take it back. He actually didn't put any
did
work into this video. He continues to put effort.
We picked the music. He picked some music.
Oh my god.
Don't feel bad, Waddles. You're just doing your best. Thank you so much. I had this watch resale.
If anything, it just makes more sense because we were like, why is there so much research gone into the button?
Yeah,
but not everything else.
You see how much padding they're doing to avoid getting into what they know is going to be talked about regarding the button. They're so scared of the button. They're like, whoa, why would he have so many videos of the button?
$300 to resize it.
Holy.
So, but the thing is, they had to cut it. You had to take. I mean, oh god, what a fucking piece.
That's crazy. They also sent you a message that you should only keep it laying down like that.
Really?
Yeah.
I shouldn't put it on a winder? Really?
I don't know why.
Just want to see if it.
Okay.
It's too fucking.
It's the same key of E.
God.
Watches.
Key of E.
Goosey.
Yeah.
It's good now. All right, let's go on. Let's move on.
Could you please, guys, please?
Anywho. It always surprises me what you think crosses the line.
Well, I looked at Olivia and she's like, yes, do it.
Now let's talk about the.
That was it? That was the point?
God forbid you guys have fun on the show.
Wait, he.
No, he's about to get to the point. You are purposefully derailing this.
Or kill switch as a response to the.
Dude, he blurred her. Isn't that just like, I mean, granted, like, yeah, let's be sensitive to her, but it's just like, okay, you're such a hero.
It's just a person crying.
You're such a hero, bro.
Okay.
Are we not okay showing a person crying?
It's someone crying while you are laughing at her. You fucking little sicko.
He's trying to be, like, considerate to her, I guess. I don't know.
Controversy with Cutie Cinderella. He was not able to control himself in that moment, and instead of figuring out how he can change his behavior, he spent $20,000.
Dan and that wasn't the only reason.
By the way,
that wasn't. Okay, I don't want to say it too confidently, but am I misremembering? The button was because of the NRA comment.
Yes.
It was a run. It was a whole run of things.
And we got like a whole week ban.
We got 2 strikes.
Yeah.
Within a period of a few months.
Yeah.
That was when I was like, okay.
Yeah.
We could actually like.
It's time.
We might.
The button may have been installed shortly after that incident, and certainly that would have been a moment to button.
I think
but
you even say it here that it's already on the way. I think.
Oh, okay. There you go. Yeah,
there
this was
in that
not in
episode.
reaction to this. This was in
sounds
reaction
bullshit.
to
That sounds
some
like they're
comments
making
Or it might
that
have been
crossed the line
might
and
have
got
already
us
had it on that
banned.
episode and it didn't work yet.
No, you guys didn't have it yet.
I don't think it
was on
installed
the
yet.
way, from what I recall.
Yeah.
So I mean, what a failure in research and preparation. It's just factually just completely.
Which like we talked about it for months, and then
You know
took
what's
time
funny?
to get it. Like it's not just like an Amazon purchase.
You know what's so funny? He's blurring her face as to be like, I'm a hero and I don't want to include you, but I have to.
He didn't have to.
You
include
didn't
it.
even have to include her. You lied and made it about her when it wasn't even about her.
It was about something that, frankly, was more serious. Like,
It's all
would have,
about like putting the fucking boot on the other foot. Like, fuck you.
not to help you out here, Ian, but I feel like that would have been a better point to make.
Well, the problem is he agrees with that one. I think he agrees with.
By the way, like
Shit.
the footage looks so old, so it's like
Stupid. There was a lot of stuff in there that I like apologized for, explained, ate crow on, stuff like that, and obviously a lot of stuff I corrected. There is not, and I'm being genuine, except with so far with the exception of the analogy of the
that you're
black
like a
student,
you're a black student
bravely
being
attending college,
yeah, attending school. Yeah, that was probably.
There's not one poignant point made here that I feel needs to be explained, justified.
I got packaged. 1 second. I ordered some medication. It's just come in the post. Uh-oh, we lost half the viewership.
Or apologize
Right.
for. Not one, dude. Not a single one. Fuck.
Figuring out how he can change his behavior, he spent $20,000.
Dan and Ela were like, we would kill button that right now if we could. I can't change who I am.
I know. That's why. That's why the kill button is on its way.
That's it. See, exactly.
Oh, okay.
He uses the button for everything. If
Wait,
his
so he
jokes
just
don't
proved
land-
himself in his own video again.
Yes.
Cell phone.
Yes.
Cell phone dubs.
They said
The button
that's
wasn't in
why
reaction
the kill
to the
button's on its
kill
way.
thing.
So you included her for
That
no
doesn't
reason.
disprove shit.
Sensitive fucking white knight. Great. Now you're subjecting her again to the chestnuts all over again. Blurring her doesn't erase the damage that was done from those chestnuts on that day.
There's nurse floating around there on open floor.
I needed to, but you guys were giving me crickets, so I panicked.
If he's in,
that's funny. I'm sorry. Once again,
How is that an own?
I think he forgot what a joke is. I think that might be one of the big problems with this video. He's confused.
insecure about getting something wrong, he's hitting the button.
But okay.
But that's the snark thing too. Like they take something that's obviously a joke, they'll world build on.
Snark math.
Yeah.
What?
He's snark. He's high on snark, man.
What?
Yeah, I do.
What on this frame could Ethan have responded to? Perhaps the country flag that he got wrong? Maybe. I don't know.
If he goes on a problematic tirade, he's hitting the button.
Before, look how sad. But yeah, it's not just that. Like their eyes are like big. I think you guys are wrong on this one. I think you guys are all wrong on this one.
I don't think he's unique in hitting the button. I think if all of us had buttons, we'd hit the button all the time.
Okay.
Right. Yeah.
How do you think that's a win? Like,
Once again, I am trailblazing.
Well, let's hear the second half.
We had a
of the
great
segment.
idea to get the button, and he, after all that, agrees.
Yeah.
Fucking fascinating stuff here, guys.
But if you don't have it, you operate differently. You think about what you're saying. You may be
I don't know why
playing
it
for
does
your
that.
show
I opened the menu. Why does it open it there?
It didn't show.
Okay.
It hadn't loaded yet.
Okay.
a little bit
But
more.
it did. We could
You
have
maybe
used the
say,
button.
I'm not going to have
Once
my
again.
podcast.
Privacy. I mean, that's the that's like the most greatest.
How are you
reason.
You accidentally opening thing. The most show private information.
The button is undoubtedly a force for good. It's a force for good.
Somebody don't go to therapy. It's only a net positive.
What's next? Are you against the plow?
The plow?
Yeah, humans advance. We have new ideas. Are you against progress? What plow?
Like early agriculture? Is
Yeah,
that,
what are you
like,
fucking
okay.
against the
He's got that hunter-gatherer mindset.
what's wrong with you, dude? You don't even use a scythe? What's up?
I wish you had the bottom when you leaked my phone number.
Yeah.
That was pre-button.
Oh, yeah. That
it's one of the wonders of
be an emotional dumping ground for today. You instead say, ooh, it's important that we stay...
sorry. Why do you keep saying that like it's a bad thing? It's my emotional dumping ground. That's the whole point of the podcast.
I don't know.
Why is that inherently wrong, dude? Why aren't you... okay, whatever.
On topic. Also, the H3 community and Ethan himself use the phrase goblin mode all the time to excuse a lot
This is
of
the
his
Mika rhetoric thing with
He
the
actually-
goblin mode.
He has a problem with goblin mode.
How did this make the cut? How did goblin mode make the cut?
Hi everyone, it's me again.
Dude, he's literally... I'll say it. I think Mika's video was better.
At least it was more entertaining.
She at least introduced this concept of this being a criticism of me, the goblin mode thing.
I think...
Yeah, that's very...
Also
Just... Bad. So what do you want from me? Can you... show being unwatchable. Ethan's...
Yo, shout out
To all victims of goblin mode.
Or she was goblin mode.
I do not call myself goblin mode.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You did.
Goblin mode? Is that what you're calling Tourette's now?
To all victims of goblin mode, I would
Pretty funny. No.
like to issue an apology.
Well, he got that.
Goblin mode today.
I know, Ethan's...
Yo, shout out to Ethan's Basement, one of our biggest fans.
Remember
supporters.
Remember the days when Ethan's Basement was just...
No, he
was in my basement instead of my...
He's still called Ethan's Basement, and until he changes his name, I just assume that he endorses everything you say and do.
Well, I moved from...
His icon is a picture of you. How could he not support you, right?
It's literally me. I mean,
right?
He must really look up to me.
I think so.
Love him.
I can't believe Mika made it into a content cop.
Not only that, he's literally stealing her intellectual property.
Dude.
He's biting from Mika rhetoric. That's fucking fantastic.
Hi everyone.
I run.
It's fantastic.
You're goblin mode. Look how many times you paused the
I'm trying, bro.
And I don't think there's no room for using the term goblin mode. I like the idea that you're defending
He's giving
yourself and
space.
the little guy by going goblin mode when a big corporation or a big entity is trying to attack you.
Like, if you fuck me over, if you steal money from me, if you patronize me, if you do any of this shit like you're trying to do to me, to treat me like a fucking idiot, I'm crazy, dude. I've gone... I mean, listen, case in point, right here in front of you. By the way, I'm not done. I'm making I think I'm going to make an H3 video this weekend in response to it.
2 hours in Ethan time.
Behavior, that's not goblin mode. That's being a
Where?
child.
You're only showing us old videos.
Fucking goblin mode over way less.
But you not thinking about what you're saying, not, reflecting on your behavior, not changing your behavior, that's not goblin mode. That's being a child.
Where? You're only showing us old videos.
I mean, that's true. A lot of it is all old
Everything
stuff.
he's showing is old videos. What is he talking about?
The thing is, like, the projection right now is pretty insane because, like, what I'm learning and a lot of people are learning is like, oh, he didn't change. He just changed his target. Ian. Yeah.
Let's talk about the crew. I think the crew
Let's
has
not
been...
talk about the crew.
Let's not. Like, you already...
That, like, everybody sees, like, AB and Leon are in. It's just completely
is
unfair.
so
It's
scared
completely
of this
fucked
guy.
up.
Jesus.
We're all familiar
That's
with
right.
goblin mode.
Dump on you, bitch. I hate to see it like ratio. It's really heartbreaking.
Yeah.
Those like.
Let's see if they stick around. Just what? By the way, he accuses me of using drama to get views. Let's see what kind of views he was pulling before he did a content cop on his good friend Ethan Klein. 300,000. Where's the Cheez-It one? This one, let's see here. This is hard-hitting stuff here, guys. Ranking all Cheez-Its by which generation would eat them. 200,000 views.
Is that satirical?
That is literally the video.
God damn it. This is like Minecraft all over again.
Does this mean
Like,
you
you
closed
start-
your timestamp?
I think if I go back, I will save it.
Okay.
Start at the bottom.
But
You're
like,
Oh yeah, I
do you
gotta know.
think?
Mandem doesn't even know how to fucking like open a new tab. Like what the this guy's freaking cooked. Like someone baked this man's brain. Shit.
You think people aren't watching because of
He
the? I'm just saying the drama video has a lot more views than the Cheez-It one.
Yeah, that's for sure.
I think that's fair.
But let me skip to the middle, make sure it's not
I
a
just
joke.
wonder what's the next video gonna be. Are
Love
we
big
back on
Cheez-Its?
Content Cop season or?
I guess probably another Zionist.
But I always wondered, what's the deal with big Cheez-Its? They're just Cheez-Its, but they're big. Big Cheez-Its, big Cheez-Its.
Silly
Normal
talks.
Cheez-It for scale.
That's why we love him.
It's like twice the size. Not bad. Twice the size. I'd call that a big Cheez-It. If another man was twice my size.
All right, we do have
I'd
enough
call it
to
a
watch.
big-
We don't need to watch Cheez-Its.
I want to support him. That's it. Watch, please give him a shot. Watch the Cheez-It video, guys, please.
I watched that video.
That is someone who is extremely frustrated and passionate about a particular topic. In this case, American imperialism and terrorism.
Do you know what just happened? This man he's defending the 9/11 clip. He's saying.
I can't watch any more of this. He's just explaining it. Oh man, this guy is fucking crazy. This is my version of our relaxing leave from the transphobia shit and all that. But you know, we do at least have.
Steven, do you know that the Spartans are like practice man love with children?
Oh, geez. Okay, so this is what's going to happen. What did I tell you? He was going to do anything he could to avoid. Oh, there he is. Oh no, Sam Cedar. What a fucking nightmare. I had no idea this was going to happen.
We needed that. We all needed that. We all need a bit of Sam Cedar in our life. Everyone should go watch the Majority Report, though. They do great coverage. Sam's not only great the media reporting he does, but he's also a real funny guy, like great comedian. Better than this fucking clown. So, oh yes, Sam Cedar. Sounds a bit kinky. Okay. We made it to 6 hours. We're gonna stop shorter. We're not gonna make it to 8 hours. I said I would make sure that we did not. And we did not. It has been done. But we will shut this down here. And we'll return, likely talking more about transphobia. The current precedent for segregation that has been set by the United Kingdom Supreme Court is going to be at the center of a lot of what I want to talk about in the coming months. A lot of it is going to be based on the ramifications that such a proceeding brings to the entire community, but especially to trans women and trans femmes. They are trying to destroy us from at least visibility, if not completely eradicate us. Seems things are moving into the latter direction from my perception. And if we don't build a movement that can protect people and can push for a struggle for our rights as well as a safeguarding of pre-existing rights, then we are not going to see a very nice thing coming for our community. We're going to see Holocaust. That's what you're going to see. So we need to get our shit together right now. To all my trans and non-binary, especially femmes and women that are trans and non-binary, stay strong. It's fucking terrifying right now. Whether you're in America, Turf Island, Italy, or a lot of this global south I was talking about at the start that goes through all sorts of horrible mistreatment for being trans or gender non-conforming. Oppressed genders are going to feel the major brunt of the attack on gender minorities in general. It's going to come for women entirely, but they're going to start with the most oppressed of us. We need to stay strong, and it's hard to do that when we're isolated. So we need to find community. It is really important that we build community, and we stay interconnected, and we give some sense of hope, something to have faith in, for people to feel they can rely on. We need communists to get more involved with the community and build stuff, food programs, education functions, housing, squatting, all sorts of things, homeless encampments, things like that, as well as protest encampments for the Palestinian thing. Heck, hit two birds with one stone and try and see if you can get homeless people involved in the political movement. Yo, what's it? Like, free food and free shelter is a great way to get anyone thinking about anything. No one's gonna give a shit if you're asking them to come to the center of the fucking square or whether it's fucking out in bumfuck nowhere. There's so much we could do with trying to be like, yo, do you know what? Like, we should make a space as inviting as possible to homeless people and like beneficial for people who are in the suffering situation to come along. A lot of protests have been like that, I've gotten free food. Heck, because of me being disabled and impoverished, I've been given extra free food that you would normally have to pay for at certain protest events as well. There's been some really fucking lovely people who've gone like above and beyond. There was a half Arab, half Irish, like perfect Nima, it was like fucking loading me up with chicken curries when I went to March for Palestine a few months back. So like, yeah, it was in the winter, it was in December, I think it was. But like, yeah, we need to be uniting these different struggles. They cross over. The Intifada revolution struggle has been pushing a lot of this, but needs to be turned into a greater reality. And an Occupy movement opens the doors to making that a reality, especially given in an Occupy movement, you need to occupy a space and quarter it off and lock it down. And the Black Lives Matter movement showed us that we could do another way as well, and that's capturing entire cities through Occupy protest. So like, there's a program that could work for a lot of shit, and it helps with stopping the genocide, but it could also help with trans rights and working class rights and the starvation of the homeless and the plight of the people. All starts with looking at where the front lines of the struggles for oppression are, which is Palestine. And so if we're going to be looking at how we fight transphobia, homelessness, homophobia, all this sort of stuff, queerphobia, racism, classism, and all of the above oppressions also exist in society, because there's loads of different things we could list. Misogyny, misogynoir. They it's all about divisiveness. But our struggles, when we link it all together and we go, the center of like what we do and what we are represented by comes to like fruition by looking at who is at the front lines of the struggle and what they represent, and the Palestinian Intifada represents that center of struggle alongside with the New People's Liberation Army, or the National People's Liberation Army. I might be getting that one wrong. I am quite high. I got a bit of a headache. I think it's because of hay fever. I shall take a paracetamol when I finish. This is one of the meds that actually came in the mail. Well, that is my ibuprofen. I should just call them anodins, so I'm like being American accepting, you know, like, because brands. But I have aspirin, paracetamol, and caffeine all in one. Paracetamol is not the most effective medication on me, but I found out that since transitioning, it seems to affect me a little more. And it helps with period pains and like period-induced headaches. I never used to get like good reactions from paracetamol for headaches. It used to cause me headaches. That was the fun thing with paracetamol. But yeah, like detracted myself, lost my train of thought. The movement for us to fight for our rights is interwoven with other movements of other rights. You know, they're all part of our fight for rights. It's an international quandary. And Palestine, the Filipino Revolution, the Indian Maoist revolutionary struggle, the Brazilian People's War. These are examples of freedom fighting movements that represent what we're fighting for and what we should be representing in our fight. And we need to embody that in our struggles. Like, we need to be more willing to do encampment struggles and occupy struggles like we did in the Occupy movement. People back then, before my time, in regards to like active politics, I was like 13, I think, at the time. It was like 2011. Yeah, I was like 13 at the time. It's almost. I turned 13 later that year. I think it started in the earlier part of the year, but when it was a problem for white folk, you know, they could go and occupy the city centers. Now, Black Lives Matter was a moment where white people were willing to occupy cities for other people, and unfortunately, they actually did it like not as great as I'd like. But it was good that they actually managed to lock down some cities. Black people did a better job of maintaining that sort of posture, and you look at the places where black people did achieve that. White people then were wreckers and wrecked it. But like, you know, I have to express that part because someone will try and use it as a means to shut down what I'm saying. But like when you see like when the Wall Street crash affects these white people, they're able to go occupy the cities, all, you know, and shut them down. You know, where's that right now? It happened on the college campuses. You can't blame them. Why couldn't we? I kept going on about this, and I can't have been the only person that kept going on about this. I'm not fucking unique like that. Why couldn't it go to the city, the center of commerce, or the military plants or whatever, rather than just 3-hour protests and then we all fuck off home? Genuinely, I've been talking to fucking protesters about this every time I go into these protest events. It's like, why aren't we holding this space and saying, no, you will have to drag us and beat us and make the 6 o'clock news about it and show the fucking people what you are in defense of genocide to get us out of this space. That's the real big problem, is we have a commitment issue. And if we don't solve that commitment issue, A lot of fucking people gonna die. A lot of people already have. Possibly anywhere between 400 to 600,000 people, according to Trump's estimates. And that could come from direct numbers from Israel. Who would know? They have them all on tag, basically. They know where they are, when they are, who they are. And they got Palantir to make that more efficient as well. We were talking about Peter Thiel earlier. He connects into all of this. So it is all very intersectional when we look at a lot of this stuff. And the fascist takeover in the United States, the soon-to-be fascist takeover, it's going to go on in the UK. We got social fascism paving the way as it is. This is genocide. Genocide breeds genocide. And they are looking to genocide trans people, especially trans women and femmes. We really need to do something about this. We can't just keep letting more and more rights get eroded away. When does it stop being alarmism, distractions, and when does it become this is fucking Nazism and we need to do something to stop it? Again, I keep reading that comment, first they came for the communists, and we did nothing. Then they came for the gypsies. We also did nothing. And then they came for the Jews. And then they came for, the people who just ignored all those minorities getting taken away. You ain't fucking safe because you're going to throw us all under the bus. You might get some benefits out of it. Oh, you might. But you're going to lose so much more as well. This is gonna create the foundaries for genocide. These laws restricting the rights of people's just general existence as a person. It's despotic and cruel. And it's breaking me to pieces. I cried my heart out when I read about the Supreme Court ruling. This is the justification for some Nuremberg ass shit. They ain't got there completely yet. But it's along the justifications, This is getting Nuremberg, Jim Crow, however you want to fresh it. It's going down that fucking direction. Really need to think about this, we do, people. Especially cis people. Wake the fuck up. But to trans folk, then we gotta stay strong. Everyone's gotta stay strong, but we really need to stay strong. It's an assault on our rights. That's going on right now. It's already tantamount to genocide, but it's gonna justify much more brutal forms of genocide against that community. Tiok Farla, our time will come. Love and solidarity, everybody. Stay safe, stay healthy, and keep an eye on the news at the moment because everything is spiraling. Fascism's on the rise all over the place. And legal precedent for destroying people's rights is occurring in a fucking fast-firing fashion this year. And if we don't do something to stop this, the deaths and destruction and devastation that's going to come from all of this shit. It's all tied together. It's genocidal shit. Look at the way that different forms of bigotry all linked together in the Holocaust. Love and solidarity. Stay safe.